My mother told me my father abandoned us. I found 20 years of hidden letters proving she lied. I'm 28F, and 3 weeks ago my entire understanding of my childhood was destroyed when I found a box in my mother's attic that she'd been hiding for over 20 years. Growing up, my mother, Patricia, told me my father, Daniel, had abandoned us when I was 3. She said he didn't want the responsibility of a child, that he'd chosen his career over his family, and that he'd never once tried to contact me. She raised me to believe my father was a selfish man who'd walked away without looking back. I resented him my entire life. When I was 16, he tried to friend me on Facebook. I blocked him. When I was 22, he sent a letter to my apartment. I returned it unopened. I wanted nothing to do with the man who'd abandoned my mother and me. Last month, I was helping my mother clean her attic before she downsized to a smaller house. In the back corner, behind old furniture, I found a locked metal box. When I asked about it, my mother said it was old documents and to leave it alone. That made me suspicious. I found the key in her desk and opened the box when she was out. Inside were hundreds of letters, cards, and small gifts, all addressed to me from my father. Birthday cards for every year from age 4 to 25. Christmas presents. Letters describing his life and asking about mine. Court documents showing he'd fought for custody and visitation rights multiple times. A stack of returned letters marked "refused by recipient" that I'd never seen. My father hadn't abandoned me. My mother had kept him away and hidden every attempt he'd made to be part of my life. When I confronted her, she admitted it. She said my father had cheated on her before I was born, and she'd been so hurt that she decided he didn't deserve to be my father. She'd moved states, blocked all contact, and told me he'd abandoned us so I'd never seek him out. She said she'd done it to protect me from a man who'd betrayed her trust. When I asked about the letters and gifts, she said she'd kept them in case I ever wanted them, but never gave them to me because she didn't want me to be confused about who my real parent was. I was furious. I told her she'd stolen 25 years of my relationship with my father based on her own hurt feelings about their failed relationship. She'd lied to me, turned me against him, and denied me the chance to know my own father. I contacted my father and told him I'd found the letters. We met for the first time in 25 years last week. He cried when he saw me. My father explained that he and my mother had gotten pregnant unexpectedly. He'd made a terrible mistake and had a brief affair when my mother was pregnant. She'd found out and left him, taking me across the country when I was 3. He'd tried everything to stay in my life, hired lawyers, fought for custody, sent letters and gifts, tried to arrange visits. My mother blocked everything. The courts sided with her because she was the primary caretaker and I was so young. By the time I was old enough to have a say, my mother had convinced me he was a deadbeat who didn't care. He showed me his own box of documents, lawyer fees totaling over $80,000 trying to get visitation rights, journals where he'd written to me even though I'd never read them, and a bedroom in his house that he'd kept ready for me for 20 years, in case you ever came home. Meeting him destroyed me. He's kind, thoughtful, and has spent 25 years grieving the daughter he lost. He has a wife now and 2 kids, my half-siblings, ages 12 and 9, who've grown up hearing about their older sister they've never met. I told my father everything about my life, my college graduation he missed, my career, my relationship. He listened and cried and apologized for the affair that started this entire mess, even though what my mother did was so much worse than his mistake. Then I made a decision. I was going to tell everyone in my family the truth about what my mother had done. I called a family gathering, my mother's parents, her siblings, my cousins, everyone who'd been part of my life. I brought the box of letters and the court documents. I stood up in front of everyone and said, "For 25 years I was told my father abandoned me. That was a lie." I showed them the letters. I showed them the court records proving he'd fought for me. I showed them birthday cards for every single year, presents he'd sent that I'd never received, and evidence of my mother's systematic campaign to erase him from my life. My mother tried to interrupt, saying I was airing private family business and hurting her publicly. I told her she'd hurt me privately for 25 years by stealing my relationship with my father. My grandparents were horrified. They'd believed my mother's story and had supported her choice to protect me from a deadbeat dad. Learning she'd lied shattered their trust in her. My aunt asked my mother directly, "Did you keep him from her? Did you hide those letters?" My mother broke down and admitted everything. She said she'd been so hurt by the affair that she couldn't separate her feelings about their relationship from his role as my father. She'd convinced herself she was protecting me when really she was punishing him. The fallout has been nuclear. Half my family has stopped speaking to my mother. My grandparents are devastated they supported her lies. My cousins are shocked the uncle they'd been told was a deadbeat had actually been fighting for me the whole time. My mother has become a pariah in our family. People who'd supported her as a single mother now see her as someone who weaponized her child against the father out of spite. I've moved in with my father temporarily while I process everything. I'm getting to know him, my stepmother, and my half-siblings. They've welcomed me with open arms. The bedroom my father kept for me is now mine. My father told me he doesn't want me to destroy my relationship with my mother for his sake. He said, "She raised you and she loved you, even if she made terrible choices. I don't want you to lose one parent trying to reclaim the other." But I can't forgive what she did. She didn't just lie. She actively sabotaged every attempt my father made to reach me. She kept letters, gifts, and love meant for me locked in a box in her attic, like they were evidence to hide rather than treasures to share. My mother has tried to apologize. She says she knows what she did was wrong, that her pain over the affair clouded her judgment for years, and that by the time she realized she'd gone too far, she didn't know how to undo the lies. She says she'd kept the letters because part of her always knew I'd need them someday. But she couldn't bring herself to give them to me because it meant admitting what she'd done. I told her keeping evidence of her lies doesn't make them better. It makes them worse. She'd had 25 years and hundreds of opportunities to tell me the truth, and she chose her pride over my right to know my father. My revenge isn't that I exposed her, though I did, and she's facing the social consequences. My revenge is that I'm building the relationship with my father she tried to prevent. Every dinner we share, every conversation, every moment of connection is proof that her 25-year campaign to erase him from my life ultimately failed. She tried to steal my father from me. I'm taking back what she stole, and she has to watch it happen, knowing she could have facilitated this relationship instead of sabotaging it. My father doesn't see it as revenge. He sees it as healing. But I know what it is. I'm living the relationship my mother spent 25 years preventing, and that's the best revenge I could ask for. She lied about him abandoning us. The truth is, she's the one who abandoned him, and me, by choosing spite over my well-being. Now the whole family knows it, and I'll never forgive her for the 25 years she stole from both of us. My family convinced me I had terminal cancer for 2 years. I'm healthy. They wanted me to quit my dream job. I'm 33 years M, and yesterday I discovered I don't have brain cancer and never did. My family has been intercepting my medical test results for 2 years, replacing them with fabricated reports showing terminal illness, all to convince me to quit my career as a wildlife photographer and spend what they told me were my final months working at the family restaurant. I only found out when I fainted during a photo shoot and was taken to a hospital my family didn't know about, where doctors were confused why someone with stage 4 glioblastoma was walking around with no symptoms. Now I have proof my family forged medical records and conspired with a corrupt clinic to fake a terminal diagnosis, and I'm using it to destroy the people who made me believe I was dying. 2 years ago, at age 31, I went for a routine physical. I'd been having occasional headaches. Nothing severe, just stress-related tension from my demanding career traveling the world photographing wildlife. My family doctor, Dr. Bernard Chen, 56 Yimale, ordered an MRI just to be safe. A week later, Dr. Chen called me into his office with devastating news. The MRI showed a brain tumor, a large, aggressive glioblastoma. Stage 4. Terminal. He estimated I had 12 to 18 months to live, maybe less. I was shattered. I was 31 years old, at the peak of my career and suddenly facing death. Dr. Chen showed me the MRI images, a large mass in my brain. He showed me biopsy results confirming malignant cancer. He referred me to an oncologist at a specialty clinic where my family had connections. The oncologist, Dr. Sarah Winters, 48 years female, confirmed the diagnosis. She said the tumor was inoperable due to location. Radiation and chemotherapy might extend my life by a few months, but wouldn't cure me. She recommended I get my affairs in order and spend time with family while I could. I was working as a wildlife photographer, my dream career that I'd spent a decade building. I traveled internationally for assignments, had published in National Geographic, was building a name in conservation photography. It was everything I'd worked for. My family, my parents, Thomas, 61-year-old, and Carol, 59-year-old female, who owned a family restaurant, and my siblings, Daniel, 35-year-old male, and Lisa, 29-year-old female, who both worked there, had always been disappointed I'd chosen photography over the family business. They'd wanted me to stay local, work at the restaurant, eventually take it over. When they learned about my diagnosis, they were devastated but also focused on how I'd spend my remaining time. My mother said I should come home and work at the restaurant with family rather than wasting final months traveling alone. My father said the restaurant needed me and this was a chance to finally be part of the family business. I resisted at first. I wanted to keep photographing as long as I was physically able. But as months passed and I underwent what I thought was chemotherapy at the specialty clinic my family had connected me with, I got weaker. The treatments made me tired and sick. I started to believe maybe I should spend time with family instead of chasing photography assignments. After 6 months of treatment, Dr. Winters said the tumor had grown despite intervention. I had maybe 6 to 12 months left. She recommended I stop aggressive treatment and focus on quality of life with loved ones. That's when I quit photography. I turned down assignments, stopped traveling, and moved back to my hometown to work at the family restaurant. My family was supportive and loving. They said they were so grateful to have this time with me before I died. For 18 months, I worked at the restaurant believing I was terminal. I helped manage operations, trained staff, worked long hours alongside my family. I tried to make peace with my shortened life. I documented family recipes, thinking someone should preserve them after I was gone. I wrote letters to friends and loved ones to be delivered after my death. I had occasional follow-up appointments with Dr. Chen and Dr. Winters. They'd show me MRI results showing the tumor progressing and tell me I was beating the odds by surviving longer than expected. I took medications they prescribed for symptom management. 3 days ago, I was in the restaurant kitchen when I fainted. My family wasn't there. I was doing inventory alone. A coworker called 911. Paramedics took me to the nearest emergency room, which happened to be a hospital I'd never been to before. In the ER, I explained my medical history. Diagnosed with glioblastoma 2 years ago, receiving palliative care, experiencing progression. The ER doctor ordered an immediate CT scan since I'd fainted and had brain cancer. The CT came back. The doctor looked confused. He said, "There's no tumor. Your brain looks completely normal." I thought the ER doctor was mistaken. I explained I'd been diagnosed 2 years ago, showed him my medical records from Dr. Chen and the specialty clinic showing the tumor progression. The ER doctor reviewed them and said, "These records show a significant tumor, but your current scan shows nothing. Let me order an MRI to get a clearer picture." The MRI came back. No tumor. No sign there had ever been a tumor. My brain was completely healthy. The ER doctor called in a neurologist and an oncologist for consult. They reviewed my previous scans and the current scan. The oncologist said, "Either you've experienced a complete spontaneous remission of stage 4 glioblastoma, which would be medically unprecedented, or these previous scans aren't actually yours." They compared the previous MRI images to my current scans. The previous images showed a brain with different structural features than mine. The neurologist said, "These scans are from a different person. The tumor images you were shown are not your brain." I sat in that hospital room realizing I'd been shown someone else's brain scans, someone else's tumor, someone else's biopsy results. For 2 years, I'd believed I was dying of brain cancer that I'd never had. The hospital reported this to medical authorities and police. I provided all my medical records from Dr. Chen and the specialty clinic. Investigators reviewed them and found the MRI images showing a tumor were from a different patient, whose identity had been removed but whose brain structure didn't match mine. The biopsy results were fabricated. The tissue samples couldn't have come from me. The chemotherapy I'd received at the specialty clinic was actually just saline and vitamins, designed to make me feel unwell and believe I was being treated. The medications I'd been taking for symptom management were actually causing fatigue and malaise, creating symptoms that supported the fake diagnosis. Investigators interviewed Dr. Chen. He initially denied wrongdoing, but when shown evidence that the MRI images weren't my brain, he admitted he'd been approached by my family 2 years ago. My parents had asked Dr. Chen, who'd been the family doctor for years and who my father had connections with through community organizations, to help them bring me home from my dangerous career. They'd wanted me to quit wildlife photography and work at the family restaurant. Dr. Chen had suggested that if I believed I was terminally ill, I'd naturally want to spend final months with family rather than traveling. My parents had agreed, and Dr. Chen had fabricated the brain cancer diagnosis using another patient's scans. Dr. Winters at the specialty clinic had been recruited by my parents as well. She'd administered fake chemotherapy, designed to make me feel sick enough to believe the diagnosis while not actually poisoning me. She'd shown me fake progression scans to convince me I was dying. For 2 years, Dr. Chen, Dr. Winters, and my family had maintained an elaborate medical fraud to convince me I had terminal brain cancer, all to manipulate me into quitting my career and working at the family restaurant. When investigators confronted my parents, they admitted it. My mother said they'd only wanted me home safe, and that wildlife photography was too dangerous and unstable. She said they'd thought if I believed I was dying, I'd finally appreciate family and come home. My father said the restaurant needed me and they'd been desperate to get me involved in the family business. He said they'd planned to eventually tell me the truth once I'd been working at the restaurant long enough to see its value. My siblings had known. Daniel had helped coordinate the fake appointments. Lisa had picked up the fake medications. Both had watched me grieve my impending death and quit my career, knowing it was based on lies. I asked how they justified making me believe I was dying. My mother said I'd never been in real danger, and they'd made sure the fake treatments wouldn't harm me. She actually thought that made it okay, that they'd been careful about which parts of the fraud could hurt me. My father said I'd seemed happier working at the restaurant anyway, and that the fake diagnosis had worked out for everyone. I told them I'd quit my career, turned down assignments that went to other photographers, spent 18 months believing I'd die before seeing my next birthday, all based on lies they'd orchestrated with corrupt doctors. They didn't seem to understand the magnitude of what they'd done. They kept saying they'd brought me home and kept me safe from the Dangers of traveling for photography work. Dr. Chen and Dr. Winters were arrested for medical fraud, conspiracy, and practicing medicine in a harmful manner. The fabricated diagnosis, fake treatments, and forged medical records were clear violations of medical ethics and criminal law. My parents and siblings were arrested for conspiracy to commit fraud and intentional infliction of emotional distress. The prosecutor said making someone believe they have terminal cancer for 2 years to manipulate their career choices is one of the most egregious cases of family manipulation they'd seen. The criminal trial revealed even more details. My family had paid Dr. Chen $50,000 over 2 years to maintain the fraud. They'd paid Dr. Winters $75,000 for the fake chemotherapy sessions and ongoing false consultations. They'd spent over $125,000 to convince me I was dying. The fake medications I'd been taking were designed to cause fatigue and nausea. Not dangerous, but unpleasant enough to make me believe I was deteriorating from cancer. Dr. Winters had carefully calibrated the dosages to create believable symptoms without actual harm. The progression scans I'd been shown over 18 months were from different cancer patients, creating a narrative of my tumor growing despite treatment. Dr. Chen and Dr. Winters had built an entire fake medical file for me, documenting a disease I'd never had. All 4 family members and both doctors were convicted. Dr. Chen lost his medical license and received 4 years in prison. Dr. Winters lost her license and received 5 years. My parents each received 3 years for conspiracy and fraud. My siblings received probation as accessories. The medical board launched broader investigations into the specialty clinic, discovering Dr. Winters had been running a partially fraudulent operation offering alternative treatments with questionable efficacy. The clinic was shut down. I filed civil lawsuits against my family and both doctors for intentional infliction of emotional distress, fraud, medical malpractice from the doctors, lost wages and career opportunities from quitting photography. The civil cases resulted in significant damages. I'd turned down assignments worth hundreds of thousands of dollars because I'd thought I was dying. I'd lost momentum in my career. In photography, 18 months out of the field means missing crucial opportunities and losing professional connections. But beyond financial and criminal consequences, I've been working to rebuild my life and career after spending 18 months believing I was terminal. The psychological impact has been profound. For 18 months, I lived with the knowledge that I'd die young. I made peace with mortality. I said goodbye to dreams. I wrote letters to be read after my death. I documented family recipes thinking I'd never cook them again. And it was all a lie. My therapist says I'm experiencing a kind of trauma that's difficult to categorize. I grieved my own death, restructured my entire life around dying, and then discovered it was an elaborate fraud by my own family. I've also struggled with medical trust. Every doctor visit now makes me anxious. What if they're lying? What if results are fabricated? I require second opinions from unaffiliated institutions for any medical concern. The wildlife photography community welcomed me back. When they learned why I'd disappeared, told I had terminal cancer, which turned out to be fake, they were supportive and horrified. National Geographic offered me assignments. Conservation organizations reached out with projects. But I'd lost 18 months of career momentum. Contacts I'd built had moved on to work with other photographers. Assignments I'd have been first choice for had gone to others. I'm rebuilding, but I'm starting from a position I'd already surpassed 2 years ago. My family keeps trying to contact me from prison, sending letters saying they only wanted me safe and didn't realize how much harm they were causing. They still don't fully grasp that they made me believe I was dying for 2 years, that they let me grieve my life ending, quit my dream career, and spend 18 months in existential terror of death, all to manipulate me into working at a restaurant. My revenge isn't just the criminal convictions or civil damages, though those matter. My revenge is returning to wildlife photography and succeeding despite losing 18 months to their lies. Every assignment I complete, every photograph I publish, every conservation project I contribute to is proof that their scheme failed. They wanted me trapped at the family restaurant. Instead, they're in prison while I'm back doing the work they tried to prevent. I recently completed an assignment photographing endangered species in Madagascar, one of the dream projects I'd turned down when I thought I was dying. Publishing those photos felt like reclaiming the life my family had tried to steal. The family restaurant has struggled without the workers they'd hoped to have. My siblings' prison sentences left my parents short-staffed. The publicity from the trial, family fakes terminal cancer diagnosis to control son's career, destroyed their business reputation. They've had to close the restaurant that they'd committed fraud to force me into working at. I've reconnected with friends who'd supported me through what they thought was terminal illness. I've apologized to photography colleagues I'd cut ties with because I thought I'd be dead. I've returned to the career I was told I'd never see again. Every day I wake up healthy, every photograph I take, every country I travel to for work. It's all revenge against the family that tried to make me believe my life was ending. They faked brain cancer to trap me. Now they're in prison for it while I'm living the life they tried to convince me I wouldn't live to see. For 18 months, I believed I was dying. I grieved my incomplete life. I made peace with mortality. I quit my dreams. And it was all manipulation by people who claimed they loved me. Now everyone knows what they did. They're serving prison sentences, and I'm back in the field, photographing wildlife, healthy and free from the death sentence they fabricated. That's all the revenge I need. They wanted me to believe I'd die before 35. I'm 33, healthy, and thriving in the career they tried to end with a fake terminal diagnosis. Every photograph I take, every assignment I complete, every birthday I celebrate is proof they failed. They tried to kill my career with a fake death sentence. Instead, they killed their own freedom and reputation while I'm alive and working. The family that made me plan my own funeral is now the family in prison, while I'm living the life they told me I'd never see. My parents told me my twin died at birth. She's been alive the whole time, as my cousin. I'm 33-year-old Fief, and 3 weeks ago I discovered through a DNA test that my cousin, Melissa, 33-year-old female, is actually my identical twin sister who my parents told me died at birth. Our entire family has spent 33 years maintaining this lie, and I only found out because Melissa and I both took ancestry DNA tests for fun. Now I'm destroying the family that decided one twin was worth raising while they told me the other had died. Growing up, I was told I'd been born a twin, but my sister died shortly after birth due to complications. My parents called her Baby Sarah and said they'd been devastated but grateful I survived. They had a small memorial stone in their garden with her name and birth date. I grew up mourning a sister I never knew, feeling survivor's guilt, and being told I was doubly precious because I was all they had left. My Aunt Karen, my mother's sister, had a daughter also named Sarah who was exactly my age, born the same day in the same hospital. Growing up, Melissa and I were inseparable cousins. Everyone commented on how similar we looked, how we could pass for twins, how strange it was that we were born on the same day and looked so alike. We laughed about it, joked that we were soul twins, even though we were cousins. We had identical mannerisms, the same laugh, similar personalities. People constantly mixed us up at family gatherings. We even had matching birthmarks on our left shoulders. But nobody ever suggested we were actually twins, because everyone knew my twin had died, and Melissa was my cousin. Last month, Melissa and I both took DNA ancestry tests. We joked about comparing our results to see our shared family heritage. When the results came back, they showed we weren't cousins. We were full siblings with 100% shared DNA. The genetic match was consistent with identical twins. I called Melissa in shock. She was equally stunned. We video called and stared at each other, really looking for the first time, we were identical. Not similar cousins, but actually identical twins. Same face, same build, same birthmark, same everything. We didn't understand how this could be possible. Our parents had told us we were cousins born on the same day in the same hospital. My twin was supposedly dead. Melissa called her mother, my Aunt Karen. Karen immediately got defensive and said the DNA test must be wrong. But Melissa pressed, and Karen finally broke down and admitted the truth. Melissa was my twin. She hadn't died. My parents had given her to Karen to raise, and the family had all agreed to pretend we were cousins. I confronted my parents that same day. My mother tried to deny it, but I showed her the DNA results. She couldn't deny 100% genetic match consistent with identical twins. Finally, my father admitted everything. When my mother gave birth to twins 33 years ago, she and my father had been overwhelmed by the idea of raising two babies. They had financial stress. My mother had severe postpartum depression, and my father was working long hours. Two babies felt impossible. Karen had been struggling with infertility and desperately wanted a baby. She'd been at the hospital when we were born and had bonded immediately with baby Sarah, Melissa. My parents and Karen made a decision. They'd tell everyone one twin had died, and Karen would adopt Melissa and raise her as her own daughter. They'd stay in close contact as extended family, so Melissa would still know her biological parents and her twin, just not know the true relationship. They convinced hospital staff to falsify records. They created a fake death certificate for baby Sarah. They had a memorial service for a baby who was alive and living with her aunt. They put a memorial stone in their garden for a child who was at family dinners every week. For 33 years, every family member had gone along with this lie. My grandparents, my aunts and uncles, family friends who'd known us since birth. Everyone knew Melissa was my twin, and everyone pretended she was my cousin while I mourned a dead sister who was sitting right next to me at Thanksgiving dinners. I asked my parents why. Why split up twins? Why lie? Why make me grieve a sister who was alive? My mother said they'd thought it was best for everyone. Karen got the baby she desperately wanted. They only had to raise one child, and Melissa and I could still know each other as cousins. They'd thought we'd never find out, and that the arrangement had worked perfectly. She actually said it had worked perfectly, while I sat there realizing I'd spent 33 years missing a twin who'd been alive the entire time. I called another family meeting with every family member who'd known the truth. My parents, Karen, my grandparents, aunts, uncles, everyone who'd participated in the lie. Melissa came with me. We stood together, identical twins who'd just discovered each other, and demanded they explain themselves. My grandmother tried to say they'd made a difficult choice in a moment of crisis and had done what they thought was best. I asked how pretending one twin was dead while the other was raised by her aunt was best for anyone except the adults who wanted it that way. My grandfather admitted that he and my grandmother had pushed for the arrangement because they hadn't wanted their daughter, my mother, to struggle with twins. They'd thought Karen deserving a baby, my parents deserved relief from raising two, and that Melissa and I would have each other as cousins without knowing we were twins. I asked why they couldn't just tell us the truth, that Karen had adopted one twin and we were being raised as close family. My uncle said they'd worried that if Melissa and I knew we were twins, we'd resent being separated or want to be together constantly in a way that would be difficult for the parents. So they'd decided it was easier to lie, to tell me my twin was dead, to let me grow up with survivor's guilt and grief, to let Melissa grow up thinking she was an only child when she had an identical twin. They'd literally let me mourn at a memorial stone for my dead sister while she played in the yard with me at family picnics. Karen tried to defend herself by saying she'd loved Melissa like her own daughter and had given her a good life. I said that wasn't the issue. The issue was taking someone else's baby and raising her while pretending she was dead to her actual twin. Karen said she'd saved Melissa from being raised by overwhelmed parents who couldn't handle two babies. Melissa, who'd been quiet until now, said, "You didn't save me, you stole me, and you made my twin think I was dead." My mother tried to claim they'd kept us together by making sure we grew up in the same family as cousins. I pointed out that we'd missed 33 years of being twins, sharing a room, growing up together as sisters, having the twin bond everyone talks about. They'd stolen that from us and replaced it with a lesser relationship based on lies. I asked every family member present, "Did you know?" Every single adult family member admitted they knew. My aunts, uncles, cousins who were old enough to remember, they all knew Melissa was my twin and had gone along with calling her my cousin. Some said they'd gone along with it because it wasn't their place to interfere. Others said they'd thought it was wrong, but hadn't wanted to cause family conflict. A few said they'd assumed there was a good reason and hadn't questioned it. Everyone had chosen the comfort of keeping the lie over telling me the truth about my own twin sister. I told them I was going to expose this publicly. Every person who'd participated in this lie would be named. Every family member who'd watched me grieve a dead sister while knowing she was alive would face consequences for their deception. My parents begged me not to humiliate the family. I said they'd humiliated themselves by giving away one twin, lying about her death, and maintaining that lie for 33 years. Karen said going public would hurt Melissa by revealing she'd been adopted through an unofficial arrangement and making her feel like she'd been stolen. Melissa said, "I was stolen, and I'd rather everyone know the truth than keep living a lie to protect people who lied to us our entire lives." My father tried to argue that no laws were broken because Karen had legally adopted Melissa with my parents' consent. My lawyer disagreed. Falsifying death certificates is illegal, and the circumstances of the adoption might not have met legal standards if authorities had known the full truth. I told them they had 1 week to confess publicly to the extended family and our community, or I'd do it myself, with a full account of what they'd done. My mother said that would destroy family relationships and make family gatherings impossible. I said our family relationships were already destroyed. They'd just been pretending they weren't by maintaining the lie. When my parents didn't confess after the week, I posted the full story on social media, including the DNA test results, hospital records that didn't match my parents' story, and the memorial stone they'd put in their garden for a child who was alive. The response was immediate and explosive. Friends who'd grown up with Melissa and me were shocked. They'd known us as cousins who looked remarkably similar, and now learned we were identical twins who'd been separated and lied to. People were horrified by the deception. My parents' friends and community members expressed outrage. Multiple people said they'd noticed how similar Melissa and I looked and had joked about us being twins, never knowing we actually were. Some said they'd wondered about the coincidence of births on the same day in the same hospital, but had accepted the cousin explanation. News media picked up the story. Twins separated at birth, discovered truth after 33 years, made headlines locally and then nationally. Journalists interviewed child welfare experts who said what my parents and Karen had done was ethically wrong and possibly illegal, creating false documents and lying to twins about their relationship. Adoption advocates said this was exactly why adoptions should be open and honest. Melissa and I had a right to know we were twins, and splitting twins without disclosure is considered harmful to both children. Karen faced professional consequences. She works in child services, and her employer launched an ethics investigation into whether someone who'd participated in fabricating a twin's death and hiding an adoption should work with vulnerable children. She was suspended pending investigation. My parents lost standing in their community. They'd been active in their church and local organizations, but people stopped inviting them to events. Their reputation as honest, caring people was destroyed by the revelation they'd given away one twin and told the other she was dead. Extended family members who'd known faced social backlash. Friends and neighbors who learned they'd kept this secret were appalled. Some family members tried to justify their silence, saying, "It wasn't our secret to tell." Others admitted they'd been wrong to participate in the lie. My grandparents, who'd pushed for the arrangement, became pariahs at their senior community when residents learned they'd encouraged their daughter to give away one grandchild and pretend she was dead. Melissa's adoption was scrutinized legally. While the adoption itself had been legal, the falsified death certificate and deception were not. Authorities investigated whether charges should be filed for document falsification. But the most profound impact was on Melissa and me. We'd lost 33 years of being twins, growing up together, sharing experiences, having that unique twin bond. We were strangers who shared DNA, trying to build a relationship that should have been there from birth. Melissa has been in therapy processing the revelation that her entire identity was based on a lie. She'd grown up as an only child to a single mother. Karen never married, when actually she had an identical twin and biological parents who'd chosen to give her away. She's angry at Karen for taking her and angry at my parents for giving her up. She's grieving the twin relationship we never had and struggling with feeling like she doesn't belong anywhere. Not with Karen, who she now knows isn't her biological mother, and not with my parents, who gave her away. I'm grieving too, for the twin I thought was dead, for the years we lost, for the sister relationship we should have had. Every milestone of my life, graduations, weddings, achievements, Melissa was there as my cousin when she should have been there as my twin. We've started meeting weekly, trying to build the relationship we were denied. We're discovering all the ways we're identical beyond just appearance. We have the same tastes, the same mannerisms, the same reactions to things. We should have grown up sharing these traits, not discovering them at 33. My parents have tried to apologize, saying they made a mistake 33 years ago and never meant to hurt us. I told them that giving away one twin, lying about her death, and maintaining that lie for 33 years isn't a mistake. It's a calculated deception. They say they thought it was best at the time and can't change the past. I said they could have changed it at any point in 33 years by telling the truth, but they chose the lie every single time. Karen has tried to justify taking Melissa by saying she gave her a loving home and treated her as her own. Melissa told her, "You did give me a loving home, but you also took me from my twin and let her think I was dead. Those things can both be true, and one doesn't cancel out the other." My revenge isn't just exposing the lie, though I did that. My revenge is that Melissa and I are building a relationship as twins now, 33 years late, and our family has to watch us discover each other while knowing they stole those 33 years from us. Every time Melissa and I post photos together, dress alike, we've started doing this deliberately, or talk about being twins, it's a reminder to our family that we were twins all along, and they lied about it. The memorial stone in my parents' garden for baby Sarah, who died at birth, is still there. I suggested they remove it since Melissa didn't die. My mother said it represents the daughter we gave up. I said it represents their lie. Karen has lost her relationship with Melissa, who's told her she can't forgive being stolen from her twin and raised under false pretenses. Karen says Melissa is all she has and begs for another chance. Melissa says, "I'm not all you have. You have the guilt of what you did." My parents' relationship with me is destroyed. They expect me to move on now that I have my sister back. I tell them getting Melissa back doesn't erase 33 years of grieving a dead twin who was alive, or 33 years of missing a relationship we should have had. They ask if I'll ever forgive them. I tell them I'm still deciding if they deserve forgiveness for splitting up twins and lying about it for 33 years to avoid the difficulty of raising two babies. Melissa and I are twins, identical in every way, separated by lies, reunited by DNA tests. We're discovering each other and grieving what we lost simultaneously. That's our revenge, living as the twins we always were, making our family face what they did every time they see us together. They gave away one twin and told the other she was dead. Now everyone knows what they did, and Melissa and I are reclaiming the twin relationship they stole from us. We can't get back 33 years, but we have the rest of our lives to be the twins we were meant to be from birth. And our family has to watch it happen, knowing they caused 33 years of unnecessary grief and separation for their own convenience. That's all the revenge we need. My family has been calling 911 on me for 9 years to make police think I'm unstable. Someone almost killed me, and they didn't come. I'm 35 year of F, and 6 days ago I nearly died because police didn't respond to my 911 call. They thought it was another false alarm from the frequent flyer with mental health issues they dealt with dozens of times before. What I just discovered is that for 9 years, my family has been making false 911 calls claiming I'm suicidal, violent, or having psychotic episodes, creating a pattern in the police system that made officers stop taking my calls seriously. When I was actually being attacked by my ex-boyfriend and called for help, dispatch delayed response because they assumed it was another false crisis. I survived only because a neighbor intervened. Now I have phone records proving my family made 47 false emergency calls about me, and I'm using that evidence to destroy them for nearly getting me killed. 9 years ago, police showed up at my apartment responding to a 911 call that I was threatening suicide with a knife and needed immediate intervention. I was confused. I hadn't called 911, I wasn't suicidal, and I didn't own any knives beyond kitchen utensils. The officers were apologetic, but said they had to take the call seriously. They did a wellness check, saw I was fine, and left. 2 months later, it happened again. A call that I was having a violent psychotic episode and destroying my apartment. Police arrived to find me watching TV, apartment intact, no signs of distress. The officers were less patient this time, suggesting I might have mental health issues I wasn't aware of, or that someone close to me was concerned about my behavior. Over 9 years, police or paramedics responded to my address 47 times for suicide attempts. I was allegedly cutting myself, overdosing, about to jump from my balcony. Violent episodes. I was allegedly attacking people, destroying property, threatening neighbors. Psychotic breaks. I was allegedly hearing voices, seeing things, behaving erratically. Medical emergencies. I was allegedly unconscious, having seizures, not breathing. None of it was ever true. Every time, emergency services would arrive to find me perfectly fine, working, watching TV, cooking dinner, sleeping. But the calls kept coming. After the first dozen incidents, police started treating me differently. They'd arrive already skeptical, asking if I was doing this for attention, or if I'd called them myself. Dispatch notes labeled me as a known frequent flyer and possible mental health crisis patient. I tried to figure out who was making these calls. Each time I asked the responding officers, they'd say the calls came from blocked numbers or phone booths, with callers claiming to be concerned neighbors or family members who'd witnessed my crisis. The callers would give detailed, credible-sounding descriptions of my supposed emergencies. Because the calls came from different numbers and locations, and the callers varied their stories, police didn't see a pattern of one person harassing me. They saw a pattern of a woman who kept having crises that somehow resolved before help arrived, which to them suggested mental illness with periods of lucidity or someone seeking attention. I went to therapy to figure out if I was somehow causing this without realizing it. My therapist assured me I showed no signs of the conditions described in these emergency calls. No suicidal ideation, no psychosis, no dissociative episodes. She suggested someone might be making false reports, but I couldn't imagine who would do this or why. The calls were strategically timed to cause maximum damage to my life. They'd come during important work presentations. I'd have to leave to deal with police at my door. They'd come on first dates. Nothing kills romance like paramedics showing up. They'd come during family gatherings with my in-laws. Explaining to your husband's parents why police think you're suicidal is humiliating. My professional reputation suffered. Co-workers knew police kept responding to my address. HR called me in after the 6th incident to ask if I needed support resources for mental health challenges. My marriage suffered. My ex-husband, James, initially supported me, but after years of police showing up at odd hours and me having no explanation for why someone kept calling 911 about me, he started to wonder if maybe I did have issues I wasn't acknowledging. We divorced after 5 years, with the constant emergency responses being a contributing factor. My housing situation suffered. Landlords don't appreciate police showing up at their properties repeatedly. I was evicted twice, with landlords citing excessive emergency services calls as creating liability issues. 6 months ago, I started dating Marcus, 38 male. 3 weeks ago, Marcus revealed he'd been abusive and controlling, monitoring my phone, isolating me from friends, becoming violent when I didn't comply with his demands. When I tried to break up with him, he showed up at my apartment drunk and forced his way in. He started destroying my belongings and threatening me. I called 911, terrified. I told the dispatcher my ex-boyfriend had broken in and was threatening me, that I needed police immediately. The dispatcher's tone changed when she saw my address. She said, "Ma'am, is this another one of your episodes? We've responded to your address 46 times in 9 years." I screamed that this was real, that someone was actually attacking me, but she said they'd send someone when an officer is available. Marcus spent 45 minutes in my apartment destroying furniture, threatening to kill me, and preventing me from leaving. I kept calling 911, begging them to send help. Each time, dispatch treated it as a low priority because of the history of false calls from my address. A neighbor heard the commotion and came over to investigate. When he saw Marcus attacking me, the neighbor physically intervened and called 911 himself. When dispatch heard the call from a different number about violence at my address, they finally sent police immediately. Police arrived to find me injured, my apartment destroyed, and Marcus still present. They arrested Marcus for assault, breaking and entering, and terroristic threats. But their response time had been 47 minutes from my first call, an eternity when someone is being attacked. The responding officer said if dispatch had prioritized my initial call, they would have arrived within 6 to 8 minutes. The 40-minute delay happened because my address was flagged in their system as frequent mental health calls, often unfounded. At the hospital getting treated for injuries, I was furious and traumatized. I'd nearly died because police assumed my emergency was fake based on a pattern of previous calls I'd never made. I demanded police investigate who'd been making those 47 calls over 9 years. I wanted to know who had created a pattern that made dispatch not take my actual emergency seriously. Police reviewed 9 years of 911 records. They found that calls about me had come from various locations and phones, always from anonymous concerned parties. But when they pulled phone records for those numbers, a pattern emerged. Many calls had been made from phones registered to people with my last name, my family. Specifically, my mother, Beverly, 62-year-old female, my father, Richard, 64-year-old male, my sister, Heather, 38-year-old female, and my brother, Todd, 33-year-old male, had collectively made 47 false 911 calls about me over 9 years. The police contacted me with this information. I was stunned. My family had been calling emergency services claiming I was suicidal, violent, or having psychotic episodes, none of which was ever true, creating a pattern that made police stop believing my calls for help. I confronted my family via phone with police present. I told them I had evidence they'd made the 911 calls and demanded to know why. My mother admitted it immediately. She said when I'd gotten divorced from James 9 years ago, they'd been worried about my mental state and had called 911 asking for wellness checks. When those first calls resulted in police finding me fine, they'd realized they could use 911 to keep tabs on me and intervene when they thought I was making bad choices. My father said they'd call 911 claiming I was suicidal or violent whenever they disapproved of my life decisions, dating someone they didn't like, taking a job they thought was wrong, moving to a new apartment they didn't approve of. They'd hoped police involvement would shock me into making better decisions, or at minimum would let us know you were okay when you weren't responding to our calls. My sister admitted she'd made calls specifically to disrupt my work and social life. She'd been jealous of my career success and had enjoyed that the 911 calls caused problems with my employers and relationships. My brother said he'd participated because the rest of the family was doing it, and he'd thought it was no big deal, just wellness checks. None of them understood, or cared, that their 47 false calls over 9 years had created a pattern in the police system that made dispatch delay response when I was actually being attacked. They'd nearly gotten me killed by crying wolf so many times that police assumed my real emergency was fake. I asked if they realized Marcus had attacked me for 45 minutes because police didn't prioritize my call due to the pattern they'd created. My mother said that was unfortunate, but wasn't their fault. They hadn't known Marcus would attack me. I told them they'd be hearing from police and my lawyer. They didn't seem concerned until police arrested them the next day. My family was charged with 47 counts of filing false emergency reports, conspiracy to file false reports, reckless endangerment for creating a pattern that delayed response to a genuine emergency. Their defense was that they'd been concerned family members making wellness check requests because they'd genuinely worried about my mental health. But the police investigation showed their calls had escalated from vague wellness concerns to specific false claims, suicide attempts, violent episodes, medical emergencies, designed to trigger immediate emergency response. Text messages between family members showed coordination. "I'll call 911 about her next week when she has that work dinner." And, "Make sure you say she's threatening suicide so they take it seriously." The prosecution's case was strengthened by expert testimony about the impact of false emergency calls on both emergency response systems and on victims. A 911 dispatcher testified that my address had been flagged as frequent flyer due to the history of calls that resulted in no actual emergency, which is why my call during the Marcus attack was deprioritized. An expert in emergency services explained that false calls create alarm fatigue. When the same address generates multiple unfounded emergency calls, dispatchers and officers become skeptical of future calls, potentially delaying response to genuine emergencies. This is exactly what happened to me. My testimony about the Marcus attack was crucial. I described calling 911 while being attacked, begging for help, and being told police would come when available, because dispatch didn't believe my emergency was real. I explained that 45 minutes of being attacked could have resulted in my death, and the delay was directly caused by the pattern of false calls my family had created. All 4 family members were convicted. My mother and father each received 18 months in prison. My sister received 2 years due to evidence she'd made calls specifically to harm my professional and social life. My brother received probation as a lesser participant. The court also ordered them to pay restitution for emergency services costs over 9 years, the expense of 47 police and paramedic responses to false calls. I filed civil lawsuits for intentional infliction of emotional distress, interference with emergency services leading to endangerment, defamation, The false claims of mental illness damaged my reputation. Harassment. The civil cases resulted in significant damages. My family's actions had cost me jobs, housing, relationships, and nearly my life. The court recognized the severity of weaponizing emergency services against someone. But beyond legal consequences, I've been working to repair the damage they caused to my reputation and relationships with emergency services. I met with police leadership and explained the full situation. They've flagged my file to indicate that previous calls were false reports by family members, not genuine mental health crises. The police department also changed their protocols based on my case. They now investigate patterns of repeated, unfounded calls to determine if someone is being targeted with false reports before labeling an address as frequent flyer. My former employers, landlords, and acquaintances who'd known about the police responses learned the truth. That I'd never been suicidal or violent. That I'd been the victim of sustained harassment by family members using 911 as a weapon. Several people apologized for assumptions they'd made. Marcus was convicted of assault and domestic violence and is serving prison time. The fact that police delayed response due to false reports was noted in his sentencing. His attack was more severe and prolonged than it would have been if police had responded immediately to my first call. I've been in intensive therapy processing the trauma of 9 years of random emergency services showing up at my door, being labeled as mentally unstable by police, employers, and community, nearly being killed because no one believed my emergency was real, discovering my own family had orchestrated all of it. My therapist says what my family did was a severe form of gaslighting and sabotage. They made me look unstable to others while I questioned why this kept happening, all while knowing they were causing it. My revenge isn't just the criminal convictions or civil damages, though those matter. My revenge is rebuilding my life with a clean slate now that everyone knows the truth. Every interaction with police, every emergency service call, every moment where I'm taken seriously instead of dismissed as that frequent flyer. It's all proof that I was never the problem. My family wanted to control me, punish me for life choices they didn't approve of, and keep me dependent on them by making me seem too unstable to manage my own life. Instead, they're in prison or on probation while I'm finally free from their manipulation. I'm in a new relationship with someone who knows the whole story and supports me. I have a stable job where colleagues know the police calls were harassment, not evidence of mental illness. I have housing where landlords don't fear emergency services showing up. Every normal day I live, where police don't show up for a fake emergency, where people don't question my mental health, where I'm believed when I ask for help, is revenge against the family that spent 9 years trying to make me look unstable. They cried wolf 47 times, nearly getting me killed when I actually needed help. Now, they're facing the consequences while I'm rebuilding the life and reputation they tried to destroy. For 9 years, they made me seem crazy to emergency services, employers, and my community. Now everyone knows the truth. They were the ones engaging in crazy criminal behavior. That's all the revenge I need. They wanted me to look unstable and unbelievable. Instead, I'm credible, strong, and finally free, while they're the ones who destroyed their own reputations and freedom with 47 false emergency calls. Every time I call 911 now and am taken seriously, every time police treat me with respect instead of skepticism, every time I'm believed instead of dismissed, it's proof that their 9-year campaign failed. They tried to make me the family member everyone worried about. Now they're the family members in prison that everyone's ashamed of. My family has been catfishing my romantic partners for 12 years. I found their burner phones. I'm 31-year-old male, and yesterday I discovered why every serious relationship I've had for the past 12 years has ended in exactly the same way. My partners suddenly becoming convinced I'm cheating on them and leaving abruptly despite my innocence. My family has been creating fake online personas, catfishing my girlfriends, manufacturing evidence of infidelity, and systematically destroying every romantic relationship I've built. I found their collection of burner phones, fake social media accounts, and detailed logs of which fake mistress they used to destroy which relationship. Now I have proof of 12 years of coordinated sabotage, and I'm using it to destroy the family that spent over a decade ensuring I'd stay single. Since I was 19, every romantic relationship I've had has ended the same way. My girlfriend would become distant, then confront me with evidence I was cheating. Screenshots of flirty messages supposedly from me, photos of me with other women, sometimes even fake dating profiles in my name. When I'd deny it and try to prove my innocence, they wouldn't believe me. The evidence was too convincing. They'd break up with me, often blocking me completely. It happened with Sarah when I was 19. She showed me screenshots of Instagram DMs where I was flirting with someone named Jessica. I'd never sent those messages, didn't have Instagram at the time, but the account had my photos. Sarah thought I was lying and left. With Rachel at 22, she received anonymous messages with photos of me having coffee with another woman. I'd been at work during those timestamps, but I couldn't prove it definitively. Rachel left. With Amanda at 24, someone created a dating profile using my photos and information, then matched with Amanda's friend. When the friend showed Amanda, she dumped me immediately. With Melissa at 26, she received texts from a burner number claiming to be my other girlfriend, with intimate details about my life that only someone close to me would know. Melissa believed it and left. With Jennifer at 28, fake Facebook messages, again with accurate personal details, convinced her I was seeing someone else. With Claire at 30, an elaborate scheme where someone sent her emails pretending to be a woman I was allegedly dating, including fabricated couple photos that were clearly photoshopped, but convincing enough to destroy Claire's trust. Every relationship, same pattern. Evidence of cheating appears, girlfriend confronts me, I deny it truthfully, evidence seems irrefutable, girlfriend leaves. I'd be devastated each time, confused about how this kept happening. I saw therapists about why I kept attracting partners who didn't trust me. I wondered if I was unconsciously choosing jealous people. I questioned whether I was somehow causing this pattern, but I could never figure out what I was doing wrong. My family was always supportive during breakups. My mother, Patricia, 57-year-old female, would comfort me saying, "She wasn't right for you anyway." My father, Donald, 59-year-old female, would say, "You deserve someone who trusts you." My sister, Nicole, 28-year-old female, would tell me, "You're better off alone than with someone who believes rumors." They'd encourage me to take time before dating again and focus on family. They seemed genuinely sympathetic to my relationship struggles. What I didn't know was that they were causing those struggles. Last week, I was at my parents' house for dinner when my mother's phone rang. She stepped away to answer it, leaving her purse on the couch. The purse tipped over, spilling contents including a phone I'd never seen before, a cheap burner phone. Curious, I picked it up. It was unlocked. I saw text messages to a number saved as The Girl, my current girlfriend Emma. The messages were from someone claiming to be Sophia, a woman I was allegedly dating. The texts included details about my schedule, my habits, things only someone who knew me well would know. Sophia was telling Emma that she and I had been together for months, that I was lying to Emma, that she had proof. I felt sick. Someone was catfishing Emma, trying to break us up, and they were using my mother's burner phone. I kept scrolling, found earlier messages to other numbers, previous girlfriends. Messages from fake personas with names I recognized from past breakups. Jessica, who'd supposedly DM'd Sarah, the other girlfriend who'd texted Melissa. All from this phone. All sent by someone in my family. I took photos of everything, put the phone back, and left dinner early claiming I felt sick. I did feel sick. Sick realizing my family had been sabotaging my relationships. At home, I started investigating. I contacted ex-girlfriends I was still on speaking terms with and asked if they still had the evidence they'd received about my supposed cheating. Several did. I analyzed the evidence with fresh eyes, now suspecting family involvement. The Instagram account that had messaged Sarah used photos from my mother's Facebook. The woman in the coffee shop photos with me was actually my sister Nicole, with her face partially obscured. The couple photos sent to Claire were photoshopped using family photos. Every piece of evidence of my infidelity over 12 years had originated from my own family. I confronted my parents with the burner phone and the pattern I'd discovered. I showed them the messages to Emma, the old messages to previous girlfriends, and the analysis showing family photos being used to create fake evidence. My mother tried to deny it, saying the phone must have been left at her house by someone. I pointed out the messages went back years and referenced specific details about my relationships that only family would know. My father admitted it immediately. He said they'd been protecting me from women who weren't good enough. When I'd start dating someone seriously, they'd create fake evidence of infidelity to make the girlfriend leave before the relationship got too serious. I asked why. My father said they'd researched all my girlfriends and found them unsuitable for various reasons: wrong family background, wrong career ambitions, wrong values. Rather than trust me to make my own decisions, they'd decided to sabotage the relationships. My mother added that they'd been saving me from divorce by ensuring I didn't marry the wrong person. She actually said destroying 12 years of relationships was helping me avoid bigger heartbreak later. Nicole admitted she'd helped with some of the schemes. She'd been the woman in those coffee shop photos. She'd helped catfish some girlfriends by pretending to be other women interested in me. And she'd provided personal details to make the fake personas more believable. I asked about Emma, my current girlfriend. My mother said Emma was the worst one yet. She came from a working-class family. My parents are upper-middle-class snobs, didn't have a college degree, she's a successful small business owner, and wouldn't fit with our family. So they'd started the Sophia catfishing campaign to break us up before I could propose. My mother actually said, "We noticed you'd bought a ring and had to intervene before you made a terrible mistake." They'd been monitoring my life closely enough to know I was planning to propose, and they'd decided to destroy my relationship to prevent it. I asked how they justified 12 years of sabotaging my happiness. My father said every woman I dated had red flags they'd noticed. My mother said she'd rather I be alone than with the wrong person. Nicole said she'd been protecting her brother. None of them saw themselves as villains. They genuinely believed they'd been helping me by systematically destroying every romantic relationship I'd built for over a decade. I told them I had evidence of everything: burner phones, fake accounts, messages to my ex-girlfriends, and I was going to the police. I was also telling Emma the truth about why she'd been receiving messages from fake personas. My mother begged me not to destroy the family over this, and said they'd only done it because they loved me and wanted the best. I told her that destroying someone's relationships for 12 years while making them think they were the problem isn't love. It's psychological abuse and harassment. I gathered all the evidence I could find: the burner phone, screenshots of the fake accounts, messages to ex-girlfriends, the analysis showing how family photos were used. Then I went to the police. The police were initially unsure how to classify this. It wasn't technically illegal to create fake online personas. But when I showed them the harassment of multiple women over 12 years, the cyberstalking, the identity theft, using my photos and information without permission, and the pattern of systematic interference with my relationships, they agreed to investigate. I also contacted a lawyer specializing in harassment and civil rights. The lawyer said I had strong civil cases for intentional infliction of emotional distress, interference with prospective relationships, and possibly defamation, since they'd spread false information about me to multiple women. The hardest part was telling Emma. I showed her the burner phone with the Sophia messages. I explained that Sophia wasn't real. It was my family trying to break us up because they didn't think she was good enough for me. Emma was devastated. She'd been struggling with jealousy and trust issues because of Sophia's messages, questioning whether to stay with me. Learning that my own family had been deliberately trying to destroy our relationship was traumatic. But Emma believed me. She'd met my family and sensed they didn't approve of her. Learning they'd been actively sabotaging our relationship confirmed her suspicions. She said she wanted to stay together and prove them wrong, but she needed time to process the betrayal and manipulation. I contacted every ex-girlfriend I could reach and told them the truth. I sent them evidence that the cheating that had ended our relationships was fabricated by my family. I apologized for not figuring it out sooner and for the pain they'd experienced. The responses varied. Some women were angry that I'd let it happen, even though I hadn't known. Others were sympathetic and horrified by what my family had done. A few were willing to provide statements for legal proceedings. Several said learning the truth helped them process relationships they'd never understood why they'd ended. The investigation revealed even more than I'd initially known. Police obtained warrants for my family's devices and found 5 burner phones with different fake personas used to catfish my girlfriends. Dozens of fake social media accounts created to send messages appearing to be from me or from women I was allegedly dating. Photo editing software and files showing how they'd created fake couple photos. A shared cloud folder where my parents and sister had coordinated their schemes with notes like, "Sarah breakup successful," and "Working on Rachel, using jealousy angle." Evidence they'd been tracking my location to know when to send fake messages for maximum impact. They'd been running sophisticated, coordinated catfishing and harassment campaigns for 12 years. They'd spent hundreds of hours creating fake evidence, manipulating my girlfriends, and destroying my relationships. The prosecutor charged them with multiple counts of harassment, cyberstalking, identity theft, and conspiracy. My sister received lesser charges as an accomplice, but my parents faced serious criminal penalties. Their defense was that they'd been protecting their son from unsuitable partners, and that their actions were well-intentioned parental guidance. The prosecutor pointed out that creating fake evidence of infidelity to manipulate multiple women into leaving relationships isn't guidance. It's systematic harassment and abuse. The trial became public when local media covered it. Parents catfished son's girlfriends for 12 years to control his love life. People were horrified. My parents' friends and colleagues were shocked. Many said my parents had always seemed like caring parents who were just concerned about their son's welfare. Learning they'd been running decade-long catfishing schemes to destroy my relationships revealed a controlling and manipulative side nobody had seen. Extended family was divided. Some relatives thought my parents had gone too far, but had meant well. Others were appalled by the systematic deception and manipulation of both me and my girlfriends. My parents were convicted on multiple counts. They each received 2 to 3 years in prison for the harassment and cyberstalking charges, plus probation. The court also ordered them to stay away from me and my romantic partners. Nicole received probation and community service for her role as an accomplice. The civil lawsuit resulted in significant damages, both for me, intentional infliction of emotional distress, interference with relationships, and for several ex-girlfriends who joined the suit, harassment, emotional distress. But beyond the legal consequences, I've been rebuilding my life and understanding how much my family's actions affected me. For 12 years, I thought I had a problem maintaining relationships. I believed women kept leaving me because something was wrong with me, or because I attracted untrustworthy partners. In reality, I'd been in relationships with women who would have trusted me, if not for manufactured evidence of infidelity. My family had systematically destroyed potentially good relationships before they could develop into something lasting. Emma and I are still together, She's been incredibly understanding, and we're in couples therapy to work through the trust issues my family created. She says knowing that the other woman was fake helps her understand that her jealousy was being deliberately manufactured, not a reflection of our actual relationship. I've apologized to ex-girlfriends where appropriate. Several have said that learning the truth, that I hadn't actually cheated and that they'd been manipulated, helped them gain closure on relationships they'd never understood. Sarah said she'd spent years blaming herself for being too paranoid and not trusting me enough. Learning that the Instagram messages were fake and sent by my own family helped her realize she'd been a victim of manipulation, not a paranoid girlfriend. Rachel said she'd always felt the coffee shop photos seemed off, but had convinced herself she was making excuses for a cheater. Learning the woman in the photos was my sister explained her instinct that something wasn't right. Amanda said she'd warned other women about me, telling them I'd had a secret dating profile. She's now helping me contact those women to explain the truth and clear my reputation. My reputation in my social circles and professional life had been damaged by years of relationship drama and women warning others about me. Now that the truth is out, that my family had been manufacturing evidence of infidelity, people understand why my relationships always ended in the same dramatic way. My revenge isn't just the criminal convictions or the civil damages, though those matter. My revenge is building the healthy relationship my family tried to prevent for 12 years. Emma and I just got engaged. The ring my mother discovered and tried to sabotage is now on Emma's finger. We're planning a wedding that my parents won't attend because they're in prison for trying to prevent this exact outcome. Every day I'm in a happy, trusting relationship is revenge against the family that spent 12 years making me believe I was incapable of maintaining one. They catfished my girlfriends to make them think I was cheating. They created fake evidence to destroy my relationships. They manipulated me into thinking I had a problem with commitment and trust. Now everyone knows what they did. They're facing criminal consequences and civil liability. I'm engaged to the woman they tried to drive away. And I'm finally understanding that I never had a problem with relationships. My family was the problem. For 12 years, I blamed myself for failed relationships. I thought I was choosing wrong partners or unconsciously sabotaging things. I spent thousands on therapy trying to fix problems I didn't have. The problem was my family systematically destroying every relationship before it could succeed. Now they're in prison for their campaign of harassment and manipulation, and I'm finally free to build the life they tried to prevent me from having. That's all the revenge I need. They used burner phones and fake personas to sabotage 12 years of relationships. I'm using the evidence of what they did to build the relationship they tried to destroy and the life they tried to control. Every happy moment with Emma, every milestone in our relationship, every step toward marriage is proof that they failed. They wanted me single and dependent on family. I'm engaged to an amazing woman and building a family of my own. That's the ultimate revenge. Succeeding in love after 12 years of my own family trying to ensure I'd fail. My family has been drugging me for 8 years to keep me from leaving. I found the pill bottles. I'm 28 years ago, and 5 days ago I discovered why I've had unexplained episodes of extreme fatigue for the past 8 years. My family has been secretly drugging my food and drinks with sedatives to make me sleep through important life events and opportunities that would have allowed me to move away and become independent. I found their stash of prescription medications, text messages coordinating when to dose me, and even videos they took of themselves putting pills in my food. Now I have evidence of years of systematic drugging, and I'm using it to destroy the family that chemically imprisoned me. For 8 years, I've experienced mysterious episodes where I'd become overwhelmingly tired and sleep for 12 to 18 hours, often at critical moments. I'd fall asleep before important job interviews and miss them entirely. I'd become exhausted on first dates and have to leave early, ruining potential relationships. I'd sleep through apartment viewings, important exams, social events, and opportunities that could have changed my life. My family was always sympathetic. My mother, Janet, 54 female, would find me passed out and put me to bed, saying I must be fighting something off. My father, Richard, 56-year-old male, would suggest I was working too hard and needed rest. My younger sister, Megan, 25-year-old female, would tell people I had chronic fatigue issues and needed to take it easy. I saw multiple doctors over the years. They ran tests for chronic fatigue syndrome, thyroid problems, sleep disorders, anemia. Everything came back normal. One doctor suggested I might have narcolepsy, but sleep studies were inconclusive. Another thought it might be psychological and referred me to therapy. The episodes only happened when I was around my family. When I traveled for work or stayed with friends, I felt fine. But whenever I came home or my family visited me, within hours I'd be overwhelmingly tired.
I noticed the pattern but dismissed it as coincidence.
Maybe I was just more relaxed around family, and that's when exhaustion caught up with me. My family encouraged this interpretation, saying I pushed myself too hard when alone and finally rested when in a safe environment. The episodes ruined my life in ways I'm only now understanding. 8 years ago, I had a job interview for a dream position in another state. The night before, my family insisted on taking me out for a good luck dinner. I remember feeling fine at the restaurant, then suddenly becoming exhausted. I made it home and immediately fell asleep. I slept for 16 hours and missed the interview entirely. 6 years ago, I met someone I really connected with on a dating app. Our first date was going well until I suddenly felt exhausted halfway through dinner. I apologized and left early. He never responded to my follow-up texts. Looking back now, my mother had surprised me with coffee right before the date. 4 years ago, I was accepted to a graduate program in another city. I was supposed to attend an orientation weekend to finalize enrollment. The morning I was supposed to drive there, I woke up after sleeping 18 hours and missed the entire weekend. I lost my spot in the program. There were dozens of these incidents. Every time an opportunity arose that would take me away from my hometown, a job, a relationship, educational opportunity, apartment viewing, I'd have an episode and miss it. My family was always there to comfort me afterward. They'd say things like, "Maybe it's not meant to be," or "You're needed here at home," or "Why do you keep trying to leave when you clearly have health issues that require family support?" I started to believe them. Maybe I was too sick to live independently. Maybe I was supposed to stay in my hometown where my family could take care of me. I took a local job below my qualifications, lived with my parents to save money while managing my health, and gave up on relationships because it's not fair to date someone when I'm so unreliable. Last week I came home early from work and went to get something from my mother's bathroom cabinet. Behind her toiletries, I found a bottle of prescription sedatives, not in her name, but in my grandmother's name who died 3 years ago. Then another bottle, also in my deceased grandmother's name, and another from my deceased grandfather. I found 6 bottles of powerful sedatives prescribed to dead relatives hidden in my mother's bathroom. I took photos and put them back. Then I started searching the house when my parents were out. In my father's office, tucked in a file labeled Household, I found receipts for online pharmacy orders, more sedatives, purchased using my grandparents' old prescription information. Then I found my mother's iPad, left unlocked. I searched for messages with my father and sister. What I found destroyed me. A family group chat going back 8 years called Home Sweet Home, where my parents and sister coordinated when and how to drug me. Messages like, "She has that interview tomorrow morning. I'll put it in her dinner tonight. Date at 7 p.m. I'm bringing her coffee at 6. Should kick in during dinner. Apartment viewing Saturday at 10 a.m. Friday night dose in her bedtime tea should do it." 8 years of messages showing premeditated, coordinated drugging. They'd even recorded which foods and drinks worked best to mask the taste. They documented dosages and timing to ensure I'd be incapacitated exactly when needed. I sat on my parents' couch, reading years of messages about drugging me, and I couldn't process it. My family, the people I'd trusted to help me with my mysterious health condition, had been causing that condition deliberately to keep me trapped. I kept reading. The messages showed their motivation. They didn't want me to leave. My mother had written, "If she gets that job in Seattle, we'll never see her. Better she stays here where we can watch out for her." My father had replied, "Agreed. She's too naive for the big city anyway. This is for her own good." My sister had added, "Plus, if she's gone, who's going to help with family stuff? We need her here." They'd convinced themselves they were protecting me and keeping the family together by chemically sabotaging my independence. I found videos on my mother's iPad, footage of them putting crushed pills in my food and drinks while I was in another room or distracted. They documented their crime, probably thinking they'd never be caught. One video showed my mother grinding pills and stirring them into a mug of hot chocolate. The timestamp was from 4 years ago, the night before my graduate program orientation. I could hear my father's voice in the background. "Make sure it's enough to keep her out all day tomorrow." I had proof. Hundreds of text messages, pharmacy receipts, stolen prescriptions, and video evidence of them drugging me. I didn't confront them immediately. Instead, I went to my doctor and asked for comprehensive toxicology screening, saying I suspected I might have been exposed to medications. The doctor was concerned and ordered extensive testing. The results came back showing metabolites consistent with long-term exposure to benzodiazepines, the same class of sedatives in the bottles I'd found. My doctor was alarmed and asked if I had access to these medications, or if someone else might have given them to me. I told her I'd found evidence my family had been drugging me for years. She immediately reported it to authorities as suspected abuse and assault. With the toxicology results, I went to the police. I showed them the bottles of sedatives prescribed to deceased people, pharmacy receipts showing ongoing purchases, 8 years of text messages coordinating when to drug me, videos of my family putting pills in my food, my toxicology results showing the drugs in my system, a timeline of fatigue episodes that correlated with important opportunities I'd missed. The police were horrified. They said this was one of the clearest cases of assault, battery, and unlawful restraint they'd seen. They obtained warrants and raided my parents' house. They found even more evidence: a journal my mother kept documenting which dosages worked best, what times to administer medication to ensure I'd sleep through specific events, and notes about successful interventions, their term for times they drugged me and made me miss opportunities. My parents and sister were arrested. They tried to claim they'd been helping me with anxiety, and I'd consented. But the videos showing them secretly putting pills in my food while I was unaware contradicted that. The text messages about timing doses to make me miss job interviews and dates showed intent. The prosecutor charged them with assault, battery, administering noxious substances, unlawful restraint, and fraud for illegally obtaining prescriptions. They faced serious prison time. My family's defense was that they'd only wanted to protect me and keep the family together. The prosecutor pointed out that drugging someone without their knowledge for 8 years to prevent them from leaving town isn't protection. It's imprisonment and assault. During the investigation, I worked with my doctor to safely stop the chronic low-level exposure to sedatives. She explained that the irregular drugging over years had probably caused some of my genuine fatigue. My body had been dealing with unpredictable sedative exposure for nearly a decade. As my system cleared, I felt more energetic and clear-headed than I had in years. The chronic fatigue I'd been diagnosed with disappeared when I was no longer being secretly drugged. I also started reconstructing the opportunities I'd lost. I contacted the company that had interviewed me 8 years ago. They'd filled that position, but they had a current opening they'd consider me for. I reached out to the graduate program and explained what had happened with documentation from police reports. They were appalled and offered me admission to their current cohort. The person I'd had a promising first date with 6 years ago had moved on, obviously. But knowing I hadn't ruined it by being weird and exhausted, I'd been drugged, helped me process it differently. The criminal trial became public when local media picked up the story. Parents drugged daughter for 8 years to prevent her from leaving town. People were horrified. My parents tried to claim they'd acted out of love and concern, but the evidence, particularly the texts saying, "She's too naive for the big city," and "We need her here to help with family stuff," showed their real motivations were control and convenience. The videos of them secretly drugging my food were shown in court. Watching my mother crush pills and stir them into my coffee while I sat in the next room, unaware I was being poisoned, was devastating. The jury could see it wasn't helping with anxiety. It was calculated chemical assault. My sister tried to claim she'd been following our parents' lead and hadn't realized it was wrong. But her messages showed her actively participating. "I'll make sure she drinks all the smoothie I'm bringing over before the apartment viewing." All 3 were convicted. My parents each received 6 to 8 years in prison for the assault, battery, and unlawful restraint charges. The fraud charges for illegally obtaining prescriptions added additional time. My sister received 3 to 4 years as an accomplice. The civil lawsuit is ongoing. I'm suing for damages including lost career opportunities, lost educational opportunities, medical expenses for treating the effects of years of unauthorized drugging, and emotional distress. My lawyer estimates damages in the millions when accounting for 8 years of sabotaged career trajectory. But beyond legal consequences, I've been reclaiming my life. I accepted the graduate program admission and moved to a new city, something I should have done 8 years ago. I'm pursuing the career I was sabotaged from having. I'm dating without suddenly falling asleep mid-conversation because someone drugged my coffee. Every normal day I have, waking up naturally, staying alert, meeting commitments, building relationships, is revenge against the family that chemically imprisoned me for 8 years. Extended family members who'd been told I had chronic health problems are horrified to learn those problems were caused by my immediate family drugging me. My aunt said she'd sometimes thought it was strange that I only had episodes around my parents, but she'd never imagined they were causing it deliberately. Friends who'd watched me struggle with mysterious fatigue for years have been supportive and angry on my behalf. Several said they'd noticed I seemed healthier when away from my family, but had attributed it to stress reduction, not realizing my family was literally poisoning me. The most profound change is psychological. For 8 years, I believed I had a mysterious health condition that made me unreliable and limited my options. I structured my life around managing this condition, staying close to family who could help, avoiding ambitious plans that might trigger episodes, accepting that I was too sick for independence. Learning it was all manufactured, that I was never sick, just being systematically drugged, has been both liberating and enraging. I lost 8 years of my life to a lie my family created and maintained through chemical assault. My therapist, a new one, not anyone my family knew about, says what they did was a form of chemical control and psychological abuse. They didn't just drug me, they made me believe I was inherently sick and incapable, then positioned themselves as my necessary caregivers. My parents keep trying to send letters from prison saying they're sorry it came to this, and they'd only wanted to keep the family together. I don't respond. You don't accidentally drug someone for 8 years. You don't want to keep the family together by chemically preventing a family member from having independence. They wanted me trapped. They wanted me dependent. They wanted me to believe I was too sick to live without them. So they made me sick, artificially, deliberately, criminally. Now they're in prison. I'm thriving in the life they tried to prevent me from having, and everyone knows what they did. My revenge isn't just the criminal convictions or the lawsuit, though those matter. My revenge is succeeding in everything they drugged me to prevent. They drugged me to make me miss a job interview 8 years ago. I just accepted a position at a top company in my field. They drugged me to sabotage relationships. I'm dating someone who's amazed by my energy and reliability because I'm not being sedated. They drugged me to prevent me from going to graduate school. I'm enrolled and thriving. Every achievement, every normal day, every moment of independence is proof that they failed. They imprisoned me chemically for 8 years, but they couldn't keep me forever. I was never sick. I was drugged. And now that I'm free from their chemical control, I'm becoming everything they tried to prevent me from being. That's all the revenge I need. The family that drugged me for 8 years is in prison, and I'm finally living the life I should have had all along.
My family convinced me I killed someone in a DUI 11 years ago.
The victim never existed. I'm 30 ml, and yesterday I discovered I didn't kill anyone in a drunk driving accident 11 years ago. My family fabricated the entire incident, complete with fake police reports, fabricated news articles, and staged evidence of a fatal hit and run they convinced me I committed while blackout drunk. They've held this manufactured guilt over me for 11 years to control every aspect of my life, preventing me from pursuing careers that required background checks, keeping me isolated and dependent, and extracting thousands of hours of penance work at the family business. I only learned the truth when I finally tried to turn myself into police, and they had no record of any accident matching what my family described. Now I have proof of 11 years of psychological torture, and I'm using it to destroy the family that imprisoned me with guilt for a crime that never happened. 11 years ago, I was 19 and went to a party. I drank too much, something I'm not proud of but was common for college freshmen. I remember feeling drunk, remember leaving the party, remember getting into my car. Then I remember waking up the next morning in my childhood bedroom with the worst hangover of my life. My parents were in my room when I woke up. My father, Robert, now 62-year-old male, looked devastated. My mother, Susan, now 60-year-old female, was crying. They told me there had been an accident the night before. According to them, I'd driven home drunk and hit a pedestrian, a woman crossing the street near our neighborhood. She died at the scene. I'd driven away without stopping, either not realizing what I'd done or too drunk to process it. They'd found me passed out in my car in our driveway, the front end damaged, and put me to bed. They showed me the car. There was significant front end damage. They showed me a news article on their phone about a fatal hit and run in our area. They showed me what appeared to be a police report about an ongoing investigation into the incident. I was horrified and disbelieving. I didn't remember hitting anyone. I didn't remember the drive home at all. Everything after leaving the party was a complete blank. But I'd been blackout drunk before, and I knew memory gaps were real. My parents said they'd covered for me. They'd cleaned blood off the car, disposed of my clothes that apparently had been stained, and moved the car out of the driveway before police could potentially connect it to the accident scene. They'd done this, they said, to protect me from going to prison for vehicular manslaughter. But now, I owed them. I owed them my freedom, my future, my life, and they'd make sure I understood that debt. For 11 years, I lived with the crushing guilt that I'd killed someone while driving drunk. I believed I'd taken a life, destroyed a family, and escaped justice only because my parents had covered for me. This belief shaped every aspect of my existence. I couldn't pursue careers that required background checks. My parents said any investigation might uncover what I'd done. I couldn't apply to graduate school because applications asked about criminal history, and I was terrified of lying. I couldn't maintain relationships because I felt I didn't deserve happiness after killing someone. My parents used this guilt to control me completely. They'd say things like, "After everything we've done for you," and "You owe us your life," and "If it wasn't for us, you'd be in prison right now." They'd remind me that they'd sacrificed their own moral values to protect me, and that I needed to repay that sacrifice. The repayment took many forms. I worked at the family's landscaping business for 11 years, 60, 80-hour weeks, no salary, just room and board at my parents' house. They said I couldn't work anywhere else because jobs requiring tax records or official employment might trigger investigations. I accepted this because I believed I was a fugitive killer who'd only avoided arrest because of my parents' cover-up. I also had to perform other services. My parents would call me at any hour to do errands, repairs, or tasks for them. They'd say things like, "Considering we kept you out of prison, this is the least you can do." I'd drop everything to help them because I believed I owed them everything. My siblings, my older brother James, now 35 male, and younger sister Kate, now 27 male, reinforced this control. James would remind me I was lucky to be free when I complained about working conditions. Kate would say I should be grateful for what our parents had done for me. Socially, I was isolated. I avoided making friends because I felt unworthy. I dated occasionally but would sabotage relationships when they got serious because I believed I didn't deserve love after killing someone. I lived in constant fear that somehow the truth would come out and I'd be arrested. I also struggled with substance abuse and depression. The guilt of believing I'd killed someone while drunk led me to periods of heavy drinking. Ironic, I know, followed by periods of complete sobriety and self-punishment. I was in therapy on and off, but I could never tell therapists the real source of my guilt because I believed I was confessing to a crime. For 11 years, this pattern continued. Then, last month, something changed. My father had a health scare, a minor heart attack. While he was recovering, he became emotional and told me he was proud of how I'd handled everything, and that he and my mother had done the right thing by protecting me 11 years ago. Something in his tone bothered me. He sounded too comfortable, too casual about having covered up a fatal hit and run. I started thinking about details I'd never questioned before. I'd never seen the full police report, just a blurry photo on my father's phone. I'd never seen the actual news article, just a screenshot. I'd never known the victim's name. My parents said they were protecting me from details that would make the guilt worse. I'd never been contacted by police, never been questioned, never heard about the investigation progressing. For 11 years, I'd just accepted what my family told me. I'd been so traumatized by the idea that I'd killed someone while blackout drunk that I'd never questioned whether it had actually happened. I decided to find out the truth. I went to the police station in the jurisdiction where the accident had allegedly occurred. I told the officer at the desk that I needed to turn myself in for a hit-and-run fatality from 11 years ago. The officer looked confused. He asked for details: date, location, victim information. I gave him what I knew: the approximate date, the night of the party, the general area, near my parents' neighborhood, and that the victim was a woman who'd been killed. The officer searched their records. He couldn't find any fatal hit-and-run matching that description on that date or in the weeks around it. He expanded the search to a 6-month window. Nothing. I showed him the screenshot of the news article my parents had shown me years ago. I'd saved it on an old phone. The officer examined it and said, "This isn't from any legitimate news source. The formatting is wrong, the URL doesn't exist, and we have no record of this incident." He called over a detective. Together, they searched comprehensively. All traffic fatalities in the area for the entire year around the date I'd given. There was no woman killed in a hit-and-run matching anything close to what my family had described. The detective said gently, "I think someone has been lying to you. This accident never happened." I sat in the police station trying to process this. For 11 years, I'd believed I was a killer. I'd worked for free for my family in repayment for their cover-up. I'd isolated myself, sabotaged relationships, struggled with guilt and depression, all based on an accident that had never happened. I asked the police to investigate. I showed them the photos my parents had shown me of the damaged car. The detective said front-end damage like that could be caused by many things, and didn't prove I'd hit a person. I showed them the blurry police report photo. The detective said it was clearly fabricated. Wrong formatting, wrong case number structure, fake officer names. Police obtained warrants and searched my parents' home and devices. What they found was worse than I'd imagined. They found the original news article about the hit and run, created in a document editing program on my father's computer, complete with revision history showing him crafting it the morning after the party. They found staged photos of the car's front-end damage my father had caused himself by backing into a pole in their yard, documented in time-stamped photos showing him deliberately damaging the vehicle. They found emails between my parents and siblings discussing the plan to convince me I'd killed someone. The emails showed they'd carefully planned this fraud. My father had deliberately damaged the car while I was passed out drunk to create evidence. My mother had created the fake news article and police report using templates she'd found online. James had helped stage the scene, taking photos of the damage from angles that looked incriminating. Kate had helped by acting devastated when I woke up, selling the story that something terrible had happened. The motive was clear in the emails. They'd wanted to keep me working at the family business for free and maintain control over my life. My father had written, "If he thinks he's a killer who we saved from prison, he'll never leave. We'll have permanent free labor and he'll never question us." My mother had replied, "He was drunk enough that night he'll never be sure what happened."
Perfect opportunity. They deliberately waited until I was blackout drunk to execute this plan, knowing I wouldn't be able to definitively deny their story when I had no memory of the evening. The police arrested my parents, brother, and sister and charged them with fraud, extortion, using false accusations to extract labor and control, conspiracy, filing false police reports, the fake report they'd created, unlawful imprisonment, psychological imprisonment through false guilt. The evidence was overwhelming. The fabricated documents on my father's computer, the emails planning the scheme, my siblings' participation in staging the scene, and the complete absence of any real accident or investigation. At trial, my family's defense was that they'd wanted to teach me a lesson about drunk driving, and that the plan had gotten out of hand. They claimed they'd intended to tell me the truth after a few months but had never found the right time, and it had continued for 11 years. The prosecutor destroyed this argument. The emails showed they'd planned from the beginning to maintain the deception permanently to secure free labor. The emails also showed them discussing how to reinforce my guilt whenever I seemed like I might question the story or try to leave. My testimony was crucial. I described 11 years of believing I'd killed someone, working 60 to 80-hour weeks with no pay in repayment, isolating myself because I felt unworthy of relationships, struggling with depression and substance abuse from the guilt, and living in constant fear of being discovered. Mental health experts testified about the psychological impact of making someone believe they'd killed someone. One psychologist said this was one of the most severe forms of psychological abuse she'd encountered, deliberately inducing false guilt for an act that never occurred, then exploiting that guilt for 11 years. All 4 family members were convicted. My father received 8 years in prison as the primary architect of the scheme. My mother received 7 years for creating the fake documents and maintaining the fraud. James received 5 years for his active participation. Kate received 3 years as the least involved participant. They were also ordered to pay me restitution for 11 years of unpaid labor at the family business. The court calculated the value of 60 to 80-hour weeks for 11 years at industry-standard landscaping wages, plus overtime, plus damages for the psychological harm. The total was over $800,000. But beyond financial compensation, I've been working to rebuild my life and identity after 11 years of living as someone I never was. The hardest part has been processing that I'm not a killer. For 11 years,
I killed someone while driving drunk, was the defining fact of my existence. Every choice I made, every relationship I avoided, every opportunity I declined was filtered through that false identity. Learning it never happened has been both liberating and disorienting. I grieved for a victim who never existed. I punished myself for a crime that never occurred. I surrendered 11 years of my life to guilt for something I didn't do. I'm in intensive therapy processing this. My therapist says I'm experiencing a specific type of trauma, gaslighting about a fabricated, catastrophic event. My family didn't just lie to me. They created an entire false reality and trapped me in it for 11 years. I've also been reclaiming the opportunities they stole. I'm 30 now, but I've been living as though I'm unemployable and unworthy of education or relationships. I'm applying to graduate programs I never thought I could attend. I'm pursuing careers that require background checks, which I now know I can pass because I have no criminal record. I've started dating again, actually building relationships instead of sabotaging them because I believe I don't deserve happiness. It's strange to realize I'm allowed to be happy, that I don't owe penance for a crime that never happened. The family business collapsed without the free labor they'd been exploiting for 11 years. They'd built their operation around having me work 60 to 80-hour weeks for no pay. Without that, and with legal fees and restitution costs, the business became insolvent. Extended family and community members who'd known about my supposed accident learned the truth through the trial. Many were horrified. Some had apparently questioned the story over the years, wondering why I was never arrested, why the case never progressed, why details were always vague, but they'd deferred to my parents' version of events. Some people apologized for treating me differently because they'd believed I'd killed someone. Others said they'd noticed I seemed to be carrying crushing guilt and had wondered what caused it. My revenge isn't just the criminal convictions and financial restitution, though those matter. My revenge is living freely after 11 years of imprisonment by false guilt. Every choice I make without the weight of believing I'm a killer, every relationship I build without self-sabotage, every opportunity I pursue that I thought was closed to me, it's all revenge against the family that tried to trap me with manufactured guilt. I recently accepted a position with a non-profit that works with criminal justice reform. When they asked in the interview about what motivated my interest in the field, I told them the truth. I spent 11 years believing I'd committed a crime I'd escaped justice for, only to discover the crime never happened, and my family had fabricated it to control me. They hired me specifically because of that experience. They said understanding false guilt and wrongful conviction from personal experience would make me valuable in their work with people who'd been wrongly accused. Every day I work in criminal justice advocacy. Every person I help who's been falsely accused, every moment I spend fighting against wrongful conviction. It's revenge against the family who made me believe I was a fugitive killer. They wanted me to spend my life in unpaid servitude, isolated and guilt-ridden, believing I owed them everything for covering up a murder I'd committed. Instead, they're in prison while I'm free. Actually free. Not just physically, but psychologically free from the guilt they manufactured. For 11 years, I believed I'd killed someone. I attended support groups for people with DUIs. I read articles about hit-and-run victims' families. I carried guilt for a life I'd supposedly taken. All for a victim who never existed and an accident that never happened. Now everyone knows the truth. My family is in prison for 11 years of psychological torture disguised as family protection. And I'm building the life they tried to prevent me from having by imprisoning me with false guilt. That's all the revenge I need. Every day I wake up knowing I'm not a killer. Every relationship I build knowing I deserve it. Every success I achieve that I thought was impossible. It's proof their 11-year scheme ultimately failed. They tried to make me believe I'd killed someone so I'd spend my life in debt to them. Now they're the ones paying the debt, in prison time and financial restitution, while I'm finally free. The accident never happened. The victim never existed. The guilt was manufactured. And now the truth has destroyed the family that built their control on a foundation of lies. For 11 years, I was imprisoned by guilt for a crime that never occurred. Now my jailers are literally imprisoned, while I'm free to live without the false guilt they created. That's perfect revenge.
My family has been sending me fake federal investigation letters for 7 years. I'm not being investigated. They fabricated everything to keep me from moving abroad. I'm 29 year of F, and 4 days ago, I discovered I'm not under federal investigation and never was. For 7 years, my family has been creating fake FBI letters, fabricated Department of Justice documents, and fraudulent legal communications to convince me I was being investigated for financial crimes, using this manufactured fear to prevent me from accepting my dream job in London and trap me in my hometown under the threat of arrest if I tried to leave the country. I only discovered the truth when I finally hired a lawyer to help me resolve the investigation, and she immediately recognized the documents as obvious forgeries. Now I have proof my family committed federal crimes by impersonating government agencies, and I'm using it to destroy the people who imprisoned me with fake legal threats for 7 years. 7 years ago, at 22, I was offered my dream job, a position with an international conservation organization headquartered in London. It was everything I'd worked toward during my environmental science degree: meaningful work, international travel, opportunities to make real impact on climate policy. I was thrilled and ready to move to the UK. Then I received a letter from the FBI. It was on official letterhead, addressed to me personally, informing me that I was under investigation for financial irregularities and potential fraud related to my student loans. The letter said I was not to leave the country while the investigation was pending, that doing so could result in immediate arrest and extradition charges. I was terrified and confused. My student loans were standard federal loans. I'd never done anything fraudulent with them. But the letter looked official and cited specific statutes and case numbers. It instructed me not to discuss the investigation with others and to wait for further contact from investigators. I didn't take the London job. I called them and said I couldn't accept for personal legal reasons. They filled the position with someone else. I stayed in my hometown, working a local job far below my qualifications, waiting for this investigation to resolve. Over the next 7 years, I received periodic letters from federal authorities updating me on the ongoing investigation. The letters would say things like, "Investigation continuing, remain in jurisdiction," or "New evidence under review, travel restrictions still in effect," or "Resolution pending, do not leave the country." Each letter looked official: FBI letterhead, Department of Justice seals, proper legal language. They referenced case numbers, cited federal codes, included investigator names and badge numbers. They were convincing enough that I never questioned their authenticity. The letters came every 3 to 6 months, always right when I was starting to think maybe the investigation had been dropped and I could move on with my life. They kept me in constant, low-level anxiety, believing I could be arrested at any moment, unable to make long-term plans or pursue opportunities that would take me out of the area. My career suffered. I turned down job offers in other cities because I couldn't leave. I didn't pursue graduate programs abroad. I didn't travel internationally, even for vacation, because I feared being flagged at customs. I built a small, limited life based on the belief that I was under federal investigation and could be arrested if I stepped out of bounds. My family was very supportive during this time. My parents, Kenneth, 58 Merle male, and Diane, 56-year-old female, would comfort me about the stress of the investigation. My brother, Paul, 31-year-old male, would tell me I was handling it well by staying put and not making things worse. My sister, Monica, 26-year-old female, would say I was smart to wait it out rather than risk arrest. They encouraged me to stay local, work nearby, live close to home,
for support during this difficult time. Looking back, they were remarkably unconcerned about the actual investigation. They never suggested I hire a lawyer, never questioned why it was taking so long, never seemed worried I'd actually be charged. They just wanted me to stay. Last month, I received another letter saying the investigation was entering final phase, and I should prepare for possible indictment. After 7 years of living under this threat, I finally decided to hire a lawyer and face whatever consequences I was facing, rather than live in limbo forever. I found a lawyer who specialized in federal criminal defense, Janet Morrison, and showed her all the letters I'd received over 7 years. I explained the whole situation, the initial investigation notice, the years of updates, my fear of being indicted. Janet looked at the first letter for about 30 seconds before saying, "This is fake." I was confused. She explained, "FBI investigation notices don't look like this, don't include this language, and aren't sent via regular mail with no follow-up contact." The case number format was wrong. The legal citations were real statutes but misapplied. The investigator names and badge numbers didn't exist in FBI databases. Janet spent 2 hours reviewing all the letters I'd received. Every single one was a forgery. Some were better quality than others, but all had telltale signs: wrong formatting, incorrect legal language, non-existent case numbers, fake investigator names. She said, "You are not under federal investigation. You never were. Someone has been sending you fake FBI letters for 7 years." I couldn't process it. I'd restructured my entire adult life around these letters. I'd turned down my dream job. I'd stayed in a place I didn't want to be, doing work that didn't fulfill me, because I'd believed I was under federal investigation. Janet reported this to the actual FBI. Impersonating federal agencies and creating fake government documents is a serious federal crime. The FBI launched an investigation into who'd been sending me these forgeries. They traced the letters. They'd come from different locations over the years, mailed from various post offices using different printers. But forensic analysis found patterns: similar paper stock, consistent formatting choices, metadata from scanned images that pointed to being created on a few specific computers. The FBI obtained warrants and discovered the computers that had created the fake letters belonged to my family. One in my parents' home office, one in Paul's apartment, and one in Monica's house. My family had been creating and sending fake federal investigation letters for 7 years to keep me from leaving town. When FBI agents interviewed my parents, they initially denied it. But when shown evidence that the fake letters had been created on their computers, with their fingerprints on some of the envelopes, they admitted it. My mother said when I'd been offered the London job 7 years ago, they'd been devastated at the thought of me moving so far away. My father had said, "What if something happens and we need you?" They'd wanted me to stay local. My father, who worked in legal administration and had access to official letterhead templates, had created the first fake FBI letter. They'd thought it would just delay my move to London by a few months while I dealt with the fake investigation, giving them time to convince me to stay. But when I'd turned down the London job entirely rather than just delaying, they'd realized the fake investigation was an effective way to keep me trapped. So they'd continued it, sending periodic update letters to maintain the fiction that I couldn't leave the area. My brother Paul had helped. He'd mailed letters from different locations to avoid patterns. My sister Monica had researched legal language to make the letters more convincing. All 3 of them had collaborated on maintaining the 7-year hoax. I asked them how they justified this. My mother said they'd only wanted me close to family and hadn't realized I'd take it so seriously. My father said I'd seemed happy enough working locally, so they'd thought the fake investigation was working out fine for everyone. They'd watched me turn down job offers, decline opportunities, limit my life for 7 years based on fear of federal prosecution. And they'd thought it was working out fine. I told them I'd turned down my dream job, lost 7 years of career development, and lived in constant anxiety of arrest because of their lies. My mother said I could apply for international jobs now, since I knew the investigation wasn't real. She genuinely thought I could just pick up where I left off 7 years ago. I told them the FBI was investigating them for federal crimes, and I'd be pursuing civil charges as well. They seemed shocked that there would be consequences for creating fake government documents and impersonating federal agencies. The FBI charged my parents, brother, and sister with impersonating federal officials, forging government documents, mail fraud, using postal service to send fraudulent materials, conspiracy. The evidence was overwhelming. The fake letters created on their computers, their fingerprints on envelopes, their admissions during interviews, and electronic records showing when documents had been created and printed. Their defense was that they'd meant no harm and had only wanted to keep the family together. Their lawyer tried to argue they'd committed victimless forgery, since I hadn't actually been arrested or suffered real legal consequences. The prosecutor destroyed that argument. I had suffered consequences. I'd lost a dream job, 7 years of career advancement, and emotional distress from believing I was under federal investigation. The government had also suffered consequences. Resources spent investigating the fake letters and erosion of public trust in actual federal communications. All 4 family members were convicted. My parents each received 3 years in federal prison. Paul received 2.5 years. Monica received 2 years as a lesser participant. All were ordered to pay restitution for FBI investigative costs and damages to me. I also filed civil lawsuits for intentional infliction of emotional distress, fraud, interference with prospective economic advantage, the jobs I'd turned down, conspiracy. The civil cases resulted in significant damages. My lawyer calculated I'd lost approximately $500,000 in career earnings over 7 years by working local jobs instead of the international positions I would have qualified for. The emotional distress of living under the belief I was being federally investigated was also compensable. But beyond financial recovery, I've been working to rebuild the career and life they stole with fake legal threats. The conservation organization I'd turned down 7 years ago no longer had openings, but they were impressed when they learned why I'd declined. Not because I'd changed my mind, but because my family had sent me fake FBI letters to prevent me from leaving. They connected me with partner organizations. I accepted a position with a marine conservation group based in Sydney, Australia. At 29, I'm finally pursuing the international environmental work I'd been qualified for at 22. I've lost 7 years, but I'm not losing any more time. The story of my family's 7-year hoax became public through media coverage of the trial. Family sent fake FBI letters for 7 years to prevent daughter's move abroad, generated significant attention. Colleagues and acquaintances who'd known I'd been dealing with legal issues for years learned the truth. There had never been legal issues, just family manipulation. Former employers who'd been told I couldn't take certain jobs due to legal restrictions were appalled to learn those restrictions had been fabricated by my family. The conservation and environmental science community rallied around me. Several organizations offered opportunities, wanting to support someone who'd been sabotaged from pursuing meaningful work for 7 years. My family keeps sending letters from prison saying they're sorry it came to this, and they'd never intended for me to take the fake investigation so seriously. They still don't understand, or refuse to understand, that you can't send someone fake federal investigation notices just a little bit. Either you terrorize someone with fraudulent legal threats, or you don't. My mother wrote that she'd thought I'd eventually figure it out on my own, and they'd all laugh about it someday. She genuinely believed that imprisoning me with fake legal threats for 7 years was something we'd eventually find amusing. My revenge isn't just their federal convictions or the civil damages, though those matter. My revenge is building the international career they spent 7 years trying to prevent. Every day I work on conservation projects abroad, every professional connection I make, every achievement in environmental policy. It's all proof that their 7-year campaign failed. They sent fake FBI letters to keep me trapped in our hometown. Now they're literally trapped in federal prison while I'm working internationally in marine conservation. I recently participated in a climate conference in Geneva, exactly the kind of international work they'd tried to prevent. Publishing my research there felt like reclaiming the career path they'd blocked 7 years ago. Every flight I take internationally, every border I cross without fear of arrest, every professional opportunity I pursue abroad, it's revenge against the family that used fake federal investigation threats to keep me imprisoned. For 7 years, I believed I was under FBI investigation. I structured my entire life around avoiding arrest. I turned down my dream job and countless other opportunities. I lived in constant anxiety about being indicted, and it was all based on letters my family created on their home computers. Now, they're in federal prison for impersonating federal agencies, and I'm finally free to build the international career they tried to prevent with fabricated legal threats. They used fake government authority to control me. Now real government authority has imprisoned them for it. That's all the revenge I need. Every conservation project I complete, every country I work in, every success in my field is proof that their 7 years of fake FBI letters ultimately failed. They wanted me trapped in our hometown. I'm working in Sydney. They wanted me to believe I'd be arrested if I left. I cross international borders regularly for my work. They wanted me dependent and controlled. I'm independent and thriving in the career they tried to destroy. The family that sent me fake FBI letters for 7 years is now dealing with real federal prosecution, and I'm living the international life they spent 7 years trying to prevent. For 7 years, they made me believe federal authorities were watching me. Now, federal authorities really are watching them from inside a federal prison. That's perfect revenge. My family blamed me for destroying our family. I just proved my sister did everything. I'm 29 Eurofelf, and 3 weeks ago, I finally exposed the truth that my family has been hiding for 15 years. I wasn't the troubled, destructive daughter who ruined our family through rebellion and bad choices. That was my older sister, Vanessa, 34 Euro female, and my family scapegoated me to protect her reputation. Growing up, I was labeled the problem child. According to family narrative, I was defiant, manipulative, and destructive from my teenage years onward. My parents told extended family and friends that I was the reason our family fell apart, that my behavior caused stress that destroyed their marriage, that I drove wedges between siblings, that I made family gatherings unbearable with my attitude. Specific incidents they blamed me for: stealing money from my father's wallet repeatedly when I was 15, vandalizing my mother's car when I was 16, spreading malicious rumors about my sister that ruined her college social life, getting caught with drugs at school, shoplifting and getting arrested at 17, and having a secret relationship with my sister's boyfriend that destroyed her engagement when I was 18. Each incident was treated as proof that I was troubled and cruel. My parents sent me to therapy, imposed strict rules, and eventually asked me to move out at 19 because my toxic behavior was damaging my younger siblings. Extended family sided with my parents. My grandmother stopped speaking to me, my aunts and uncles avoided me at gatherings, and cousins were told to be careful around me because I was unstable. I maintained my innocence about most of these incidents, but nobody believed me. The evidence seemed clear. Money was missing, and I was seen near my dad's wallet. The car was vandalized with graffiti that looked like my handwriting. The rumors about Vanessa were traced to anonymous accounts that seemed connected to me. Drugs were found in my locker. Shoplifting was caught on camera showing someone wearing my jacket, and Vanessa's fiancé admitted we'd been in contact. By the time I was 20, I'd accepted that my family saw me as the problem, and nothing would change their minds. I moved across the country, built a life separate from them, and had minimal contact for nearly a decade. When I did see them at major events like weddings or funerals, I was treated as the estranged black sheep who'd hurt the family and never taken responsibility. Vanessa, meanwhile, was the golden child. She'd overcome the trauma I'd supposedly caused her, rebuilt her life, married a successful man, had 3 children, and maintained close relationships with our parents and extended family. She was held up as an example of resilience, someone who'd survived her cruel younger sister's sabotage. For 15 years, I lived with this reputation. Friends who learned about my family situation often asked if the stories were true. Some believed me when I said I'd been blamed for things I didn't do. Others thought I was in denial about my past behavior. Either way, the label of family problem child who destroyed relationships followed me. Then, a month ago, everything changed. Vanessa's husband, Derek, called me out of nowhere. We'd met maybe 3 times in 15 years and never had a real conversation. He said he needed to tell me something important and asked if we could meet in person. I was suspicious, but curious. Derek flew to where I live and met me at a coffee shop. He looked terrible, exhausted, stressed, guilty. He told me that he was divorcing Vanessa, and there were things I deserved to know before he left the family permanently. Then, Derek told me the truth. Vanessa had committed every single act I'd been blamed for. She'd stolen money from our father repeatedly and planted evidence near me. She'd vandalized our mother's car herself, using graffiti that mimicked my handwriting. She'd created anonymous accounts and spread rumors about herself, then framed me by making it look like the accounts were connected to my IP address. She'd used my laptop when visiting. She'd planted drugs in my school locker. She'd worn my jacket when shoplifting and made sure her face wasn't clearly visible on camera. And she'd secretly pursued her own fiancé behind her back through me. She'd sent him messages pretending to be me, then discovered the messages and blamed me for seducing him. Derek knew all of this because Vanessa had confessed it to him years into their marriage during a therapy session. She'd framed it as past mistakes she'd made as a teenager that she deeply regretted. Derek had been horrified, but had kept her secret because they had young children, and he'd been trying to work through it in couples therapy. But Vanessa hadn't changed. She'd recently done something similar, framed a coworker for mistakes Vanessa had made at work, destroying the woman's career. When Derek confronted Vanessa about the pattern, she'd shown no remorse. She'd said some people were meant to take blame, and that she'd learned as a teenager that she could get away with anything if she framed someone else. Derek couldn't stay married to someone like that. He was divorcing her and wanted me to know the truth before he left, because he couldn't live with the guilt of knowing what Vanessa had done to me and staying silent. I sat there stunned, listening to Derek explain 15 years of false blame in clinical detail. He'd brought evidence, therapy session notes where Vanessa had confessed, old journal entries where she'd planned the frame-ups, and recordings of recent conversations where Vanessa admitted her pattern of scapegoating others. After Derek told me the truth, I asked him why he was telling me now. He said 2 reasons. He couldn't leave the marriage without clearing his conscience about the injustice Vanessa had done to me, and he wanted to protect his children from potentially being Vanessa's next scapegoats as they got older. I asked if he'd testify to what he knew. Derek said yes. He was willing to go on record about everything Vanessa had confessed to him, including her deliberate framing of me throughout our teenage years. He said he'd already consulted a lawyer about his divorce and custody case, and his lawyer had advised that Vanessa's pattern of manipulation and scapegoating was relevant to the custody evaluation. I took all the evidence Derek gave me and contacted my parents. I asked for a family meeting with my parents, Vanessa, and our 2 younger siblings who were adults now. I said I had information about our family history that everyone needed to hear. My mother was skeptical. She thought I was going to make accusations or stir up old drama. My father assumed I wanted to finally apologize for my teenage behavior. Vanessa agreed to the meeting, probably confident that nothing could challenge the narrative she'd built. We met at a neutral location, a conference room at a community center. I brought Derek, who my family assumed was there to support Vanessa. Instead, Derek sat next to me. I started by saying, "For 15 years, you've believed I was the problem child who destroyed this family through theft, vandalism, drugs, and betrayal. You've treated me as toxic and unstable. You've told extended family I'm someone to avoid. You've held up Vanessa as the victim who overcame my cruelty. All of that was based on lies." Vanessa tried to interrupt, but Derek cut her off. He said, "Let her finish. Then I'll tell them what you told me." I went through each incident: the stolen money, the vandalized car, the rumors, the drugs, the shoplifting, the situation with Vanessa's fiancé. For each one, I explained how I'd maintained my innocence, but wasn't believed. Then I said, "Vanessa committed every one of these acts and framed me for them." My parents looked at Vanessa, expecting her to deny it. Instead, Vanessa went pale and said to Derek, "You told her? Those were private therapy confessions. You can't." Derek said, "You framed your sister for crimes you committed. You destroyed her relationship with your family for 15 years, and you've done it to others since then. This ends now." Derek presented the evidence: therapy notes, journal entries, recordings. My parents sat in silence as Derek explained how Vanessa had systematically framed me, how she'd confessed this to him years ago, and how he'd kept her secret until seeing her do the same thing to a coworker recently. My mother started crying. My father asked Vanessa, "Is this true? Did you do these things and blame your sister?" Vanessa tried to claim that Derek was twisting her words and that her therapy confessions were taken out of context. But Derek had recordings of recent conversations where Vanessa talked about her teenage strategy of using me as a scapegoat and how easy it had been because I'd been the weird younger sister who no one would defend. My younger sister, Kara, now 26, started crying. She said she'd idolized Vanessa growing up and had been taught to see me as the problem. Learning that the family's entire narrative had been built on Vanessa's lies was devastating. My younger brother Josh, now 24, admitted he'd always had doubts about some of the incidents. He'd been young, but remembered things not quite adding up. He said he'd been told he was remembering wrong or making excuses for bad behavior when he'd questioned whether I was really responsible. My father asked me directly, "You didn't do any of it? The stealing, the vandalism, the drugs, none of it?" I said, "I did some typical teenage rebellion, stayed out late, argued with you, dated people you didn't approve of. But the serious incidents you blamed me for? No, those were Vanessa. And when I tried to defend myself, you treated my denials as more evidence of my manipulation and refusal to take responsibility." My mother asked Vanessa why. Vanessa broke down and admitted it. She said she'd been stressed and acting out as a teenager, but she was the eldest and held to high expectations. When she'd made mistakes, she'd panicked and found it was easier to blame me because I was already seen as more difficult. Once the pattern started, it became her default strategy whenever she did something wrong. She tried to frame it as a teenager's poor judgment that had spiraled out of control. But Derek interrupted and said, "You're 34 years old and you did the same thing to a coworker 6 months ago. This isn't teenage mistakes, this is who you are." My parents asked why Derek had kept this secret for years. Derek said he'd been trying to save his marriage and protect his children, and he'd believed Vanessa when she'd said her teenage behavior was in the past. But watching her do it again to someone else had shown him this was a pattern she had no intention of stopping. I told my parents that I wanted them to tell extended family the truth. Every aunt, uncle, cousin, and family friend who'd been told I was toxic and destructive needed to know that Vanessa had framed me, and I'd been scapegoated for 15 years. My mother said that would humiliate Vanessa in front of the whole family.
I said Vanessa had humiliated me for 15 years with lies. Now it was time for the truth. I gave my parents 1 week to tell extended family the truth, or I'd do it myself. They begged me to handle this privately and not destroy Vanessa's reputation with everyone. I told them Vanessa had destroyed my reputation with everyone, and I was simply correcting the record. My parents tried to suggest family therapy to work through this together. I said there was nothing to work through. Vanessa had committed acts that got me blamed, ejected from the family, and treated as toxic for 15 years. The only thing to work through was them taking responsibility for believing her lies and scapegoating me without proper investigation. When the week was up and my parents still hadn't told anyone, I sent a mass email to the entire extended family. I attached Derek's evidence, the therapy notes, the journal entries, the recordings. I explained exactly what had happened. Vanessa had framed me for theft, vandalism, drug possession, and relationship sabotage, and our parents had believed her without question, leading to 15 years of me being treated as the family problem while Vanessa was praised. The response was immediate and explosive. My grandmother, who hadn't spoken to me in 15 years, called sobbing. She said she'd told other family members to avoid me because she'd believed I was a bad influence. Learning that I'd been innocent the whole time destroyed her. Aunts and uncles who'd been cold to me at family events reached out apologizing. Several said they'd felt something was off about some of the stories, details that didn't quite make sense or seemed out of character for me. But they'd trusted my parents' narrative. Cousins who'd been warned to be careful around me because I was manipulative sent messages saying they felt betrayed by the family elders who'd spread these lies. Some said they'd missed out on relationships with me because of Vanessa's manufactured reputation. My parents faced massive backlash from the family. People demanded to know how they could have scapegoated one daughter to protect another, how they could have sent me away at 19 based on false accusations, and how they could have maintained this lie for 15 years even after I'd insisted on my innocence. My father tried to defend their parenting by saying the evidence at the time seemed clear, and they'd made decisions based on what they knew. But multiple family members pointed out that I'd maintained my innocence throughout, that some of the evidence should have raised questions, like how I'd supposedly shoplifted in a jacket I'd lost weeks earlier, and that good parents investigate before casting out a child. Vanessa became a pariah. Her friends dropped her when they learned about her pattern of scapegoating. Her church community, where she'd been active and respected, distanced themselves. Even some of her husband's family, who'd always been cordial to me at events, reached out to apologize for believing the narrative about me being troubled. Derek's divorce proceedings included the scapegoating evidence as part of the custody evaluation. The court-appointed psychologist who evaluated Vanessa found her pattern of blame displacement and manipulation concerning, and recommended Derek receive primary custody, with Vanessa having supervised visitation until she completed intensive therapy. Vanessa tried to claim I was destroying her life out of revenge. I told people who asked, I didn't destroy her life. I revealed the truth about what she did. The destruction is a natural consequence of 15 years of lies collapsing. My revenge isn't that I exposed her, though I did. My revenge is that everyone now knows the truth. I wasn't the problem child who destroyed our family. Vanessa was. And she didn't just destroy the family through her actions. She destroyed it by framing me for those actions and letting me be blamed for 15 years. My parents have tried to apologize. They say they feel terrible about what happened, and they wish they'd investigated more thoroughly before believing I was responsible. But their apologies ring hollow, because they're more concerned about family reputation than actual justice. My mother said, "Can't we move forward as a family now that the truth is out?" I said, "You believed your eldest daughter's lies over your younger daughter's consistent denials. You sent me away at 19, thinking I was toxic. You maintained that belief for 15 years. even though I never wavered in claiming innocence. Moving forward would require you acknowledging that you chose Vanessa's lies over my truth because it was easier than questioning your golden child. My father said I was being harsh, and that they'd made mistakes as parents but had good intentions. I told him that good intentions don't excuse 15 years of treating an innocent daughter as the family problem while protecting the guilty one. I'm not reconciling with Vanessa. She sent messages saying she's profoundly sorry and was a different person as a teenager. But Derek's evidence shows she was still doing this 6 months ago to a coworker. She's not sorry she did it, she's sorry she got caught. My younger siblings, Kara and Josh, have reached out wanting relationships with me. They say they were children when most of this happened, and they're devastated to learn the truth. I'm cautiously rebuilding with them, though it's complicated by years of them seeing me as the problem sister. The family member who's most affected is my grandmother. She's 82 and says learning she spent 15 years rejecting an innocent granddaughter is one of her greatest regrets. She wants to rebuild our relationship before she dies. I'm trying, but it's hard to forget how she treated me at family events. Cold, distant, disapproving, all based on lies. Vanessa has lost her marriage, her custody of her children, temporarily pending therapy completion, her reputation in our family and community, and the golden child status she'd maintained for decades. All because the sister she'd scapegoated for 15 years finally had proof of the truth. My parents have lost the respect of extended family, who now see them as parents who sacrificed one child to protect another. Their reputation as fair, loving parents is destroyed, and I've gained something I'd given up hoping for: vindication. Everyone who treated me as toxic and unstable now knows I was innocent. Everyone who believed I'd destroyed our family now knows Vanessa did that through her lies. The family gatherings I used to dread, where I was the unwelcome black sheep, have transformed. At the first family event after the truth came out, multiple relatives approached me to apologize and welcome me back. Vanessa wasn't invited. That's the revenge. I took back my reputation, my place in the family, and the truth about my own history. Vanessa's 15-year campaign to use me as her scapegoat collapsed, and now she's facing the consequences while I'm being embraced by the family that once rejected me. I didn't destroy Vanessa's life. I just stopped protecting her by staying silent. The destruction is her own doing, 15 years of lies catching up with her all at once. My parents keep saying this is tearing the family apart. I tell them the family was torn apart 15 years ago when they believed Vanessa's lies and cast me out. I'm just making the tear visible to everyone instead of quietly carrying it alone. That's my revenge. The truth, delivered with evidence, to everyone who'd believed I was the problem. Vanessa framed me for her crimes. My parents believed her. Extended family shunned me. Now everyone knows the truth, and there's no putting that knowledge back in the box. My family has been creating deepfake videos of me for 5 years. I found their editing software with all the source files. I'm 32-year-old female, and 1 week ago I discovered why my professional and personal life has mysteriously collapsed over the past 5 years. My family has been creating sophisticated edited videos and audio recordings that make it appear I've said racist, homophobic, and professionally unethical things I never said, then anonymously sending these deepfakes to my employers, colleagues, friends, and romantic partners. I only found out when I borrowed my brother's laptop and discovered video editing software with folders containing hundreds of clips of me speaking, partially edited videos, and final products showing me saying horrific things I've never said. Now I have proof of 5 years of systematic character assassination, and I'm using it to destroy the family that weaponized technology against me. For 5 years, my life has been inexplicably falling apart. Friendships would suddenly end with people telling me they couldn't associate with someone who holds those views. Romantic relationships would collapse when partners said they'd seen evidence of who I really am. Jobs would terminate me during probationary periods, citing
concerning behavior, or values incompatible with company culture. Each time, people referenced things I'd allegedly said: racist comments about colleagues, homophobic slurs, unethical suggestions about business practices, cruel statements about friends and family. When I'd deny saying these things, people would act like I was lying or delusional. Some would show me text screenshots of conversations I didn't remember having. I started to question my own memory. Was I saying things I didn't remember? Did I have some kind of dissociative disorder where I'd say terrible things with no recollection? I saw neurologists and psychiatrists trying to understand if I had a medical condition causing memory gaps. All testing came back normal. Doctors said I showed no signs of dissociative disorders, memory problems, or conditions that would cause me to say things without remembering. But people kept insisting I'd said horrible things, and I had no explanation. My career suffered catastrophically. I'm a social worker specializing in LGBTQ+ youth services. 5 years ago, I was thriving, respected in my field, building a strong reputation, getting offers from prestigious organizations. Then I was fired from a position after only 3 months when HR said multiple colleagues had heard me make homophobic comments. I denied it vehemently, but they had evidence, other employees corroborating what I'd allegedly said. I found another position. 6 months later, I was let go after the director said she'd been sent an audio recording of me saying racist things about clients. She played it for me. It was my voice saying horrible, racist things about children I worked with. I had no memory of saying any of it, but it sounded exactly like me. Over 5 years, I lost 7 jobs. Each time, employers cited recordings, witnesses, or evidence of me saying things that violated professional ethics or workplace policies. Each time, I genuinely had no memory of saying these things, but the evidence seemed irrefutable. My personal life collapsed, too. My best friend Amy stopped speaking to me after she said she'd received a video of me calling her cruel names and mocking her behind her back. She showed me the video. It was clearly me, in my apartment, saying vicious things about her. I had no memory of recording such a video, but there I was, saying those exact words in my voice. Romantic relationships ended similarly. My ex-boyfriend, Marcus, broke up with me after receiving a video of me allegedly talking to a friend about how I'd been cheating on him. My ex-girlfriend, Zoe, left after getting an audio recording of me making homophobic comments about our relationship. I became increasingly isolated. Friends distanced themselves after seeing evidence of me bad-mouthing them. Professional contacts stopped responding after hearing recordings of me being unethical. Dating became impossible. Potential partners would ghost me after a few dates, later admitting they'd received concerning information about me. My family was sympathetic. My mother, Barbara, 60-year-old female, would comfort me about losing another job or relationship. My father, Greg, 62-year-old male, would say people were being too quick to judge me. My brother, Kevin, 35-year-old male, and sister, Tara, 28-year-old female, would tell me I was going through a tough time, but things would get better. They encouraged me to stay close to home, work locally where they could support me, and rely on family since friends and colleagues keep disappointing you. Looking back, they were remarkably comfortable with my isolation. They never questioned why everyone kept accusing me of things I didn't remember, never suggested there might be something suspicious about the pattern. Last week, Kevin asked me to look something up on his laptop while he was in the bathroom. I opened his computer and saw multiple windows already open, including video editing software I didn't recognize. Curious, I clicked on it. The software showed a project file with my name. Inside were hundreds of video clips of me, snippets of me talking from various contexts, many filmed secretly without my knowledge. There were folders labeled with different categories: racist, homophobic, unethical, cruel to friends. I sat frozen, staring at Kevin's laptop screen, showing hundreds of clips of me speaking, organized into categories for different types of character assassination. I opened one of the project files. It was a video editing workspace, showing how someone had taken small clips of me saying individual words or short phrases, then spliced them together to create sentences I'd never said. They'd used sophisticated audio manipulation to smooth transitions, adjust tone, and make it sound like natural speech. One project showed the creation of that video where I'd allegedly badmouthed Amy. The source clips were from various contexts, me saying, "Amy," in one clip, "is so," from another conversation, "pathetic," from a completely different context where I'd been describing a movie plot. Someone had meticulously assembled dozens of clips to create sentences that sounded like me viciously insulting my best friend. Another project showed the homophobic comments recording that had gotten me fired from my social work position. Individual words and phrases harvested from hundreds of legitimate conversations, reassembled into horrific statements I'd never made. The projects had metadata showing creation dates going back 5 years, revision histories, and notes about where to send the finished products. Notes like, "Send to Amy via anonymous email," and "Forward to Marcus from burner phone," and "Submit to HR at her workplace." I found folders for each major relationship and job I'd lost over 5 years. Each folder contained source clips of me speaking, editing projects showing how those clips were assembled into damaging statements, and final, rendered videos showing me saying things I'd never said. Kevin came back from the bathroom and saw me looking at his laptop. He went pale. I asked him what this was. He tried to close the laptop and claim it was nothing, but I'd already taken photos of the screen with my phone. I left immediately and went to my apartment. I called a lawyer specializing in cybercrimes and defamation. I showed them the photos of Kevin's editing software with my clips organized into character assassination categories. My lawyer said this was a sophisticated form of fraud and defamation. Creating fake videos to destroy someone's reputation is illegal. The fact that they'd been doing it systematically for 5 years, targeting my employment and relationships, made it a serious criminal matter. We reported this to police. They obtained a warrant for Kevin's laptop and devices. What they found was worse than I'd imagined. Kevin hadn't been working alone. His editing software showed collaboration with other users. My parents and sister Tara had all been contributing. They'd each been responsible for different aspects. My mother would secretly record me during phone calls and family visits, capturing audio of me speaking naturally. My father would film me during family events from angles where I wouldn't notice. Kevin would do the technical work of editing clips together. Tara would create anonymous accounts to send the finished deepfakes to my employers, friends, and partners. Police found a shared cloud drive where all 4 family members had been coordinating this campaign for 5 years. The drive contained over 2,000 source video clips of me speaking in various contexts, 847 edited audio-video projects creating fake statements, 124 final product videos and audio recordings sent to people in my life, spreadsheets tracking which fake recordings had been sent to whom and what the desired outcome was, notes coordinating who would record me next and what kind of statements they needed clips for. The spreadsheet was particularly damning. It showed entries like, "Sent racist comments video to employer. Outcome, terminated. Success. Sent cheating video to Marcus. Outcome, relationship ended. Success. Sent homophobic audio to Amy. Outcome, friendship ended. Success." They'd been systematically destroying my professional and personal life, celebrating each successful character assassination and planning the next attack. Police also found the anonymous email accounts and burner phones used to send the deepfakes. Digital forensics confirmed my family had created and sent every piece of evidence that had destroyed my reputation over 5 years. When police arrested my family, they initially claimed they'd been trying to protect me from bad influences and
dangerous career paths. But the evidence showed deliberate, calculated character assassination. They'd researched which types of statements would most damage my credibility in my specific field. Anti-LGBTQ comments would be especially devastating for someone in LGBTQ+ youth services. Which accusations would destroy specific relationships? Cheating for Marcus, cruel mockery for Amy, and which timing would maximize impact? Sending workplace recordings right before performance reviews. My mother admitted she'd started this campaign after I'd told them I was considering moving to another state for a better job opportunity. She said they'd wanted me to stay local, and thought if my career and relationships kept failing, I'd give up trying to leave and stay close to family. What had started as wanting to prevent one move had evolved into a 5-year campaign of systematically destroying every professional opportunity and personal relationship I built, ensuring I'd remain isolated and dependent on family. The criminal charges were extensive. All 4 family members were charged with identity theft, using my image and voice without permission; fraud, creating false evidence; defamation, distributing damaging false statements; conspiracy, coordinating the campaign; cyberstalking, systematic online harassment; wire fraud, using electronic communications to commit fraud. The evidence was overwhelming. Forensic analysts testified about the sophistication of the editing. They'd used expensive software and spent hundreds of hours creating believable deep fakes. They'd researched audio manipulation techniques, studied natural speech patterns, and perfected methods to make their fabrications undetectable. All 4 were convicted. Kevin, as the primary editor and technical expert, received 6 years in federal prison. My parents each received 4 years. Tara received 3 years as she'd primarily been the distributor rather than creator. They also faced civil lawsuits. I sued for defamation, 5 years of character assassination; intentional infliction of emotional distress; interference with prospective economic advantage, the jobs they destroyed; invasion of privacy, secret recordings. The damages were substantial. I'd lost 7 jobs over 5 years, been forced to work in lower-paying positions than I was qualified for, and suffered severe emotional distress from believing I was losing my memory or developing a dissociative disorder. But beyond financial recovery, I've been working to rebuild my reputation and career after 5 years of systematic character assassination. The most important step was contacting every employer, colleague, friend, and romantic partner who'd received the deep fakes and showing them proof they were fabricated. My lawyer helped me create a comprehensive presentation with examples of the editing software showing how clips were assembled, forensic analysis proving the videos were manipulated, criminal convictions of my family for creating and distributing the deepfakes, expert testimony about the sophistication of the fraud. Amy, my former best friend, was one of the first people I contacted. When I showed her evidence that the video of me insulting her had been fabricated by my family, she broke down crying. She said she'd never understood how I could say those things, because they seemed so out of character. But the video had been so convincing, she'd believed it. Learning it was fake explained everything. We've slowly been rebuilding our friendship. She said she'd spent 5 years feeling betrayed by someone she'd trusted, and learning that betrayal had been manufactured by my family was both relieving and infuriating. Marcus, my ex-boyfriend, apologized profusely when he learned the cheating video had been fake. He said he'd broken up with me despite having doubts because the evidence had seemed irrefutable. He'd wondered why there had been no other signs of cheating, but he'd trusted the video over his instincts. Zoe, my ex-girlfriend, was particularly angry when she learned the homophobic comments had been fabricated. She said she'd been devastated thinking someone she loved held such hateful views. Learning those views had been manufactured to destroy our relationship made her furious at my family. I contacted the 7 employers who terminated me over 5 years. Most were horrified to learn they'd fired me based on fabricated evidence. Several offered positions or strong references.
Two organizations that work in social justice were particularly interested in supporting someone who'd been victimized by deepfake technology. I've accepted a position with an organization specifically working on the ethics of AI and deepfakes. My experience, being systematically destroyed by family members using sophisticated audio-video manipulation, makes me uniquely qualified to understand the dangers of this technology. The story became public through media coverage. Family created deepfakes for 5 years to destroy daughter's career and relationships. It generated significant attention in tech ethics circles and among people concerned about AI-generated content being weaponized. I've become an advocate for stronger laws around deepfakes and identity theft involving manipulated media. I've testified before legislative committees about how easily this technology can be weaponized for personal vendettas. My family keeps writing from prison saying they never meant for it to go this far, and they'd only wanted to keep me close to family. They still minimize what they did. They describe it as editing some videos, rather than acknowledging they spent 5 years systematically destroying my reputation with fabricated evidence. My revenge isn't just their criminal convictions and civil liability, though those matter. My revenge is rebuilding everything they tried to destroy and using my experience to help others. Every job I work that they tried to prevent me from having, every friendship I rebuild that they tried to destroy, every day I live successfully despite their 5-year campaign of character assassination. It's all proof they failed. For 5 years, they made everyone in my life believe I was racist, homophobic, cruel, and unethical. Now everyone knows the truth. My family spent 5 years creating sophisticated deep fakes to isolate me and keep me dependent on them. I recently gave a presentation at a major tech conference about the weaponization of deep fakes in personal contexts. Standing on that stage, discussing how my family used this technology against me and how I survived it, felt like reclaiming the professional reputation they'd tried to destroy. Every person who now knows the deepfakes were fake, every colleague who respects my work, every friend who understands I never said those things. It's revenge against the family that spent 5 years trying to make me believe I was losing my mind. They wanted me isolated, doubting myself, dependent on them. Instead, I'm working in tech ethics, advocating for others, and thriving professionally despite 5 years of systematic sabotage. That's all the revenge I need. They used cutting-edge technology to destroy me. I'm using my experience with that technology to build a career helping others understand its dangers. They created hundreds of fake videos of me. Now the real me, the person I actually am, not the fabricated version, is succeeding publicly while they're in prison. Every genuine conversation I have, every real connection I make, every authentic achievement I accomplish is proof that their 5-year campaign of deepfakes and character assassination ultimately failed. For 5 years, people believed a fake version of me. Now everyone knows the real me, and the fake creators are the ones who've lost their freedom and reputation. That's perfect revenge. My family blamed me for my brother's paralysis for 18 years. The hospital records prove it was their neglect. I'm 26 millennial, and 2 weeks ago I obtained medical records that prove my younger brother Ethan, 24 millennial, wasn't paralyzed because of something I did when we were children. He was paralyzed because of our parents' medical negligence. My family has spent 18 years telling me I'm responsible for putting my brother in a wheelchair, using that guilt to control every aspect of my life. Now I have proof they lied, and I'm destroying the family that built itself on blaming a child for an injury he didn't cause. When I was 8 and Ethan was 6, he became paralyzed from the waist down. I was told, and have believed for 18 years, that I caused it. The story my family told was that Ethan and I were playing in our treehouse. I pushed him during an argument, and he fell and injured his spine. The fall caused permanent paralysis, and it was my fault for pushing him. I have vague memories of that day. I remember Ethan falling, remember him screaming, remember the ambulance. I also remember my parents asking me if I'd pushed him, and in the confusion and trauma of seeing my brother hurt, I'd said something like, "We were fighting," which my parents interpreted as admission of guilt. For 18 years, I've lived with crushing guilt. My parents constantly reminded me that Ethan's disability was because of what you did. When Ethan needed expensive medical equipment, I was told it was the least I could do to help pay for it since I'd caused his condition. When Ethan struggled with depression about his disability, I was told I needed to support him because I'd put him in that chair. I was never allowed to be upset, angry, or prioritize my own needs because I owed Ethan for destroying his chance at a normal life. I paid for his college tuition while taking loans for my own. I gave up job opportunities in other cities because my parents said I needed to be available to help Ethan. I've lived my entire adult life in service to my brother and my guilt. Ethan himself reinforced this narrative. He'd make comments like, "Easy for you to say when you can walk," or "Must be nice to have a normal life unlike some of us." He never explicitly blamed me, but the implication was always there. His paralysis was my fault, and I needed to spend my life making up for it. 2 months ago, I started dating Maya, 28-year-old female, a physical therapist who works with spinal injury patients. When I told her about Ethan's paralysis and how it happened, she asked detailed questions about the injury, the fall, and the immediate aftermath. Something about her questions made her pause. She said gently, "The type of paralysis you're describing, complete paralysis from a childhood fall from a treehouse, that's unusual. Falls from that height typically cause fractures or temporary injuries, not permanent complete paralysis unless there was a very specific type of spinal damage or if treatment was delayed." She wasn't accusing anyone of lying, just noting that the medical outcome seemed disproportionate to the incident as I'd described it. But her observation planted a seed of doubt. What if there was more to the story than I'd been told? I'd never questioned the narrative before. I'd been 8 years old when it happened, traumatized and confused, and my parents had told me I was responsible. I'd spent 18 years believing them without ever investigating what actually happened medically. Maya suggested I could request Ethan's medical records from the time of the injury, as his brother, who'd been involved in the incident and who'd been paying for some of his ongoing care, I might have legal grounds to access them. She said understanding the actual medical facts might help me process my guilt, even if it didn't change what happened. I requested the records. It took 6 weeks and required proof of my financial involvement in Ethan's care, but eventually I received a copy of the hospital records from the day of his injury and the weeks following. What I read destroyed everything I'd believed for 18 years. According to the medical records, Ethan had fallen from the treehouse and initially had only minor injuries, bruising, and a small fracture. The emergency room doctors noted that his neurological function was normal upon admission. He could move his legs. The fall itself hadn't caused paralysis. What caused the paralysis was what happened during the 3 days after the fall. Ethan had complained of increasing back pain and numbness in his legs. The medical records showed multiple notes from nurses documenting his complaints and recommending urgent imaging and specialist consultation. But my parents had delayed treatment. They'd kept Ethan at home for nearly 3 days after the fall, dismissing his pain as just bruising and his numbness as being dramatic. By the time they finally brought him back to the hospital, he had a spinal hematoma, internal bleeding pressing on his spinal cord, that had been developing untreated for 72 hours. The medical records included notes from the neurosurgeon. Parents delayed seeking treatment despite patient reporting progressive neurological symptoms. If patient had been brought in when symptoms first appeared, paralysis could likely have been prevented or minimized. Delay in treatment resulted in irreversible spinal cord damage. Ethan wasn't paralyzed because I pushed him from a treehouse. He was paralyzed because our parents ignored his worsening symptoms for 3 days until it was too late to prevent permanent damage. I confronted my parents with the medical records. I asked them why they'd told me for 18 years that I'd caused Ethan's paralysis, when the records clearly showed it was their negligence in delaying treatment. My father immediately got defensive. He said the doctors were covering their own asses by blaming the parents instead of acknowledging that the initial injury had caused the problem. He claimed the fall I'd caused had set everything in motion, so ultimately it was still my fault. I read him the exact notes from the ER doctors. Patient had normal neurological function at initial presentation. Fall resulted in minor fracture, but no spinal cord injury at that time. I asked him how normal neurological function immediately after the fall could be blamed on the fall itself. My mother started crying and said they'd been in shock after the fall and hadn't realized how serious Ethan's symptoms were in the days following. She said the doctors had told them Ethan would be fine after the initial ER visit, so they'd thought his continued pain was normal recovery. I pulled up the discharge notes from that first ER visit, which explicitly instructed parents to return immediately if patient experiences numbness, tingling, or weakness in extremities. Ethan had experienced exactly those symptoms. Nurses had documented my parents being told about them, and my parents had waited 3 days before bringing him back. My father said I was twisting the medical records, and that I needed to take responsibility for my role in what happened. I asked what role that was, exactly, when the medical evidence showed Ethan had been fine after the fall and only became paralyzed because of delayed treatment. That's when my mother admitted the truth. They'd blamed me because they couldn't face that their own negligence had caused Ethan's permanent paralysis. It had been easier to tell me I'd pushed him and caused the injury than to acknowledge they'd ignored serious symptoms and delayed critical treatment. She actually said it had been easier to let an 8-year-old child carry guilt for 18 years than for them to face their own responsibility. I asked about Ethan. Did he know the truth? My parents went quiet. I called Ethan and told him I had his medical records. I asked him if he'd ever read them, if he knew what had actually caused his paralysis. Ethan was silent for a long time. Then he said, "I've known since I was 16. He explained. When he was 16, he'd requested his own medical records for a school health project. He'd read them and learned that his paralysis wasn't from the fall itself, but from untreated spinal bleeding in the days after. He'd confronted our parents, who'd broken down and admitted they'd delayed treatment. But instead of telling me the truth, they'd asked Ethan to keep it secret. They'd told him that I'd already lived with the guilt for so long, and that revealing the truth would destroy the family by making them face a potential negligence lawsuit and public shame. Ethan had agreed to keep the secret, and for 8 years, he'd watched me sacrifice my life, my money, my opportunities to make up for an injury I hadn't actually caused, all while knowing I was innocent. I asked him why. Why let me carry that guilt? Why make comments about how easy my life was when he knew I wasn't responsible for his disability? Ethan said he'd been angry at our parents for what they'd done, but he'd also been used to the arrangement, where I supported him financially and emotionally. He'd convinced himself he deserved my support, even if I wasn't technically responsible, because he was the one who was paralyzed, and his life was harder. He'd let me believe I'd ruined his life because it benefited him to have me feel obligated to help him. I told my parents and Ethan that I was going to tell the entire extended family what I'd discovered. Every aunt, uncle, cousin, and family friend who'd been told I was responsible for Ethan's paralysis needed to know the truth, that it was parental negligence, not a childhood accident, and that they'd blamed me for 18 years to avoid accountability. My parents begged me not to destroy the family over something that happened 18 years ago. I told them they'd destroyed my life by blaming me for something I didn't do and letting me carry that burden from age 8 to 26. Ethan tried to apologize, saying he'd been young and confused when he'd decided to keep the secret. I pointed out he'd been making comments as recently as last month about me having an easy life compared to his. He'd been actively reinforcing my guilt, even while knowing I was innocent. I sent the medical records to every family member along with a detailed explanation of what actually happened. Ethan fell from a treehouse and had minor injuries. Our parents delayed treatment for his developing spinal hematoma. Ethan became paralyzed due to that delayed treatment, and our parents had blamed me for 18 years to avoid facing their own negligence. The family's reaction was immediate and explosive. My grandfather, a retired doctor, reviewed the records and confirmed that the paralysis was textbook negligence, failure to seek timely treatment for documented symptoms. He was appalled that my parents had blamed me instead of taking responsibility. My aunts and uncles were horrified. Many of them had contributed financially over the years to help with Ethan's medical expenses, believing they were helping a family cope with a tragic childhood accident. Learning it had been preventable medical negligence changed everything. Several family members confronted my parents about why they'd blamed me. My mother's sister said she'd watched me torture myself with guilt for years and had tried to tell me accidents happen, without knowing it wasn't even an accident. It was negligence. My father's brother said he'd given me lectures about taking responsibility for my actions regarding Ethan's injury, and now felt sick knowing he'd been reinforcing a lie that protected his brother's negligence. Ethan faced backlash for keeping the secret. His cousins, who'd felt sorry for him and treated me with barely concealed resentment, thinking I'd caused his disability, were furious that he'd known the truth for 8 years and said nothing. Ethan tried to defend himself by saying our parents had manipulated him into keeping the secret. But family members pointed out that he'd actively benefited from the lie. I'd paid his college tuition, given him money for equipment, sacrificed job opportunities to stay nearby, all while he knew I wasn't actually responsible. My parents lost their standing in the family. They'd been seen as devoted parents nobly raising a disabled child after a tragic accident. Now they were seen as negligent parents who'd caused their son's disability and blamed their other son to avoid accountability. Several family members suggested my parents could have faced a lawsuit 18 years ago if the medical negligence had been properly investigated. The statute of limitations has passed, but the knowledge that they'd potentially committed actionable negligence and covered it up by blaming a child made them pariahs. I filed for emancipation of sorts. I cut off all financial support to Ethan and told my parents I was done sacrificing my life for their guilt. Ethan panicked, saying he'd counted on my support. I told him he should have thought about that before keeping an 8-year secret that let me believe I'd ruined his life. My parents tried to argue I had a moral obligation to help Ethan, regardless of whose fault the injury was. I told them that moral obligations don't exist when they're built on lies and manipulation. I've started rebuilding my life. I took the job offer in another state that I'd turned down last year because I'd felt obligated to stay near Ethan. I stopped sending money for Ethan's expenses. I'm seeing a therapist to process 18 years of false guilt and the betrayal of learning my entire family had lied to me. Maya, my girlfriend, who'd first questioned the medical narrative, has been incredibly supportive. She says working with spinal injury patients has taught her that families often need someone to blame when these injuries occur, but blaming the wrong person for 18 years is unconscionable. My parents keep trying to contact me, saying I'm abandoning the family and being cruel to Ethan. I've told them that they abandoned me when they were 8 years old and lied to me about causing my brother's paralysis. Ethan was cruel to me by keeping that secret and letting me sacrifice my life based on false guilt. Some extended family members think I'm going too far by cutting off financial support to Ethan. They say he's still disabled regardless of whose fault it is, and I should help him out of compassion. I tell them that compassion is voluntary, and it's hard to feel compassionate towards someone who knowingly let me carry false guilt for 8 years while benefiting from my resulting obligation to help him. Ethan sent me a letter saying he's profoundly sorry and understands why I'm angry, but he's scared about his financial future without my support. I wrote back, "You've known since you were 16 that I didn't cause your paralysis. You had 8 years to tell me the truth. Every time you made a comment about my easy life or accepted my money, you made a choice to keep lying. These are the consequences of that choice." My parents have tried to get other family members to pressure me into resuming support for Ethan. My grandfather shut that down by saying, "He's been punishing himself for 18 years for something he didn't do. That's enough. Let him have his life back." The revenge isn't just cutting them off, though that's satisfying. The real revenge is that I'm finally free from the guilt that shaped my entire life. Every decision I make now, where I live, what job I take, how I spend my money, is mine, not made out of obligation to make up for an injury I didn't cause. I spent 18 years believing I'd destroyed my brother's life. Now everyone knows the truth. My parents destroyed his life through negligence, and they destroyed mine by lying about it. They blamed me to avoid facing what they'd done. Now they're facing it anyway, 18 years late, and they've lost both sons in the process. One paralyzed by their negligence, the other freed from their lies. That's all the revenge I need. My family has been filing false CPS reports against me for 6 years. I found their templates. I'm 34 EF, and 3 days ago I discovered why Child Protective Services has investigated me 17 times in 6 years. My family has been filing false reports claiming I abuse and neglect my children, using these investigations to punish me for leaving their fundamentalist religious community and to try to gain custody of my kids. I found their shared document with templates for different types of reports, schedules for when to file them, and notes about which allegations work best to trigger investigations. Now I have proof of 6 years of coordinated filing of false reports, and I'm using it to destroy the family that's been weaponizing CPS against me and terrorizing my children. 6 years ago, I left the fundamentalist Christian community I'd grown up in. I was 28, married to David, 36 male, with 2 children, Sophie, now 9 female, and Lucas, now 7 male. The community was extremely controlling. Women couldn't work outside the home, children were homeschooled with religious curriculum only, families were expected to have many children, and questioning any doctrine was forbidden. I'd been having doubts for years. When I started researching online and reading perspectives outside the community, I realized I'd been raised in a cult. David agreed. He'd been having similar doubts. We decided to leave together. My family, my parents, Franklin, 61 male, and Margaret, 59 female, and my siblings, Caleb, 37 male, Ruth, 32 F male, and Esther, 29 F male, were devastated. They said we were abandoning God, corrupting the children with worldly influences, and condemning ourselves to hell. They begged us to stay, then threatened us with consequences. When we left anyway, they cut us off completely. Or so I thought. What actually happened was they launched a 6-year campaign to destroy our lives using false CPS reports. The first report came 2 months after we left. A CPS caseworker showed up at our door saying they'd received a report of severe physical abuse, that I was beating my children with objects, leaving bruises, and that neighbors had heard screaming. None of it was true. The caseworker interviewed my kids, examined them for injuries, there were none, spoke to their pediatrician, and closed the case as unfounded. But it was terrifying and humiliating. 3 months later, another report. Medical neglect. Allegedly, I was refusing to take my children to doctors, and they had untreated health conditions. Again, completely false. Our kids had regular pediatric care, were up to date on vaccinations, and had no untreated conditions. Case closed as unfounded. Then another report. Educational neglect. Allegedly, I was keeping my children locked at home, not enrolling them in school or providing education. False. They were enrolled in public school and attending regularly. Unfounded. Then, inadequate supervision. I was allegedly leaving young children home alone for hours. False. I worked from home, and they were never unsupervised. Unfounded. Over 6 years, 17 CPS investigations. Each one based on detailed, specific allegations that sounded credible enough to warrant investigation, but were completely fabricated. Each time, I had to prove my innocence, let caseworkers into my home, have my children interviewed, provide medical records, show school attendance, demonstrate I was a fit parent. Every investigation was closed as unfounded, but each one was traumatic for my children. Strangers coming to our house asking if mommy hurt them, being examined for injuries, being questioned about their home life. Sophie developed anxiety. Lucas started having nightmares. I couldn't figure out who was filing these reports. CPS wouldn't tell me. Reporters are kept anonymous to protect people who report genuine abuse. I suspected it might be someone from our former community, but I had no proof. The reports were carefully timed to cause maximum disruption. They'd come right before major events. One came the week before Sophie's birthday party. One came during my job interview process. One came when we were trying to buy a house. The investigation complicated our mortgage approval. They also escalated in severity. Early reports were about neglect. Later reports alleged physical abuse, then sexual abuse. One report claimed David was molesting our children. That investigation was particularly horrific. Our kids were interviewed by forensic specialists, subjected to invasive questioning, and temporarily removed from our home for 3 days while the investigation proceeded. When that case was closed as completely unfounded with no evidence whatsoever, the CPS supervisor actually apologized and said the report had been malicious and detailed in a way that suggested personal vendetta rather than genuine concern. But CPS still had to investigate every report they received, no matter how many previous ones had been unfounded. Last week, I got a new computer and was setting up cloud storage. I accidentally logged into an old family shared drive I'd forgotten existed, something we'd set up years ago when I was still in the community for sharing church documents. The drive was still active, and in it, I found a folder labeled Accountability Actions. Inside were templates for CPS reports, detailed scripts for different types of allegations: physical abuse, neglect, medical neglect, educational neglect, sexual abuse. Each template included specific language that would sound credible, details that would trigger mandatory investigation, and timing suggestions for maximum impact. There were also notes tracking which reports had been filed when, which allegations had worked best, meaning resulted in longer investigations or temporary removal of children, and schedules for future reports. I sat at my computer reading 6 years of documentation showing my family's systematic campaign to weaponize CPS against me. The templates were sophisticated. They'd researched what language would trigger investigations, what details would sound credible, how to make allegations specific enough to require thorough investigation. There were notes like, physical abuse allegations require visible injury claims. Say you saw bruises on arms during video call. And medical neglect works well if you claim specific untreated condition like asthma. The folder included schedules. File report week before birthday party to disrupt celebration. And report before mortgage closing to complicate approval process. Most damning were the messages between family members coordinating the reports. My father had written, "Ruth will file the next report in 2 weeks using the educational neglect template. Caleb will file 1 month later using medical neglect. We need to maintain steady pressure." My mother had added, "The goal is to make her life so difficult she gives up worldly living and returns to the community, or we get custody of the children and can raise them properly." They'd been filing false reports for 6 years, trying to either force me back into their cult or get my children removed from my custody so they could raise them in the fundamentalist community. Every traumatic CPS investigation, every time my children were questioned and examined, every moment of terror that I might lose my kids. It had all been orchestrated by my own family as punishment for leaving their religion. I found 17 reports documented in the folder, matching exactly the 17 investigations I'd experienced. Each report listed who filed it. They rotated among family members and community members to avoid pattern detection, what allegations were made, and the outcome. When investigations were closed quickly as unfounded, they'd note what went wrong and adjust future reports. When investigations lasted longer or resulted in temporary removal, like the sexual abuse allegation, they'd celebrate and plan to use similar tactics again. I also found something that made me sick. They'd been coaching my children during the rare supervised visits I'd allowed early on. Notes showed they'd tried to get Sophie and Lucas to say negative things about me to CPS investigators. When the kids didn't cooperate, because there was nothing negative to say, I'm a good parent, my family had stopped asking for visits and focused solely on filing false reports. I immediately contacted a lawyer specializing in family law and civil rights. I showed them everything: the templates, the schedules, the coordination messages, the tracking of investigations. My lawyer said filing false CPS reports is a crime in our state. It's considered making false statements to authorities and can result in criminal charges. Filing 17 false reports over 6 years showing clear premeditation and coordination could result in serious penalties. We went to the police with the evidence. The police were appalled. They contacted CPS, who reviewed the history of 17 unfounded reports and agreed this appeared to be systematic filing of false reports. CPS was actually grateful for the evidence. They'd suspected the reports were malicious, but had been legally required to investigate each one. Having proof that the reports were coordinated and false helped them understand the pattern. The police obtained warrants and discovered even more evidence: emails between family members and community members coordinating reports, research they'd done on CPS reporting requirements, and even a shared spreadsheet tracking the campaign against me. My parents, siblings, and 3 members of the fundamentalist community who'd filed reports on my family's behalf were all arrested and charged with multiple counts of making false reports to authorities, conspiracy, and harassment. Their defense was that they'd genuinely believed I was abusing my children by exposing them to secular influences and denying them religious education. But the templates, schedules, and coordination messages showed they knew the specific allegations, physical abuse, medical neglect, etc., were false. They'd made them up strategically to trigger investigations. The prosecutor said, if you genuinely believed children were being abused, you'd report what you actually witnessed or believed. Creating templates for different types of allegations and filing them on a schedule isn't reporting suspected abuse. It's weaponizing the child protection system. I also filed a civil lawsuit for intentional infliction of emotional distress, harassment, and malicious abuse of process. My children were included as plaintiffs. They'd been traumatized by years of invasive investigations based on lies. Sophie testified, through a child advocate, about the anxiety she'd developed from CPS workers coming to our house asking if her parents hurt her. Lucas described the nightmares he'd had after being temporarily removed during the sexual abuse investigation. The civil case revealed the full extent of the trauma my family had inflicted. My children's therapists testified about the psychological harm of repeated investigations. CPS caseworkers testified about the unusual pattern of reports and the resources wasted investigating false allegations, while genuine cases of abuse went under-resourced. The criminal trial was public and devastating for my family and their fundamentalist community. Media coverage focused on religious family files fake abuse reports for 6 years to punish daughter for leaving cult. My parents tried to frame themselves as concerned grandparents who'd genuinely feared for their grandchildren's spiritual and physical welfare. But the evidence, templates for fabricating specific allegations, schedules for filing reports to maximize disruption, celebration when children were temporarily removed, showed calculated cruelty, not concern. All 8 defendants, my parents, 3 siblings, and 3 community members, were convicted. My parents each received 18 months in prison. My siblings and the community members received probation and community service, but they now have criminal records for filing false reports. The court also issued protective orders preventing them from contacting me, my husband, or my children, and from filing any reports to any authorities about our family without credible, documented evidence reviewed by a court first. The civil lawsuit resulted in significant damages for emotional distress and the cost of defending against 17 false investigations. My children were awarded damages for psychological trauma, but beyond legal consequences, there have been profound impacts on my family's community and my own healing. The fundamentalist community they belonged to fractured when it became public that members had been filing false CPS reports as punishment for leaving. Some members defended it, saying, "Protecting children from secular influences justifies any means." But others, particularly those with doubts about the community, were horrified and left. The community lost about 40% of its members after the scandal. Several families who'd been considering leaving were motivated to do so after seeing how my family had been treated for leaving. My parents lost their leadership positions in the community. My father had been an elder. He's now seen as someone who brought negative attention and legal consequences to the community. CPS changed their procedures based on this case. They now flag cases where the same family receives multiple unfounded reports and investigate whether someone is filing malicious reports. They've implemented systems to detect patterns that might indicate weaponization of the reporting system. My children are in therapy, recovering from the trauma of years of investigations. Sophie's anxiety is improving now that she understands the investigations weren't because of anything she did. They were because of her grandparents' lies. Lucas's nightmares have decreased, knowing it won't happen again. Most importantly, my children understand that I fought for them. When I showed them, age appropriately, the evidence that proved the reports were lies, they understood that all those scary investigations weren't because I'd done anything wrong. They were because my family was trying to hurt us. David and I have worked to rebuild our sense of safety. For 6 years, we lived in fear that any day might bring another CPS investigation. Now, with protective orders in place and my family facing consequences, we're finally able to relax. My revenge isn't just the criminal convictions or civil damages, though those matter. My revenge is that I'm raising my children free from the cult I escaped, despite 6 years of my family trying to force me back or take my children away. Every milestone my kids achieve in their secular education, every science project, every book they read that my parents would have banned, every friend they make from different backgrounds, is revenge against the family that tried to reclaim them for fundamentalism. They filed 17 false CPS reports, trying to either break me into returning to the cult or get custody of my kids to raise them in that environment. Instead, they're in prison or on probation, while my kids thrive in the life I chose for them. Sophie wants to be a scientist. Lucas loves art. They have friends from different religions and backgrounds. They think critically and ask questions. They're growing up free from the restrictive, controlling environment I escaped. That's the ultimate revenge. My children becoming everything my family tried to prevent them from being. My family used CPS, a system meant to protect children, as a weapon to punish me for leaving their religion and to terrorize my children into compliance. Now everyone knows what they did. They're facing consequences, and my children are safe. Every day my kids go to public school. Every book they read, every question they ask, every dream they have that wouldn't have been allowed in the fundamentalist community. It's all proof that my family's 6-year campaign failed. They wanted me broken and back in the cult, or my children raised in fundamentalism. Instead, I'm stronger, my family is thriving, and my children are free. That's all the revenge I need. My family convinced me I killed my sister when I was 8. I just found out they lied. I'm 31 years ago, and for 23 years I've lived with the crushing guilt that I caused my younger sister's death when I was 8 years old. Last week I discovered the truth. I didn't kill her. My family lied to me and used me as a scapegoat to cover up whose fault it actually was. When I was 8 and my sister Emma was 5, our family went on vacation to a lake house. On the last day, Emma drowned in the lake. I was told, and have believed my entire life, that I was supposed to be watching her, that I got distracted playing with toys, and that Emma wandered into the water unsupervised and drowned because I wasn't paying attention. My parents, my older brother Marcus, who was 12 at the time, and my grandparents all told me this was my fault. They said I had one job, watch my little sister, and I'd failed. They never explicitly said, "You killed her," but the message was clear. Emma died because of my negligence. I've carried this guilt for 23 years. It's shaped everything about my life. I became obsessively responsible, never wanting to fail anyone again. I had panic attacks about being trusted with children. I never had kids of my own because I was terrified I'd hurt them through negligence like I'd hurt Emma. I've been in therapy since I was 12 trying to process this trauma. 2 weeks ago, my grandmother was dying. In her final days, heavily medicated and confused, she kept saying, "I'm sorry," and "I should have told the truth about Emma." My mother tried to quiet her, but my grandmother grabbed my hand and said, "You didn't kill her. Marcus did. I'm so sorry we let you believe it was you." My grandmother died the next day. I was shattered and confused. I confronted my mother, demanding to know what my grandmother meant. My mother tried to deny it, saying my grandmother was confused from medication. But I pressed, and eventually she admitted the truth. Emma didn't drown because I wasn't watching her. She drowned because Marcus, who was 12, had been told to watch both of us while my parents and grandparents were inside drinking wine. Marcus got bored and decided to take the canoe out on the lake, something he was explicitly forbidden to do. He told Emma to stay on the dock and left us alone. While Marcus was out on the lake, Emma tried to follow him into the water. She couldn't swim well and went under. By the time anyone realized, she'd been underwater for several minutes. Marcus came back to find her floating and started screaming. When my parents and grandparents rushed out, they found Emma dead, Marcus hysterical, and me, 8 years old, crying on the dock. Marcus told them he'd been there the whole time watching us, and that I had been the one told to watch Emma while he sat on the dock. He said I'd been playing with my toys and ignoring Emma when she went into the water. My parents chose to believe Marcus's version. Or more accurately, they chose to blame me instead of him because I was younger, and it was easier for an 8-year-old to process guilt than for their 12-year-old son to live with killing his sister. My mother explained this with tears, saying they'd made a terrible decision in a moment of grief. They'd thought that I was so young I'd eventually get over it, but that Marcus, at 12, would be destroyed by the guilt. They'd decided to let me believe I was responsible to protect Marcus's mental health. She said they'd planned to tell me the truth someday when I was older. But years passed, and it became harder to admit what they'd done. Eventually, they convinced themselves their lie had been the right choice because I'd built a good life despite the guilt. I stood there, listening to my mother explain how they'd sacrificed my mental health to protect Marcus, and I realized my entire family had participated in this lie. My father, my grandparents, even relatives who'd been told what really happened, had all gone along with making an 8-year-old child believe she'd killed her sister. I confronted Marcus 2 days after my mother's confession. I drove to his house unannounced and told him I knew the truth, that he'd been the one who was supposed to be watching us, that he'd taken the canoe out against rules, and that Emma had drowned because he'd abandoned his responsibility. Marcus went pale. His wife, Jennifer, was there and asked what I was talking about. Marcus tried to say I was confused and misremembering, but I told Jennifer everything, that Marcus had lied 23 years ago and let an 8-year-old take the blame for his negligence, and that our entire family had gone along with it. Jennifer was horrified. She'd known Emma died on a family vacation, but Marcus had told her the same lie he'd told everyone, that I was watching Emma and got distracted, and Emma drowned while I wasn't paying attention. Jennifer had never questioned why an 8-year-old had been given sole responsibility for a 5-year-old near a lake. Marcus broke down. He admitted that he'd lied because he was terrified and guilty, and that when our parents seemed to accept his version of events, he'd let them. He said he'd wanted to tell the truth over the years, but couldn't bring himself to do it. I asked him if he understood what he'd done to me. Did he know I'd been in therapy for 23 years trying to process the guilt of killing my sister? Did he know I'd never had children because I was terrified of being responsible for a child's safety? Did he realize that he'd stolen my entire adult life by letting me carry guilt that belonged to him? Marcus said he was sorry, but that we'd both been just kids, and that our parents were the real villains for choosing to blame me instead of helping him take responsibility. He said he'd lived with guilt too, knowing I believed it was my fault. I told him his guilt was deserved. Mine wasn't. Jennifer asked Marcus to leave the room. Then she told me that Marcus had always been troubled by Emma's death, but that he'd portrayed it as survivor's guilt and regret about not being able to save her, not guilt about causing her death through his own negligence and lying about it. Jennifer said she needed time to process this and asked if I'd give her copies of any evidence I had. I didn't have physical evidence, just my grandmother's deathbed confession and my mother's admission, but I offered to have my mother confirm the truth to Jennifer directly. Jennifer said their 2 kids, my nephew and niece, ages 8 and 6, had been told the same lie everyone else had been told, that their dad's little sister drowned in an accident when Aunt Emma wasn't being watched carefully enough. The kids didn't know I was the one supposedly responsible, but they'd been taught a sanitized version of the lie. After I left Marcus's house, I called my father. He'd been at work when I confronted my mother, so he didn't know I knew the truth yet. When I told him I'd found out what really happened to Emma, he was silent for a long time. Then he said, "Your mother told me she'd confessed. I'm sorry. We made a terrible choice, and we've known for years we should tell you, but it never seemed like the right time." I asked him how there was never a right time in 23 years to tell me I hadn't killed my sister. He said they'd been protecting Marcus, and that they'd hoped I'd move past the guilt naturally, without needing to know the truth. I told him I was never moving past the guilt because I'd believed it was real. I'd structured my entire life around being the person who killed her sister through carelessness. I'd denied myself relationships, children, basic trust in my own judgment, all because they'd decided protecting Marcus was more important than protecting me. My father said he understood I was angry, but that I needed to understand they'd been in an impossible situation, dealing with grief and 2 traumatized children. He said they'd done what they thought was best at the time. I told him what was best would have been telling the truth, getting Marcus proper therapy to process his role in Emma's death, and not traumatizing an 8-year-old with unearned guilt that would shape her entire life. Then I told him my plan. I was going to tell everyone the truth, every family member, every friend who'd supported me through my guilt, everyone who'd been told the lie for 23 years. I was going to make sure everyone knew that Marcus had lied, and our parents had chosen to sacrifice my mental health to protect his. My father begged me not to do this. He said it would destroy the family and ruin Marcus's life when he had a wife and children who needed him. He said I'd be punishing everyone for a mistake made 2 decades ago. I said they'd punished me for 2 decades for a mistake I didn't make. Now it was time for the truth. I called a family gathering and told everyone everything. I invited my parents, Marcus and Jennifer, my aunts and uncles, my cousins, family friends, everyone who'd been part of my life and Emma's. I stood up in front of 30 people and said, 23 years ago, my sister Emma drowned. I've been told my entire life that it was my fault because I wasn't watching her carefully enough. That was a lie. I explained what my grandmother had told me, what my mother had confirmed, and what Marcus had admitted. That he'd been the one responsible for watching us, that he'd violated explicit rules by taking the canoe out, that he'd left Emma unsupervised, and that when she drowned, he'd lied and blamed me. I explained that my parents had chosen to believe his lie, or more accurately, had chosen to let me carry the guilt instead of Marcus, because they thought I'd handle it better due to my age. The room was silent. Then Marcus stood up and tried to say I was twisting things, and that it was more complicated than I was making it sound. Jennifer cut him off. She stood up and said, "No, Marcus, you told me she was the one watching Emma. You've let me believe that for our entire marriage. You've let your niece and nephew believe a sanitized version of that lie. This isn't complicated, it's just the truth you've been hiding." My aunt, my mother's sister, stood up and said to my parents, "You let an 8-year-old believe she killed her sister? For 23 years? What is wrong with you?" My mother tried to explain their reasoning. That Marcus had been suicidal with guilt at age 12, that they'd been afraid he'd hurt himself, that they'd thought protecting him was the only way to keep from losing another child. She said they'd made a terrible choice in an impossible situation. My uncle, Emma's godfather, said, "So instead of getting your 12-year-old proper therapy and support to process what happened, you traumatized your 8-year-old by making her believe she was responsible. That's not an impossible choice. That's a wrong choice." The gathering devolved into arguments. Half the family was furious at my parents and Marcus. The other half thought I was being cruel by airing this publicly, and that I should have worked it out privately. But I didn't want to work it out privately. I wanted everyone to know the truth. I wanted Marcus to face social consequences for 23 years of letting me suffer for his actions. I wanted my parents to face judgment for their choice to sacrifice one child's mental health to protect another's. My revenge isn't that I told everyone, though I did, and they're all facing consequences. My revenge is that Marcus can never hide behind the lie again. His wife knows. His children will eventually know. Every family member who ever comforted me about my guilt now knows it was never mine to carry. Marcus lost his marriage. Jennifer filed for divorce, saying she couldn't trust someone who'd built their entire relationship on a fundamental lie about who he was and what he'd done. She's seeking primary custody of their children, citing Marcus's pattern of deception. My parents have become pariahs in our extended family. The aunts and uncles who'd supported my mother as a grieving parent now see her as someone who sacrificed one child to save another. I've started a new therapy process, not to deal with guilt over Emma's death, but to process the betrayal of learning my entire family chose to gaslight me for 23 years rather than tell the truth. My father keeps calling, saying I've destroyed the family over something that happened when we were children. I told him the family was destroyed 23 years ago when they chose lies over truth. I just made the destruction visible. Marcus sent me a letter saying he's sorry for everything and that he wishes he'd told the truth from the beginning. He said he was just a scared kid who made a terrible mistake and that he'd paid for it internally every day, even if I didn't know it. I wrote back, "You were a scared kid who made a mistake when you took the canoe out and left Emma unsupervised. You became something worse when you lied and blamed an 8-year-old, and you became something unforgivable when you let that 8-year-old carry guilt into adulthood, knowing it belonged to you. Your internal suffering doesn't compare to what you let me endure based on a lie." I haven't had children. I've struggled with relationships. I've lived 23 years believing I was capable of careless negligence that killed someone I loved. All of that was based on a lie my family told to protect Marcus's mental health at the expense of mine. That's what I'll never forgive. Not that Emma died, not even that Marcus lied in a moment of fear, but that my parents made a calculated decision to let me believe I was responsible, rather than get Marcus proper help to process his actual responsibility. They thought an 8-year-old could carry guilt better than a 12-year-old. They were wrong. But they kept lying anyway, year after year, letting me build a life shaped by trauma that wasn't mine to carry. My grandmother tried to tell the truth before she died. That's the only redemption in this entire story. Everyone else chose to protect the lie until I forced them to face it. Now they're facing it. Marcus's life is falling apart. My parents' reputation is destroyed. And I'm finally, at 31, learning to live without the guilt I carried since I was 8. The revenge isn't making them suffer, though they are. The revenge is forcing the truth into the light after 23 years of darkness. Emma didn't die because of me, and now everyone knows it. My family convinced everyone I'm intellectually disabled. I just got accepted to medical school. I'm 24 filling Ferrum, and 2 weeks ago, I received an acceptance letter to one of the top medical schools in the country. This should be impossible according to my family, who have spent my entire life telling me and everyone else that I have severe cognitive disabilities and can't function beyond a middle school level. They've used this lie to control every aspect of my existence, from where I live to what jobs I can have. Now I have proof they've been lying for 24 years, and I'm destroying the guardianship they've built on fabricated incompetence. My family has told me since childhood that I have special needs. They never specified exactly what, but the message was clear. I wasn't smart like other kids. I'd never go to college. I'd need support and supervision my whole life, and I should be grateful my family was willing to provide it. I was homeschooled by my mother, Carol, 52 field meal, using special education materials that I now realize were years below grade level. When I finished math problems easily, Carol said I was doing well for someone with my limitations. When I read books quickly, she said I wasn't really comprehending them properly. When I asked questions about complex topics, she'd say I was getting confused and needed to stick to simpler things. My older brother, Nathan, 28-year-old male, reinforced this constantly. He'd explain basic concepts to me slowly, praise me for understanding difficult things like making change or reading a map, and tell people I was doing really well considering my disability. By the time I was a teenager, I'd internalized that I was intellectually limited. I'd never taken a real IQ test or been formally evaluated by anyone outside my family, but I believed what they told me, that I had cognitive disabilities that would prevent me from living independently or pursuing higher education. When I turned 18, my parents had themselves appointed as my legal guardians. They told me it was necessary because I couldn't make complex decisions alone and needed them to help manage my life. I signed the paperwork because I believed them. I thought I needed their guidance because I wasn't capable of adult independence. For the past 6 years, I've lived in a restricted life. I work part-time at a grocery store. My parents said I couldn't handle anything more demanding. I live in an apartment my parents own. They said I couldn't manage independent housing. And I have limited social life. My parents discouraged friendships, saying I was vulnerable to manipulation. My parents receive my paychecks and give me an allowance, manage all my paperwork and appointments, and make all major decisions about my life, because I can't handle that complexity. I accepted this because I'd been told my whole life I was cognitively disabled. But I'd always had doubts. I didn't feel intellectually limited. I read complex books easily. I understood news and politics. I could learn new things quickly. But whenever I questioned whether I was really as disabled as they said, my family would point out evidence. I'd struggled with some homeschool materials that I now know were designed to be too difficult for my age. I'd needed extra help with certain tasks that were actually age-appropriate challenges, and I'd failed certain tests that I now suspect were rigged or misrepresented. Last year, I secretly enrolled in online community college courses using a fake name and email address my parents didn't know about. I accessed them from the library on my breaks. I was terrified I'd fail and prove my family right about my limitations. Instead, I got straight A's. Every class, every assignment, every test, I excelled. The material wasn't just manageable, it was engaging and interesting. I completed a full associate's degree in 18 months while working part-time and hiding it from my family. That's when I started to suspect. What if I wasn't actually cognitively disabled? What if my family had lied? I used money I'd saved from my allowance to get a private psychological evaluation from a psychologist in another city. The evaluation included IQ testing, cognitive assessments, and comprehensive psychological screening. The results came back 2 months ago. I have superior intelligence with an IQ of 142. There is no cognitive disability, no intellectual impairment, no learning disorder. The psychologist wrote in her report, "This individual shows no signs of the cognitive limitations described by her family. On the contrary, she demonstrates exceptional intellectual ability and high achievement potential." I sat in that psychologist's office realizing my entire life had been built on a lie. My family had convinced me, and everyone else, that I was intellectually disabled when I was actually highly intelligent. They'd used this lie to keep me dependent, controllable, and under their guardianship. With the psychological evaluation proving I had no cognitive disability, I applied to medical school. It was audacious, going from too intellectually disabled to live independently to applying to medical school. But I wanted to prove to myself what I was capable of. I took the MCAT in secret, scoring in the 95th percentile. I wrote personal statements about overcoming barriers, without specifying that the barriers were my own family's lies. I submitted applications to 20 schools. 2 weeks ago, I got my first acceptance. A top-tier medical school offering me admission with a partial scholarship. I was holding proof that everything my family had told me about my intellectual limitations was a lie. I wasn't cognitively disabled. I was capable of medical school, one of the most intellectually demanding paths possible. I confronted my parents with the acceptance letter and the psychological evaluation. I demanded to know why they'd lied about my cognitive abilities for 24 years. My mother tried to claim the evaluation was wrong and that I'd been manipulated by someone who doesn't understand my true limitations. I pointed out that I'd completed an associate's degree with straight A's and been accepted to medical school, neither of which would be possible for someone with severe cognitive disabilities. My father said they'd protected me from unrealistic expectations because I'd always struggled and they'd wanted to keep me from being hurt by failure. I asked what struggles he meant. He couldn't give specific examples beyond the homeschool materials that I now knew had been inappropriate for my age. Nathan admitted that I'd always seemed smart, but that our parents had insisted there were underlying issues that made me need supervision. When I asked if he'd ever seen evidence of these issues, he said he'd just trusted what Mom and Dad said. Finally, my mother broke down and admitted the truth. There was no cognitive disability. There never had been. When I was young, I'd been a difficult, headstrong child who questioned authority and wanted independence. My parents had decided they couldn't control me through normal parenting. So they'd started homeschooling me with materials designed to make me feel inadequate, telling me I was struggling because of limitations, and building a narrative that I was intellectually disabled and needed their constant guidance. By the time I was a teenager, I believed it. They'd successfully convinced me I was cognitively limited, making me dependent on them and giving them control over my life. When I turned 18, they'd used that fabricated disability to get legal guardianship, giving them official authority over my decisions and finances. For 6 years as an adult, they'd maintained guardianship over someone who had no actual disability. They'd kept me working part-time at a grocery store, living in their property, accepting an allowance from my own paychecks, and believing I couldn't handle complex adult life, when actually I was intellectually superior. I asked why they'd done this. My mother said they'd wanted me close and couldn't bear the thought of me leaving. My father said they'd been afraid I'd move away and they'd lose me, so they'd created a situation where I'd always need them. They'd stolen my intellectual identity, my independence, and my potential because they'd wanted to keep me controllable and dependent. I told them I was challenging the guardianship in court, accepting the medical school admission, and exposing what they'd done. My mother begged me to understand that they'd only done this because they loved me. I told her that stealing someone's life and convincing them they're intellectually disabled isn't love, it's abuse. I filed a motion to terminate the guardianship, presenting the psychological evaluation showing no cognitive disability and the medical school acceptance as proof I was fully capable. The court appointed an independent evaluator who confirmed the psychologist's findings. I had no disability and never had. The judge was appalled. She said creating false narratives of disability to justify guardianship was one of the most egregious cases of guardianship abuse she'd seen. The guardianship was terminated immediately, and the judge referred my parents to the district attorney for potential fraud charges. I also reported my parents to the State Guardianship Oversight Board. Investigators discovered they'd been receiving government benefits designated for guardians of disabled adults, benefits they'd collected for 6 years based on fabricated disability. The consequences for my family have been swift and devastating. My parents face criminal fraud charges for obtaining guardianship under false pretenses and collecting disability benefits for a non-disabled adult. If convicted, they could face prison time and be required to repay 6 years of fraudulently obtained benefits. The Guardianship Oversight Board has flagged them in the state system, meaning they can never serve as guardians again. They've been publicly identified as people who abused guardianship authority, which has destroyed their reputation in our community. Extended family members who'd been told I was special needs and had praised my parents for taking care of their disabled daughter were shocked to learn the truth. My grandmother said she'd always thought I seemed quite bright, but had trusted my parents' assessment. Several relatives admitted they'd had doubts over the years. I'd seemed capable of complex conversations, had shown interest in sophisticated topics, and hadn't displayed obvious signs of cognitive disability. But they'd deferred to my parents as the ones who knew me best, and assumed there were disabilities that weren't immediately apparent. Nathan faced social consequences when friends and colleagues learned he'd known his sister was being told she was intellectually disabled when she wasn't, and had gone along with it for years. He's tried to claim he genuinely believed our parents, but people question how he could have thought someone capable of medical school was severely cognitively disabled. The grocery store where I work was shocked when they learned I'd been accepted to medical school. My manager said she'd been told by my parents that I couldn't handle more responsibility, and she'd believed I had limitations. Now she realizes I'd been capable of much more the entire time. I've quit that job and am preparing for medical school. I'm also working with a lawyer to determine if I can sue my parents for the income they controlled during the guardianship. They received my paychecks for 6 years and gave me small allowances while keeping the rest, supposedly to manage my finances because I couldn't. But the most profound impact is on me. I'm rebuilding my entire identity from someone who believed she was intellectually disabled to someone who's intellectually superior and capable of medical school. I'm in therapy processing the psychological abuse of being convinced I was cognitively limited. My therapist says what my parents did, systematically undermining my confidence in my own intelligence and creating false dependency, is a form of gaslighting and psychological manipulation. I'm also grieving the lost years. I could have gone to college at 18. I could have pursued challenging careers. I could have had independence and autonomy. Instead, I spent 6 years as a legal ward of people who'd fabricated my incompetence, working a part-time job because I believed that was all I could handle. My parents keep trying to contact me, sending messages saying they're sorry for how things happened, but they'd truly believed they were protecting me. I don't respond. You don't protect someone by convincing them they're intellectually disabled when they're not, taking legal guardianship and controlling their life for years. I've reconnected with the few friends I'd had over the years. Several said they'd never thought I seemed disabled and had been confused by my parents' restrictions and supervision. One friend said, "I always thought you were smarter than me, actually. I never understood why your parents treated you like you couldn't handle things." The medical school I'll attend doesn't know the full story, just that I'm a non-traditional student who took a different path to medicine. But my admissions essay about overcoming barriers to education was powerful because the barriers were real, even if I couldn't say they were my own family's lies. I start medical school in 3 months. Every day of classes, every exam I pass, every step toward becoming a doctor is revenge against the family who tried to convince me I was too intellectually limited to live independently. They told me I couldn't handle complexity. I'm going to be a doctor. They told me I needed constant supervision. I'm living independently in a new city where they can't find me. They told me I'd always be dependent on them. I'm building a career and life completely separate from them. My revenge isn't just exposing the lies or the criminal charges they face, though those are satisfying. My revenge is becoming everything they told me I could never be. For 24 years, they convinced me I was intellectually disabled. Now everyone knows the truth. I was never disabled. I was imprisoned by people who wanted control more than they wanted me to thrive. I have an IQ of 142. I'm starting medical school with a partial scholarship. I'm fully independent without any guardianship or supervision. Every accomplishment I achieve is proof that they were wrong, or more accurately, that they were lying. They tried to steal my intellectual potential to keep me dependent. Instead, they gave me the ultimate motivation, proving that I'm capable of anything, despite their 24-year campaign to convince me I wasn't. That's all the revenge I need. The girl they said was too intellectually disabled to live alone is going to be Dr., my name, in a few years. And they'll have to live with knowing they could have celebrated my potential instead of trying to suppress it. My family told me my baby died at 2 months old. I just found her alive, raised by my sister. I'm 32-year-old female, and 4 days ago I discovered that my daughter didn't die as an infant like I was told 14 years ago. She's alive. She's 14 years old, and she's been raised by my older sister, Patricia, 37-year-old female, as her own daughter, while my entire family told me my baby was dead. They let me grieve a living child for 14 years, and I only found out because my niece took a school DNA test and got results showing I'm her biological mother. When I was 18, I got pregnant from a brief relationship. I was terrified but determined to raise my baby. My boyfriend left when I told him, but I didn't care. I wanted my daughter. I named her Lily before she was born. I gave birth at 18, and Lily seemed healthy. But at 2 months old, she developed severe respiratory problems. My parents rushed her to the hospital while I was at work. When I got there, they told me Lily had died. Sudden infant death syndrome, combined with the respiratory illness. They said it had happened quickly, and there was nothing anyone could have done. I was 18 years old, and my baby was dead. I fell apart completely. My parents made all the funeral arrangements while I was sedated with grief. There was a small memorial service, a tiny casket, a burial plot. I visited that grave every week for years, leaving flowers and talking to my dead daughter. For 14 years, I've lived with the devastating grief of losing a child. It shaped everything about my life. I struggled with severe depression, couldn't have more children because I was too traumatized by the loss, and built my entire identity around being a mother whose baby had died. My sister Patricia had gotten married around that same time, and within a year, she'd announced she was adopting a baby girl. She named her Emma. Everyone was happy for Patricia. She'd struggled with infertility, and was finally getting the child she'd always wanted through adoption.
Emma grew up as my niece. I was close with her, seeing her at family gatherings, buying her birthday presents, watching her grow up. She looked a bit like our family, but I attributed that to genetics being funny sometimes. Patricia said Emma was adopted from a private agency and didn't know much about the biological parents. Last week, Emma's high school biology class did a genetics project using DNA testing. Students could opt in to send samples to a DNA testing company to learn about their ancestry and genetic markers. Emma was excited because she'd always wondered about her biological heritage, given that she was adopted. When Emma's results came back, they showed a genetic match in the database. Me. Not as an aunt. As her biological mother with 50% shared DNA. Emma was confused and told Patricia, who apparently panicked and tried to say the results were wrong. But Emma showed the results to her father, Patricia's husband Tom, and he confronted Patricia, demanding the truth. Patricia confessed everything. Tom called me immediately, horrified, and told me to come to their house right away. When I arrived, Tom, Patricia, and Emma were all there. Tom looked devastated. Patricia looked terrified. Emma looked confused and scared. Tom said, Tell her what you told me." Patricia broke down and admitted, Lily hadn't died. When Lily had gotten sick at 2 months old, my parents and Patricia had decided I was too young and unstable to raise a baby properly. They'd seen the respiratory illness as proof I was already failing as a mother. They'd taken Lily from the hospital and told me she'd died. They'd created a fake death certificate, held a memorial service with an empty casket, and created a burial plot with no body. Meanwhile, Patricia had adopted Lily and raised her as Emma. My baby hadn't died. My family had stolen her and let me grieve for 14 years. I stood in Patricia's living room, listening to her explain how they'd faked my daughter's death, and I couldn't process it. Emma, this 14-year-old girl I'd known as my niece, was Lily, my daughter. The baby I'd carried, given birth to, loved for 2 months, and mourned for 14 years. I looked at Emma and saw my baby's face in her features. How had I not seen it? But of course I hadn't. I'd been told my baby was dead, so I'd never looked at my niece and thought, this could be my daughter. Emma was crying, asking, "Are you my real mom?" I didn't know how to answer. Biologically, yes, but Patricia had raised her for 14 years. I asked Patricia why. Why steal my baby? Why let me think she was dead? Patricia said they'd all decided, my parents, Patricia, and even Tom, though he now claimed he'd been pressured into it and regretted it immediately. That I was too young, too poor, and too unstable to raise Lily properly. Lily had gotten sick, and they'd seen it as evidence I wasn't capable of caring for her. Patricia had always wanted a baby and couldn't have one. The solution seemed obvious to them. Take Lily, let Patricia raise her in a stable 2-parent home with financial security, and tell me she'd died so I wouldn't fight for her back. I asked about the funeral, the casket, the grave I'd been visiting for 14 years. My mother had apparently arranged it all. An empty casket, a memorial service with a closed casket because of the illness, and a burial plot that held nothing but dirt. I'd been mourning at an empty grave while my stolen daughter grew up calling someone else Mom. I asked Tom how he could have gone along with this. He said he'd been 24 when it happened, and Patricia had convinced him I was neglectful and that they were saving Lily. He said he'd wanted to come clean multiple times over the years, but Patricia had threatened to leave him if he told. He said, seeing Emma's DNA results and realizing I'd been visiting a fake grave for 14 years while Emma was alive, had made him see how evil the whole thing was. I turned to Emma and said, "They stole you from me when you were 2 months old. They let me think you were dead for 14 years. I've been visiting your grave and leaving flowers for a daughter who was alive the whole time." Emma asked, "Why didn't you look for me?"
Why didn't you figure it out? I told her, because I saw you die. I saw your death certificate. I went to your funeral. I had no reason to think you were alive because everyone I trusted told me you were dead. Emma started crying harder, understanding the magnitude of what had been done to both of us. I called my parents and told them to come to Patricia's house immediately. When they arrived, I said simply, "Emma is Lily. You've let me grieve a living child for 14 years. Explain." My mother tried to say they'd done what was best for Lily, that I'd been 18, single, working minimum wage, and living with them. That Lily getting sick had shown I couldn't handle being a mother. That Patricia had desperately wanted a baby and could provide a better life. My father said they'd thought it would be easier if I believed Lily had died rather than knowing she'd been adopted by someone else. They'd thought I'd move on from a death, but would have kept fighting for custody if I'd known Lily was alive. I asked them how letting me visit an empty grave for 14 years was easier. My mother said they'd never expected me to keep visiting so long, and had thought I'd eventually heal and move on. I asked if they understood they'd committed kidnapping, fraud, and child theft. My father said there was no legal kidnapping because they were family and had acted in Lily's best interest. I told them I was going to the police, filing for custody of my daughter, and making sure everyone knew what they'd done. Patricia begged me not to traumatize Emma further by pursuing custody. She said Emma knew her as Mom, and that ripping her away from the only parents she'd known would be cruel. I said, "You stole my baby and let me think she was dead. You don't get to lecture me about cruelty." I went to the police with Emma's DNA results, the fake death certificate, and my testimony. The police opened an investigation into kidnapping, fraud, and falsification of records. Patricia, Tom, and my parents were all interviewed. The authorities discovered that my parents had used my mother's position as a nurse to help falsify medical records showing Lily had died. Patricia and Tom had used a fraudulent private adoption story to explain Emma's appearance, and had never legally adopted her because that would have required my consent. For 14 years, Emma had been living with people who had no legal custody or guardianship. They'd just taken her and pretended they'd adopted her. The case became public. Media picked up the story. Mother discovers baby she thought died 14 years ago was stolen by sister. People were horrified. My parents faced criminal charges for kidnapping, fraud, and falsifying medical records. Patricia faced kidnapping and fraud charges. Tom faced lesser charges as an accessory, but cooperated with investigators in exchange for reduced charges. The family court case for custody was separate from the criminal case. I filed for full custody of Emma as her biological mother, who'd been defrauded into believing her child had died. Patricia fought it, arguing that Emma had bonded with her as Mom for 14 years and that disrupting that would harm Emma. Her lawyers tried to claim I'd abandoned my parental rights by not fighting harder to verify Lily's death. The judge was appalled by that argument. He said, "The mother was shown a death certificate, attended a funeral, and had no reason to doubt her child had died. You cannot claim abandonment when the child was stolen and death was faked." Emma was assigned a child psychologist and a guardian ad litem to represent her interests. At 14, her preference would be considered in custody decisions. Emma was devastated and confused. She'd grown up with Patricia as Mom and loved her, but she'd also learned that her entire life was based on theft and lies. She'd been told she was adopted with unknown biological parents, but now learned her biological mother had been in her life all along, grieving her as dead. The psychologist said Emma needed time to process the trauma and betrayal before making custody decisions. Temporarily, Emma was placed with a neutral relative, my aunt who'd had no knowledge of the kidnapping. I was given supervised visitation as we slowly tried to build a mother-daughter relationship we should have had from birth. The visits were awkward and painful. Emma called me by my first name, not Mom. She'd ask questions about what I'd been told about her death and would cry when I described visiting her grave. She'd talk about growing up with Patricia and then catch herself, feeling guilty for loving the woman who'd stolen her. I tried to tell her, "You're allowed to love Patricia. She raised you. But you're also allowed to be angry at her for what she did to both of us." The criminal trials proceeded. My parents were convicted of kidnapping and fraud. My mother lost her nursing license. Both faced prison time. My father got 4 years. My mother got 6 years due to her use of medical access to falsify records. Patricia was convicted of kidnapping and fraud. She received 8 years in prison. Tom received probation after testifying against the others. The custody trial concluded with me being awarded full legal custody of Emma, with therapeutic visitation gradually increasing as Emma adjusted. Patricia lost all parental rights, which she'd never legally had anyway, but the court made it official that she had no claim to Emma. Emma moved in with me 6 months after the discovery. It's been incredibly difficult for both of us. I'm trying to be a mother to a teenager I missed raising. Emma is trying to accept me as her mother while grieving the loss of the woman she thought was her mom, who's now in prison for stealing her. We're both in therapy, individual and family therapy together. Emma's therapist says she's experiencing complicated grief, grieving the mother figure she lost, Patricia, while trying to bond with her biological mother she never knew, me. Some people think I should have let Emma stay with Tom or another relative rather than forcing a relationship. I tell them that Emma is my daughter who was stolen from me. I lost 14 years with her because my family lied. I'm not losing any more time. Emma and I are slowly building a relationship. She still calls me by my first name most of the time, though occasionally Mom slips out. We're learning about each other, discovering that we both love the same books, that we have similar laughs, that she has my stubbornness. She asked me once what I would have named her if she'd lived with me from birth. I told her, "I named you Lily. That was your name for the 2 months I had you, and it's the name on the headstone I visited for 14 years. She asked if she could go by Lily now instead of Emma. I told her that was her choice. Emma was the name Patricia gave her. Lily was the name I gave her, and she could choose whichever felt right, or neither, or both. She's been introducing herself as Lily lately. She says it feels like reclaiming something that was stolen. My revenge isn't just the criminal convictions, though those are satisfying. My revenge is that I'm finally raising my daughter. Every day we spend together, every mother-daughter moment, every piece of our relationship we build, it's reclaiming what my family stole. They took my baby and told me she was dead so I wouldn't fight for her. I grieved for 14 years at an empty grave while my daughter grew up calling someone else Mom. Now everyone knows what they did. Patricia is in prison. My parents are in prison. Tom lost his wife to her own crimes. And I have my daughter back. 14 years late, traumatized and confused, but alive and finally home where she belongs. The grave I visited for 14 years is still there. Lily and I went together once. She wanted to see the place I'd been mourning her. We're planning to have the stone removed or changed to reflect the truth. Not a memorial to a dead child, but a monument to the 14 years we lost to family lies. My family stole my daughter and made me mourn her as dead. Now they're facing the consequences, while I'm finally being the mother I should have been allowed to be from the beginning. That's all the revenge I need. My family has been sabotaging every relationship I've ever had. I found their group chat. I'm 26F, and last week I accidentally discovered a family group chat that's been active for 10 years, where my parents, 2 siblings, and grandmother have been systematically coordinating to sabotage every friendship and romantic relationship I've tried to build. They've destroyed friendships by spreading lies, ended romantic relationships by creating fake infidelity, and isolated me for a decade because they wanted me dependent on family. Now I'm exposing everything they've done and watching their lives collapse. Growing up, I struggled to maintain friendships. People would be close to me for months, then suddenly ghost me or turn cold. Boyfriends would break up abruptly, claiming I'd cheated or lied, even when I knew I hadn't. Best friends would stop talking to me after discovering things about me that weren't true. By my early 20s, I developed a reputation as someone who was hard to be close to, or dramatic in relationships. I went to therapy thinking something was wrong with me. Maybe I had attachment issues or was unconsciously pushing people away. My therapist suggested I might have a personality disorder affecting my ability to maintain relationships. My family was always there during these relationship collapses. My mother would comfort me after breakups, saying, "People outside family can't be trusted." My older sister, Jenna, 29-year-old female, would reassure me that family is forever when friends ghosted me. My younger brother, Cole, 23-year-old male, would say I was better off alone than with people who didn't appreciate me. I'd started to believe I was fundamentally broken in my ability to connect with people outside my family. I lived with my parents until age 25, because every time I tried to move in with friends or partners, those relationships would implode before the move happened. I felt trapped in dependence on my family, while simultaneously believing they were all I had because nobody else could tolerate me. Last week, I borrowed my mother's iPad to look something up while visiting. She'd left her Messages app open. I saw a group chat called Project Guardian with my mother, father, Jenna, Cole, and my grandmother. Curious, I opened it. The most recent message was from Jenna. New boyfriend alert. His name is Marcus, met through work. Commence standard protocol. I scrolled up. What I found destroyed me. 10 years of coordinated sabotage. Detailed plans for destroying my relationships. Assignments for who would do what. Updates on successful destructions. Celebrations when I'd come home crying after another failed friendship or breakup. My college best friend Amanda, who'd suddenly accused me of stealing from her and ended our friendship. My mother had planted money in my bag and then found Amanda's missing cash in my room, taking photos and sending them to Amanda from an anonymous number. My boyfriend, Ryan, who'd broken up with me because I'd supposedly cheated with his roommate. Cole had created fake text messages between me and the roommate, including fabricated intimate photos using photo editing software, and sent them to Ryan from a burner phone. My work friend, Lisa, who'd stopped talking to me after rumors spread that I'd been talking badly about her. Jenna had created a fake social media account, befriended Lisa's other friends, and spread lies that appeared to come from me. Every single relationship for 10 years. The group chat had a system. When I started getting close to someone, family members would gather information about that person, identify vulnerabilities, and create situations that made me look untrustworthy, cruel, or unstable. They'd plant evidence, spread rumors, create fake communications, and manipulate situations until the relationship ended. Then, they'd comfort me, reinforce that family is all you need, and wait for the next relationship to sabotage. I sat in my mother's living room reading years of messages detailing how my family had methodically destroyed every meaningful connection I'd tried to make outside of them. They'd stolen my friendships, my romantic relationships, my independence, all to keep me close to family and safe from outsiders. In one message chain from 3 years ago, my father wrote, "She's talking about moving to another city with this new friend group. We need to break this up before she actually leaves." My grandmother replied, "I'll handle it. I'll tell her friend Sarah that has been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and is dangerous when attached. That should scare them off." And it had. Sarah and that entire friend group had distanced themselves from me shortly after, and I'd stayed in my hometown believing I was too problematic to maintain friendships. Another message from my mother 2 years ago. The therapist is getting too close to figuring out that nothing is actually wrong with her. We need her to switch therapists. A week later, my mother had
found a new therapist for me and convinced me my current one wasn't a good fit. I took screenshots of everything, thousands of messages detailing a decade of sabotage. I documented every incident they'd orchestrated, fake messages they'd created, lies they'd spread, evidence they'd planted, situations they'd manipulated. Then I called a family meeting. I told my parents, Jenna, Cole, and my grandmother I needed to discuss something important. They came thinking I was probably announcing another failed relationship and wanting comfort. I projected the group chat on their TV screen. I played a slideshow of their messages planning and celebrating the destruction of my relationships. I made them sit there while I read aloud specific messages where they detailed sabotaging my friendships and romantic relationships. My mother tried to turn off the TV. I told her if she did, I'd post everything online immediately. She sat back down. My father tried to justify it. We were protecting you. Some of those people weren't good for you. I asked him to explain how my college best friend Amanda, who'd been in therapy to become a social worker, wasn't good for me. He couldn't. Jenna tried to minimize it. We only interfered when we thought someone was going to hurt you. I pulled up messages showing they'd sabotaged every relationship, regardless of whether the person was good or bad. They'd even destroyed a relationship with a woman who later became a pediatric surgeon because she was taking you away from family time. Cole tried to claim he'd just followed what Mom and Dad told him to do because he was younger. I showed him messages where he'd enthusiastically volunteered to create fake evidence and had celebrated successful sabotages. My grandmother said she'd done it because she couldn't bear to see you hurt by outsiders. I asked her why she thought destroying my ability to trust anyone outside the family wouldn't hurt me. She didn't have an answer. I told them what I was going to do. I was going to contact every person they'd sabotaged a relationship with. I was going to show them the proof that I hadn't done the things they'd been told I did. I was going to expose the fake evidence, the lies, the manipulations. And I was going to make sure everyone knew what my family had done to isolate me. My mother begged me not to humiliate the family. I said they'd humiliated themselves by spending 10 years systematically destroying my life. My father said I was overreacting and that we could work through this in family therapy. I said there was nothing to work through. They'd committed acts that destroyed relationships, damaged my mental health, and cost me years of my life believing I was fundamentally broken. Jenna said I'd regret this when I realized family was all I had left. I told her that was exactly what they'd tried to engineer. Make me believe family was all I had by destroying everything else. Over the next week, I contacted 23 people, friends, romantic partners, potential roommates, work colleagues, whose relationships with me had been sabotaged. I sent them screenshots of the family group chat, showing exactly how my family had created the situations that ended our relationships. The responses were devastating. Amanda, my college best friend, cried when I showed her that my mother had planted the money and staged the theft. She said she'd felt terrible for years thinking I'd stolen from her and had wanted to reach out but believed I was untrustworthy. Ryan, my ex-boyfriend, was furious when he saw that Cole had fabricated the infidelity evidence. He said breaking up with me had been one of the hardest things he'd ever done because he'd loved me, but the evidence had seemed irrefutable. He'd spent years believing I'd betrayed him. Lisa, my former work friend, was shocked to learn Jenna had created fake accounts and spread lies. She'd been told I'd said cruel things about her appearance and parenting, and she'd cut me off without asking if it was true because the evidence had seemed to come from reliable sources. One by one, people responded with shock, anger, and apologies. Many said they'd had doubts about the accusations against me. Things hadn't quite added up, or my supposed behavior seemed out of character. But the evidence my family manufactured had been convincing enough to override those doubts. Several asked if we could rebuild our relationships. I said I was open to it, but that I needed time to process what my family had done
before I could trust my own judgment about relationships again. The exposure went beyond just the people directly affected. I posted the full story on social media with redacted screenshots showing the coordination of sabotage without revealing specific victims' identities. I wanted people to know what my family had done without further violating the privacy of people who'd been manipulated. The post went viral locally. People who'd known my family were shocked. My parents had a reputation as devoted parents who'd supported their struggling daughter. Learning they'd been the ones creating the struggle destroyed that reputation. My mother lost her position on the community board of a mental health nonprofit when board members learned she'd manipulated her daughter's mental health treatment to maintain control. Her involvement with an organization promoting mental wellness while secretly sabotaging her own daughter's well-being was seen as deeply hypocritical. My father's colleagues at his law firm were appalled when they learned what he'd done. Lawyers are supposed to have ethical standards, and deliberately manufacturing false evidence to destroy relationships violated those standards, even if it wasn't in a legal context. Jenna's friends stopped talking to her when they learned she'd spent years creating fake social media accounts and spreading lies to isolate her sister. Several said they now wondered if Jenna had ever manipulated them or their relationships. Cole faced consequences at his workplace when the story spread. He works in HR, and his employers questioned whether someone who'd participated in a decade-long deception and manipulation campaign should be trusted with employee relations and conflict resolution. My grandmother was confronted by her church community when they learned what she'd participated in. She'd always presented herself as a devoted family matriarch, but learning she'd helped isolate her granddaughter for a decade made people question her character. But the most significant consequence was legal. Several people whose relationships had been sabotaged consulted lawyers about whether my family's actions constituted fraud, defamation, or intentional infliction of emotional distress. Ryan's lawyer sent my family a letter demanding compensation for the emotional distress caused by the fabricated infidelity evidence. Amanda's lawyer threatened defamation charges for the theft allegations my mother had manufactured. My own lawyer advised me that I likely had claims against my family for fraud, the fake therapist switch, manufactured evidence, intentional infliction of emotional distress, systematic relationship destruction over 10 years, and possibly invasion of privacy, monitoring my relationships to coordinate sabotage. I filed a lawsuit against my parents, Jenna, Cole, and my grandmother. The suit detailed 10 years of coordinated sabotage, the mental health impact of being made to believe I was fundamentally broken, and the damages I'd suffered, including lost relationships, careers, opportunities I'd turned down because of failing relationships, and therapy costs for treating problems they'd manufactured. My family's lawyers tried to argue that family dynamics weren't legally actionable and that they'd been trying to protect me. But the documented evidence of deliberate sabotage, fake messages, planted evidence, coordinated lies, showed this wasn't protective parenting, but systematic abuse. The court case is ongoing, but the personal consequences have been swift. My family has been ostracized by our community. People who'd once admired them now see them as manipulative abusers who'd spent a decade isolating their daughter. I've moved to a different city and started rebuilding my life. I'm in therapy, real therapy this time, with a therapist my family doesn't know about, processing what happened and learning to trust my own judgment about relationships. Several people whose relationships were sabotaged have reached out wanting to reconnect. Amanda and I have been cautiously rebuilding our friendship. We get coffee weekly and are slowly rediscovering the connection we had in college. Ryan and I aren't getting back together. Too much time has passed. But we've had closure conversations about what happened. I'm also making new friends in my new city, people my family doesn't know about and can't reach. Every friendship I build, every relationship I maintain is proof that I was never the problem. My family had created the problem by systematically destroying anything good in my life. My mother keeps sending messages saying she's sorry and that she only wanted to keep me safe. I don't respond. You don't keep someone safe by isolating them and destroying their ability to trust others for a decade. My father sent a letter saying they'd made mistakes, but that I was taking revenge too far by pursuing legal action and public exposure. I wrote back, "You spent 10 years destroying my relationships, damaging my mental health, and making me believe I was broken. I spent 1 week telling the truth about what you did. Those aren't equivalent." Jenna has tried to apologize privately, claiming she'd just been following our parents' lead and hadn't realized how damaging it was. I told her that the group chat showed her enthusiastically participating and inventing new sabotage strategies. She'd been a willing and active participant. Cole sent an apology saying he'd been young and stupid when it started. I pointed out he'd been 13 when they started, but 23 when I found the group chat. He'd had 10 years to stop or come clean, and he'd chosen to continue. My grandmother said she couldn't live with the guilt and wanted my forgiveness before she died. I told her I couldn't give her absolution for a decade of deliberate cruelty just to ease her conscience. The revenge isn't just the lawsuit or the exposure, though those are satisfying. The real revenge is that I'm building a life full of genuine relationships, friendships, romantic possibilities, community connections, all the things they tried to prevent me from having. Every time I post about my new friends, every time I'm happy in my new life, it's proof that their 10-year campaign to make me believe I couldn't maintain relationships outside family was a lie. They tried to make me dependent on them by destroying everything else. Instead, they destroyed my dependence on them by showing me exactly what they were capable of. I was never the problem. They were. And now, everyone knows it. My family spent 10 years sabotaging my relationships to keep me isolated. I spent 1 week exposing the truth and watching their lives implode. That's all the revenge I need. My family stole my novel and let my sister publish it as hers. I just found the proof. I'm 27 years ago, and 2 weeks ago, I discovered proof that I wrote the best-selling novel my older sister, Rebecca, 32-year of female, published 7 years ago, the book that launched her career as a celebrated author and made her famous. My family has spent 7 years telling me I'm delusional and obsessed, that I need help for claiming I wrote a book that was obviously Rebecca's. Now I have undeniable evidence, and I'm about to destroy everything they built on my stolen work. When I was 16, I wrote a young adult fantasy novel during a year when I was homeschooled due to severe anxiety. Writing was my escape and therapy. I spent 8 months crafting a 90,000-word novel about a girl discovering she had magical abilities tied to her emotions. The protagonist struggled with anxiety that manifested as uncontrolled magic. It was deeply personal, drawn from my own experiences. I shared the manuscript with my family. My mother, an English teacher, helped me edit it. Rebecca, who was 21 and working as a literary agent's assistant, offered to give me feedback from a professional perspective and asked for a copy. My father, a publisher, read it and said it was surprisingly good for a first attempt. Then Rebecca announced she'd written a novel and gotten it published. The book, titled Ember's Gift, was my story. My characters, my plot, my emotional journey, even specific phrases I'd written. Rebecca claimed she'd been working on it for 2 years and had just finished. She said she'd shown it to contacts at her agency and they'd loved it. I told my family that was my book. I'd written it. Rebecca had stolen my manuscript. My family reacted like I was having a breakdown. My mother said I was confused and struggling with reality. Rebecca said I was jealous of her accomplishment and trying to take credit for her work. My father said my anxiety was making me paranoid and delusional. I insisted I had proof. I had earlier drafts, the original manuscript with my notes, dated files on my computer. But my computer had crashed months earlier, and I'd lost most of my files in the corruption. The physical manuscripts I'd printed were missing. I later learned my mother had cleaned out my room while I was at therapy and thrown away my old school papers. Rebecca's book became a best-selling young adult novel. It won awards. Rebecca did interviews, book tours, and writing workshops. Publishers offered her a multi-book deal. She became a successful author with a career built on the book I'd written. For 7 years, I've insisted I wrote that book. My family has spent 7 years telling me I'm mentally unwell, that my delusion about writing Rebecca's novel is a symptom of my anxiety disorder, and that I need to let go of this obsession and be happy for Rebecca's success. Extended family, friends, therapists, everyone was told I had a fixed delusion where I believed I'd written my sister's book. Some people humored me. Most thought I needed psychiatric help. A few suggested I was jealous of Rebecca and had convinced myself of something untrue. Rebecca went on to publish 3 more novels. She's now a best-selling author with a dedicated fan base, movie deals in development, and a reputation as a talented young writer. At every family gathering, relatives congratulated her on her success while treating me carefully, aware of my delusion. I stopped insisting publicly that I'd written the book. It made me look unstable, and nobody believed me anyway. I moved across the country, got treatment for my anxiety, and tried to build a life separate from the family that had gaslit me for 7 years. But I never stopped knowing the truth. I wrote that book. Rebecca stole it. My family helped her. Then, 2 weeks ago, I got an email from a digital forensics company. 5 years ago, in a desperate attempt to prove I'd written the book, I'd sent my crashed hard drive to them, asking if they could recover any files. They'd said it was too damaged, and I'd given up hope. The email said they'd been updating their recovery methods and had attempted to recover data from old, unsalvageable drives as test cases. They'd successfully recovered files from my drive, including multiple drafts of a novel titled Ember's Gift, with timestamps showing I'd been writing it when I was 16, 2 years before Rebecca published it. They'd attached the recovered files, 20 drafts showing the evolution of my novel, dated metadata proving when each version was created, and my original outline with handwritten notes in the margins that I recognized as my teenage handwriting. I finally had proof. I hired a lawyer specializing in intellectual property theft before contacting my family. My lawyer reviewed the recovered files, compared them to Rebecca's published novel, and confirmed that Rebecca's book was essentially my manuscript with minor edits. The lawyer said I had a strong case for copyright infringement, and that the recovered files with metadata would be compelling evidence. But my lawyer warned me that copyright cases are complex when family is involved, especially because 7 years had passed. Rebecca had published the work, and I'd be fighting against Rebecca's established authorship. The lawyer recommended I try to resolve it privately first by confronting my family with the evidence. I called a family meeting. My parents, Rebecca, and my younger brother Tom, 24-year-old, who'd been in middle school when all this happened. I said I had something important to discuss about Rebecca's first novel. Rebecca looked nervous. My parents looked annoyed, probably expecting another episode where I claimed to have written the book. Tom looked confused. He'd grown up hearing I was delusional about this and was concerned I was relapsing. I presented the recovered files on my laptop. I showed them the metadata, dates proving I'd written this book when I was 16, 2 years before Rebecca published it. I showed them the progression of drafts, the evolution of the story, the notes in my handwriting. Then I said, Rebecca didn't write Ember's Gift. I did, and all of you knew it. My mother tried to dismiss it as recovered files that could have been manipulated. But I'd anticipated that. I'd had my lawyer prepare a forensic analysis from a certified digital forensics expert, confirming the file's authenticity and the impossibility of falsifying the metadata. Rebecca went pale and said nothing. My father said the metadata only proved I'd written something similar, and that Rebecca's published version was different enough to be her own work. I pulled up side-by-side comparisons, showing entire passages that were identical or nearly identical. Tom asked quietly, "Did she really steal your book?" He was looking at Rebecca, not me. Rebecca started crying and said it was more complicated than that. I asked her to explain the complication. Rebecca said that when I'd been 16 and homeschooled with severe anxiety, I'd been unstable and not thinking clearly about the future. She'd read my manuscript and thought it was too good to waste on someone who might never finish or publish it. She'd taken it to her literary contacts, claimed it as hers, and gotten it published because she'd wanted to make sure the story reached readers. She actually tried to frame stealing my novel as doing me a favor. I'd been too mentally ill to appreciate my own work, so she'd preserved it by publishing it under her name. I asked why she'd let me be called delusional for 7 years when I'd insisted I'd written it. My mother interrupted and said they'd made a difficult decision to let Rebecca take credit because I'd been too fragile at 16 to handle the pressure of publication and fame. They'd thought it was better for Rebecca to be the public author while I recovered from my anxiety. My father added that once the book was published and successful, it was too late to admit the truth without destroying Rebecca's career and embarrassing the family. They'd decided to maintain the story that Rebecca had written it and to treat my claims as delusions so I'd eventually move on. They'd gaslit me for 7 years, telling me I was mentally unwell, that my memories were false, that I needed psychiatric help to protect Rebecca's stolen career. Tom was staring at our parents in horror. He'd been 13 when this happened and had grown up believing I was delusional. Now he was learning our parents had deliberately lied to him, to me, and to everyone to cover up Rebecca's plagiarism. I told them they had 2 choices. Rebecca could publicly admit she'd plagiarized my work, return all proceeds from the book and its derivatives, and face the professional consequences of literary theft. Or I could file a lawsuit, make the evidence public, and let the legal system and court of public opinion handle it. Rebecca begged me not to destroy her career over a teenage mistake. I said she was 21 when she stole my manuscript, not a child, but an adult working in publishing who knew exactly what plagiarism meant, and she'd had 7 years to come clean. Instead, she'd built an entire career on my stolen work while I was called delusional. My mother said going public would hurt the whole family and make us look dysfunctional. I said we were dysfunctional. We had a daughter who committed plagiarism and parents who covered it up by gaslighting the victim. My father tried to negotiate. He offered to have Rebecca share credit going forward, to acknowledge me as a co-author of the first book. I said no. I was the sole author, and Rebecca was a plagiarist. There was no sharing. I gave them 1 week to decide. Rebecca could either confess publicly, or I'd file the lawsuit and release the forensic evidence myself. My lawyer had already drafted the legal complaint and prepared a press release explaining the situation. My parents spent the week trying to convince me to drop it. They offered family therapy, public acknowledgement of my contribution to Rebecca's first book, even a percentage of Rebecca's earnings from that book. But they wouldn't agree to Rebecca admitting full plagiarism and returning all proceeds because that would destroy her career. When the week was up, I filed the lawsuit. My lawyer released a statement explaining that I was suing Rebecca for copyright infringement, that I had forensic evidence proving I'd written the novel she'd published, and that my family had gaslit me for 7 years by treating my authorship claims as delusions. The literary world exploded. Rebecca's publisher immediately launched an investigation. Her literary agent dropped her. Fellow authors expressed shock and betrayal. Plagiarism is one of the gravest sins in publishing, and stealing from a teenage family member while letting her be called delusious was particularly heinous. Rebecca's fan base was divided. Some refused to believe their favorite author was a plagiarist. Others felt betrayed and demanded answers. Book bloggers and literary Twitter tore apart Rebecca's subsequent novels, looking for signs she'd stolen those too. She hadn't. Those were genuinely hers, just not nearly as good as the book she'd stolen from me. The forensic evidence was irrefutable. Digital forensics experts confirmed the recovered files were authentic and had been created when I was 16. Writing style analysis showed the first book matched the voice and patterns in my recovered drafts, while Rebecca's subsequent books had a noticeably different style. Evidence she'd written those herself, but not the first one. Rebecca's publisher canceled her remaining contracts. The movie deals fell through. Bookstores pulled her novels. Awards organizations launched reviews of the prizes she'd won for the plagiarized book. My family tried to claim this was all a misunderstanding, and that Rebecca had collaborated with me on the book, and there'd been confusion about authorship. But the evidence showed Rebecca had taken my completed manuscript and published it with only minor edits. Not collaboration, but theft. Rebecca released a statement saying she'd made a terrible mistake as a young woman and had been too ashamed to come forward. She claimed she'd panicked when her agency loved the manuscript and had convinced herself she could pass it off as hers. She apologized to me, to her readers, and to the publishing industry. But her apology rang hollow when journalists discovered she'd spent 7 years allowing me to be treated as delusional rather than admitting her theft. Her claim that she'd been ashamed didn't explain why she'd participated in gaslighting me by telling family and therapists I was mentally unwell. The court case proceeded. Rebecca's lawyers tried to argue that 7 years had passed and that I'd acquiesced to her authorship by not fighting harder. My lawyer presented evidence that I'd consistently claimed authorship but had been systematically gaslit, that my computer crash had destroyed my proof, and that I'd pursued digital recovery when I could afford it. The judge ruled in my favor. Rebecca was found guilty of copyright infringement. She was ordered to pay me all proceeds from the book plus damages, approximately $3 million in total. The copyright was officially transferred to me. Rebecca was permanently barred from claiming authorship. Rebecca's career is destroyed. She's known in publishing circles as the author who plagiarized her teenage sister's novel and then gaslit her for 7 years. No publisher will touch her. Her reputation is irreparably damaged. My parents face social consequences for their role in the cover-up. Extended family, friends, and their professional communities now know they helped Rebecca steal my work and treated me as delusional to protect her. My mother lost her position on the school board when parents learned she'd gaslit her own mentally ill daughter. My father's colleagues in publishing are appalled he'd helped cover up plagiarism. Tom, my younger brother, has apologized profusely for believing I was delusional. He's cut contact with our parents and Rebecca, saying he can't forgive them for what they did to me and for lying to him about it for his entire young adult life. The book, my book, has been republished under my name as the author. The new edition includes a foreword explaining the plagiarism case and the 7 years I spent being called delusional. Sales have skyrocketed due to the publicity, and I've received offers for new book deals based on my proven writing ability. I've donated much of the money from the lawsuit to mental health organizations supporting people whose reality has been denied by family members, turning my experience with gaslighting into something that helps others. Rebecca has tried to apologize privately, sending letters saying she's destroyed by guilt and wants to make amends. I don't respond. There are no amends for stealing someone's creative work, profiting from it for 7 years, and allowing the actual author to be treated as mentally unwell. My parents say I've gotten my revenge and should now allow the family to heal. I tell them there's no healing from what they did. They gaslit their mentally ill teenager to protect their plagiarist daughter. That's unforgivable. My revenge isn't just winning the lawsuit, though I did. My revenge is that everyone now knows the truth. I wrote that book. Rebecca stole it. My family covered it up by making me look crazy. The book that launched Rebecca's career is now properly attributed to me. The sequel I'm writing will be published under my name. The movie adaptation currently in development lists me as the original author. Rebecca tried to steal my creative legacy. My family tried to make me doubt my own reality to protect her, but the truth, backed by irrefutable forensic evidence, has destroyed their lies and reclaimed what was always mine. I was 16 when I wrote a novel that should have launched my career. Instead, it launched my sister's while I was called delusional. Now, at 27, I'm finally recognized as the author I always was. That's my revenge. Reclaiming my work, my authorship, and my reality from the family that tried to steal all three. My family told everyone I abandoned my dying grandmother. I have videos proving I was her only caregiver. I'm 29-year-old, and last week I discovered that for the past 3 years, my family has been telling extended relatives, friends, and our community that I abandoned my grandmother during her final illness, while they heroically stepped up to care for her. The truth is the opposite. I was her sole caregiver for 18 months, while my family visited maybe 5 times total. I only found out about their lies when a cousin mentioned how brave my mother and siblings were for taking on all that caregiving when you refused to help. Now I have proof they're liars, and I'm destroying their reputations as devoted family members. My grandmother, Rose, was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer when I was 26. She'd raised me after my mother proved unreliable. My mom, Linda, 54-year-old female, struggled with addiction throughout my childhood, and my 2 older siblings, Mark, 35-year-old male, and Jenna, 32-year-old female, had their own issues. Grandma Rose was the stable force in my life. When Rose got her diagnosis, she had maybe 12 to 18 months to live. She wanted to spend that time at home rather than in a facility. Someone needed to be her primary caregiver, help with medications, doctor appointments, personal care, meals, and eventually hospice coordination. My mother said she couldn't handle it emotionally. Mark lived 3 states away and said he couldn't leave his job. Jenna said she had young children who needed her attention and couldn't expose them to watching someone die. So I did it. I quit my job, moved into Grandma Rose's house, and spent 18 months as her full-time caregiver. I learned to manage her medications, help her bathe and dress, cook soft foods she could eat, take her to endless medical appointments, and eventually coordinate with hospice as she declined. It was exhausting, heartbreaking, and isolating. I was 26 to 27 years old, watching my grandmother slowly die while my friends were starting careers and relationships. I had no income beyond what little Rose could give me from her Social Security. I had no social life because I couldn't leave her alone for long periods. My family barely visited. My mother came maybe 3 times in 18 months, staying less than an hour each time because it was too hard to see Mom like this. Mark visited twice, once at the beginning and once right before Rose died. Jenna came once and spent the whole visit crying about how traumatic it was for her. I documented everything because Rose wanted photo and video memories. I took videos of our daily routine, her talking about her life, moments of us watching TV together, me helping her with tasks. I wanted to preserve her memory and show that her final months weren't just suffering. We had good moments too. Rose died 3 years ago. At her funeral, my family gave emotional speeches about how much they'd loved her and how hard her illness had been on all of us. I was too grief-stricken to notice the subtle implication that we'd all shared the caregiving burden. After the funeral, I moved to a different city to rebuild my life. I'd spent 18 months isolated as a caregiver and needed to start fresh. I got a job, made new friends, and slowly recovered from the trauma of watching someone I loved die slowly. I stayed in minimal contact with my family, occasional texts, holiday calls, but no regular interaction. I was hurt that they'd left me alone to care for Rose, but I didn't confront them because what was the point? Rose was gone, and rehashing who did or didn't help wouldn't change anything. Last week, my cousin Beth, who I'm close with but who lives across the country, came to visit me. We were talking about family when she said something that stopped me cold. "I'm still amazed how your mom and siblings stepped up when you couldn't handle taking care of Grandma Rose." It must have been so hard for them. I asked what she meant.
Beth said that she'd heard from multiple family members that when Rose got sick, I'd tried to help at first, but couldn't handle the emotional toll and walked away, leaving my mother, Mark, and Jenna to take over Rose's care for the final year of her life. Beth said my mother had told relatives I'd visited occasionally but couldn't deal with watching Rose decline, while Linda, Mark, and Jenna had sacrificed everything to make sure Rose died at home surrounded by loving family. I sat there stunned. My family had completely rewritten history. They'd told everyone I'd abandoned Rose, and they'd been her devoted caregivers, the exact opposite of what actually happened. I asked Beth for specifics about what she'd been told. She said at Rose's funeral, several relatives had approached my mother and siblings to thank them for taking such good care of Rose and sacrificing so much. Linda had tearfully accepted the praise, talking about how exhausting but rewarding it had been to care for her mother. Mark had given speeches at family gatherings about the 18 months we spent caring for Mom and how it had changed his perspective on family. Jenna had posted on social media about sacrificing time with my kids to care for my dying grandmother and received hundreds of supportive comments. Meanwhile, I'd been absent from these conversations because I'd moved away after Rose died. I hadn't heard the lies my family was spreading because I wasn't around to hear them. Beth had believed their version of events for 3 years. When I told her the truth, that I'd been Rose's sole caregiver while my family barely visited, she was shocked and said I should prove it. So I did. I went through the videos I'd taken during Rose's care. Hours and hours of footage showing me helping Rose, cooking for her, managing her medications, taking her to appointments. Videos dated across the full 18 months showing the progression of her illness, with me as the constant presence. I also found Rose's medical records listing me as primary caregiver and emergency contact. Hospice records showing I'd attended all coordination meetings alone. Photos with metadata showing me at Rose's house consistently while my family was absent. Text messages where my mother, Mark, and Jenna had declined invitations to visit Rose because they were too busy or it was too emotionally difficult. Rose's own voice in videos thanking me for being here every day when no one else would. I had irrefutable proof that I'd been Rose's caregiver and my family had been absent. I created a compilation video, clips of me caring for Rose over 18 months, interspersed with Rose talking about how grateful she was that I'd stayed when everyone else left, dated medical records, and time-stamped photos. The video was 20 minutes long and showed the reality of who'd actually cared for Rose. Then, I confronted my mother, Mark, and Jenna via video call. I told them I'd learned they'd been telling people I abandoned Rose while they cared for her. I asked them to explain why they'd lied. My mother tried to deflect, saying I'd misunderstood what people had been told. I played recordings of what Beth and other relatives had said, direct quotes about me walking away and my family stepping up. Mark tried to claim they'd helped more than I remembered and that I was exaggerating my role. I pulled up Rose's medical records showing me as sole caregiver and reminded him he'd visited exactly twice in 18 months. Jenna said that even though they hadn't been physically present, they'd provided emotional support and that counted as caregiving. I asked her to explain how 3 visits in 18 months constituted sacrificing time with her kids to care for Rose. Finally, my mother admitted the truth. After Rose died, people had assumed the family had shared caregiving duties. When relatives thanked Linda for caring for Rose, she'd accepted the praise instead of correcting them because it felt good to be seen as a good daughter after years of struggling with addiction and not being there for Rose. Mark had gone along with it because he'd felt guilty about not visiting more, and it was easier to let people think I'd been involved than to admit I'd barely been there.
Jenna said she'd posted about caregiving on social media because her friends were all posting about their accomplishments, and she wanted to be seen as someone who'd done something meaningful, even though she hadn't. They'd all collectively allowed people to believe they'd been devoted caregivers while I'd been absent or minimal, the opposite of reality, because it made them look good and assuaged their guilt about abandoning Rose. I told them I was going to send the compilation video to every family member, showing who'd actually cared for Rose and exposing their lies. My mother begged me not to humiliate them and said they'd made a mistake in accepting unearned credit, but that exposing them publicly would destroy family relationships. I said they'd destroyed our relationship when they stole credit for 18 months of sacrifice I'd made while they'd done nothing. I sent the video to the entire extended family with a message. For 3 years, my mother, Mark, and Jenna have accepted praise for caring for Grandma Rose during her final illness. This is the truth about who actually cared for her. The response was immediate and explosive. Relatives who'd thanked my family for their sacrifice were horrified to learn they'd been lied to. Beth apologized profusely for believing the lie without checking with me first. My uncle, Rose's son, my mother's brother, was furious. He'd been living abroad during Rose's illness and had relied on my mother for updates. He'd believed she was there caring for Rose daily and had felt guilty about not being there himself. Learning that Linda had barely visited while I'd done everything enraged him. He called my mother and told her she'd disgraced Mom's memory by taking credit for care she hadn't provided while letting the person who'd actually sacrificed be written out of the story. My aunt, Rose's daughter, reviewed the video and started crying. She said she'd wanted to help, but had been told by my mother that they had it covered and she'd just be in the way. She'd felt guilty for not being more involved, not knowing that actually nobody else had been involved either, just me. Family friends who'd praised my family's devotion felt manipulated. Several reached out to apologize to me for not recognizing my sacrifice at the time and for believing the false narrative afterward. My mother's reputation as devoted daughter who cared for her dying mother evaporated. People now saw her as someone who'd abandoned her mother while battling addiction, then stolen credit from the granddaughter who'd actually done the caregiving. Mark faced backlash at family gatherings. Cousins who'd admired his sacrifice now knew he'd visited twice in 18 months and had lied about his involvement. His speeches about the lessons learned from caregiving were now seen as fraudulent. Jenna's social media posts about sacrificing time with her kids to care for her dying grandmother were screenshot and shared by angry family members who'd discovered she'd visited once. Her friends who'd offered support during her caregiving sacrifice felt deceived. The family members who'd supported my mother, Mark, and Jenna through Rose's shared family caregiving experience were angry about being lied to and having their sympathy exploited. Some relatives tried to defend my family, saying, "They probably did help more than the video shows," or, "Everyone processes grief differently, and they may have genuinely believed they'd helped more than they did." But I had Rose's own words on video. "Everyone said they couldn't handle this, but you stayed. You're the only one who stayed." My revenge isn't just exposing the lies, though that's satisfying. The real revenge is that I've reclaimed the truth about my sacrifice. For 3 years, I've been written out of Rose's final chapter, while my family took credit for devotion they didn't show. Now everyone knows. I was the one who quit my job, gave up 18 months of my life, and provided daily care. My family visited a handful of times and then told everyone they'd been the devoted caregivers. My mother's church community, where she'd been praised for Christian devotion to her dying mother, now knows she barely visited. Mark's friends, who'd admired his family values, now know he abandoned his grandmother while his younger cousin cared for her. Jenna's mommy blog followers who'd supported her through the trauma of caregiving now know she visited once. They stole credit for my sacrifice to make themselves look good and ease their guilt. Now they're facing the consequences of that lie being exposed. Rose deserved family who showed up. She got me, and only me. She deserved for people to know who actually cared for her. Now they do. I spent 18 months as a full-time caregiver in isolation while my family lived their lives. Then, I spent 3 years not knowing they'd taken credit for what I'd done. Now, everyone knows the truth. They abandoned their dying mother, grandmother. I sacrificed my life to care for her, and they lied about it to look like heroes. That's all the revenge I need. My family convinced me I was schizophrenic for 12 years. I'm not. They did it to control my inheritance. I'm 30 female, and 2 months ago I discovered that I don't have schizophrenia. I never did. My family invented my diagnosis, medicated me unnecessarily for 12 years, and used my mental illness to control every aspect of my life, including access to the inheritance my grandfather left me. When I was 18, I started experiencing what my family called episodes, hearing voices, paranoid thoughts, confusion. My mother, Dr. Sandra, she's a psychiatrist, diagnosed me with early-onset schizophrenia. She started me on antipsychotic medications immediately and told me I'd need to be on them for life. My older brother Kyle, now 35 male, supported this diagnosis. He's also a doctor, a neurologist. Between my mother and brother, I had 2 medical professionals telling me I was severely mentally ill and needed to trust them completely with my treatment. For 12 years, I've been on heavy antipsychotic medications. The meds made me foggy, slow, and unable to work full-time. I lived with my mother so she could monitor my condition. My social life was minimal because my family said stress could trigger psychotic episodes. I was told I couldn't drive, couldn't live independently, couldn't make major decisions without their input. My grandfather died when I was 20 and left me a substantial inheritance, his house, and a trust fund worth approximately $2 million. But because I'd been deemed mentally incompetent due to my schizophrenia diagnosis, my mother was appointed as trustee of my inheritance. She's been managing my money for 10 years, giving me a small monthly allowance and telling me the rest is being invested for my future care. Last year, I started dating Marcus, 32-year-old male, a pharmacist. When he learned about my medications, he was surprised by the dosages and combination. He said it seemed excessive for someone as functional as I appeared. I told him my mother was a psychiatrist and knew what she was doing, but Marcus gently suggested I get a second opinion from a doctor who wasn't family. I was nervous about questioning my mother, but Marcus's concern planted a seed of doubt. I secretly made an appointment with a psychiatrist at a different hospital, someone who had no connection to my family. I brought all my medical records that my mother had given me over the years, plus a list of all my medications and dosages. The new psychiatrist, Dr. Reynolds, reviewed everything carefully and then asked me to describe my symptoms. I described the voices I heard, the paranoid thoughts, the confusion, all the things that had started when I was 18 and that my mother said were classic schizophrenia symptoms. Dr. Reynolds asked when I experienced these symptoms. I realized I only experienced them in the evening, around when I took my medications. Dr. Reynolds asked me to describe the voices I heard. I said they were usually whispers, unclear, and I'd sometimes see shadows in my peripheral vision. Dr. Reynolds was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Those aren't symptoms of schizophrenia. Those are side effects of antipsychotic medications." I was confused. Dr. Reynolds explained, "The medications I was taking, in the dosages I was taking them, commonly cause the exact symptoms I was describing. The auditory hallucinations and visual disturbances I'd been experiencing for 12 years were medication side effects, not symptoms of mental illness." He asked why I was on these medications. I said because I had schizophrenia. He asked who diagnosed me. I said my mother. He asked if I'd ever been hospitalized for a psychotic episode. I said no. My mother managed everything at home. He asked if I'd ever seen another psychiatrist for a second opinion. I said no. Why would I need one when my mother was a psychiatrist? Dr. Reynolds said gently, "I'd like to run some tests, but based on what you're telling me, I don't see evidence of schizophrenia. I see evidence of someone who's been on antipsychotic medications they don't need, experiencing side effects that were then used to justify continuing the medications." He explained that if I truly had schizophrenia, I'd have symptoms beyond what medications could cause. I'd have disordered thinking, delusions, social withdrawal, cognitive impairment even when medicated. But I was functional, coherent, and social. My only symptoms were things that could be explained by medication side effects. Dr. Reynolds wanted to slowly wean me off the medications under supervised care to see what happened. He said if I truly had schizophrenia, stopping medications would cause severe symptoms. But if I didn't have schizophrenia, the medication's side effects would disappear. I started reducing my medications under Dr. Reynolds' supervision. Within 3 weeks, the voices stopped. The shadows disappeared. The confusion lifted. I felt clearer than I'd felt in 12 years. Dr. Reynolds ran comprehensive psychiatric evaluations. After 2 months of testing, appointments, and monitoring, he gave me his official diagnosis. I don't have schizophrenia. I never did. I have no psychotic disorder whatsoever. I asked Dr. Reynolds how this could happen. How could a psychiatrist misdiagnose their own daughter with schizophrenia? He said carefully, "Misdiagnosis happens, but this seems unusual. The medications you were on, in those combinations and dosages, would almost certainly cause the symptoms you were experiencing. A competent psychiatrist would recognize that. I can't say what your mother's intentions were, but this doesn't appear to be a simple mistake." That's when I started to suspect the truth. My mother had deliberately fabricated my mental illness. I confronted my mother with Dr. Reynolds' findings. I told her I'd been seeing another psychiatrist, that I'd been weaning off medications, and that Dr. Reynolds said, "I don't have schizophrenia and never did." My mother's reaction told me everything. She didn't seem surprised or confused. She seemed angry and defensive. She said Dr. Reynolds was wrong and irresponsible for taking me off medications, and that I needed to resume them immediately before I had a psychotic break. I asked her to explain why all my symptoms disappeared when I stopped the medications. She said that was temporary, and that schizophrenia symptoms can wax and wane. I asked why she'd never hospitalized me or sought second opinions during any supposed psychotic episodes. She said she'd managed everything at home because she was protecting me from the stigma of psychiatric hospitalization. I asked her directly, "Did you diagnose me with schizophrenia so you could control my inheritance?" My mother's face went pale. She said I was being paranoid, and that the fact I was making wild accusations proved I needed to be back on medications. She called my brother Kyle and told him I was having a psychotic episode and needed intervention. Kyle came over immediately. I showed him Dr. Reynolds' evaluation and the records of my medication reduction and symptom disappearance. I told him I knew the truth, that I'd never had schizophrenia, that the medications had caused the symptoms, and that our mother had been using a fake diagnosis to control me and my inheritance. Kyle tried the same gaslighting approach as my mother, telling me I was confused, that stopping medications was dangerous, that I needed to trust the family doctors who know me best. But I'd anticipated this. I'd brought Marcus with me, and I'd recorded the conversation. I told Kyle and my mother that I had documentation from Dr. Reynolds, pharmacy records showing 12 years of unnecessary antipsychotic prescriptions, and evidence that my only symptoms had been medication side effects. I said I was going to report both of them to the medical board for fabricating a diagnosis and prescribing unnecessary medications. That's when Kyle broke. He admitted that my mother had asked him to support her diagnosis when I was 18, and that he'd gone along with it because she'd convinced him it was in my best interest. When I asked what possible best interest was served by medicating me unnecessarily for 12 years, Kyle said my mother had believed I was too immature to handle a large inheritance at 18, and that the schizophrenia diagnosis was meant to protect me from myself until I was older. I demanded to know the full truth. My mother finally admitted it. When my grandfather died and left me $2 million, she'd been terrified I'd waste it because I was only 18. She'd decided that if I was declared mentally incompetent, she could manage the inheritance responsibly until I was mature enough to handle it. She'd started putting small amounts of sedatives in my food to make me groggy and confused. When I complained of feeling strange, she'd suggested I might be having mental health issues and convinced me to see her professionally. She'd diagnosed me with schizophrenia and started medications that would cause symptoms that confirmed the diagnosis. Kyle had known about the plan from the beginning. He'd helped by providing neurological consultations that supported the schizophrenia diagnosis and recommended I remain under my mother's care. My mother actually tried to justify it. She said the inheritance would have destroyed me at 18, that I would have made terrible decisions, and that she'd been protecting me by making sure the money was managed properly. She said she'd always planned to tell me the truth eventually and give me full access to my inheritance when I was ready. I asked when that would have been. She stammered and said she'd been waiting for the right time. I asked how medicating me into fog and dependency for 12 years was protecting me. She said she'd done what she thought was best as a mother. I asked about the inheritance. Where was my money? My mother said it was safe and invested. I demanded full accounting. She said the trust documents showed everything was properly managed. I hired a forensic accountant to review my trust. What they found destroyed any remaining sympathy I might have had. My mother had been embezzling from my inheritance for 10 years. She'd used my money to fund her lifestyle, a vacation home, luxury cars, expensive trips. She'd invested some of it, but conservatively, and had taken significant trustee fees that weren't legally justified. Of the original $2 million inheritance, only about $800,000 remained. She'd stolen over $1 million from me while keeping me medicated and dependent so I wouldn't question her management of my money. When I confronted her with the forensic accounting, my mother tried to claim the expenses were for my care and legitimate trustee compensation. The accountant's report showed they were nothing of the sort. They were personal expenses my mother had fraudulently charged to my trust. I went to the police. I filed reports for fraud, embezzlement, and medical abuse. I reported my mother to the state medical board for fabricating a diagnosis and prescribing unnecessary medications for 12 years. I reported Kyle for participating in the fraud by providing fake medical consultations. My mother hired an expensive lawyer who tried to claim she'd genuinely believed I had schizophrenia and that any financial mismanagement was unintentional. But the evidence was damning. The sedatives she'd admitted to using to create initial symptoms, the medications prescribed in combinations designed to cause side effects, 10 years of personal expenses charged to my trust, and her own admission that she'd done this to protect me from myself regarding the inheritance. The medical board launched investigations into both my mother and Kyle. My mother's psychiatric license was suspended pending investigation. Kyle faced similar scrutiny for his role in supporting a fabricated diagnosis. The criminal and civil cases are still pending, but the personal consequences have been swift and devastating for my family. My mother has been charged with fraud, embezzlement, and practicing medicine in a harmful manner. If convicted, she faces prison time and permanent loss of her medical license. Her reputation as a psychiatrist is destroyed. News of a doctor fabricating her own daughter's mental illness to steal inheritance money has spread through our community and professional circles. Kyle has been charged as an accessory to fraud for knowingly supporting the false diagnosis. His medical license is under review. His wife divorced him when she learned what he'd done, saying she couldn't be married to someone capable of abusing a family member for money. He's lost custody of his 2 children and is now the family pariah he helped create me to be. The forensic accountant's final report showed my mother had stolen $1.3 million from my trust over 10 years. Civil court has ordered her to repay it with interest. She's had to sell her vacation home and liquidate assets. She claims she can't afford to repay everything, but the court is seizing what they can. My extended family has fractured. Some relatives believe my mother's initial claims that I was having a psychotic break and making false accusations. But as evidence emerged, the medical board findings, the forensic accounting, my mother's own admissions, most of them turned against her. My aunt, my father's sister, he died when I was young, called me crying to apologize. She said she'd supported my mother's caregiving of me for years, not realizing I was being medicated unnecessarily and financially abused. She said she'd noticed my mother's lifestyle seemed expensive for a psychiatrist's salary, but never questioned where the money came from. Several cousins reached out to say they'd always thought something was off about my diagnosis because I seemed too functional for someone with severe schizophrenia, but they'd trusted that my mother knew what she was doing as a medical professional. The few relatives still defending my mother say I'm tearing the family apart, and that I should show compassion because she'd been trying to help in her own misguided way. I told them that fabricating a mental illness, medicating me unnecessarily for 12 years, and stealing over $1 million isn't misguided help. It's abuse and theft. Marcus has been incredible through all of this. He's the one who first questioned my diagnosis and encouraged me to seek a second opinion. Without him, I might still be living in my mother's house, taking medications I don't need, believing I'm too mentally ill to live independently. Dr. Reynolds wrote a formal letter to the court explaining the medical abuse I'd suffered. This patient was prescribed antipsychotic medications she did not need for 12 years. The medications caused side effects that were then used to justify continuing the medications. This appears to be a deliberate case of medical harm for financial gain. I've been completely off all psychiatric medications for 4 months now. I have no symptoms. I'm clearer, sharper, and more energetic than I've been since I was 18. Dr. Reynolds continues to monitor me, but he's confident I never had schizophrenia and that there's no underlying psychiatric condition that requires medication. I'm learning to drive, something I was told I couldn't do because of my mental illness. I've gotten a full-time job, something I was told wasn't possible for someone with my condition. I'm living independently in my own apartment, something my mother said would be dangerous for someone with schizophrenia. Every milestone I achieve is revenge against the family who tried to convince me I was too mentally ill to have a normal life. My mother keeps trying to contact me. She sent letters saying she's sorry for her mistakes and that she'd always loved me and wanted what was best. She claims she got in over her head with the trust management and made poor financial decisions, but that her original intentions were good. I don't respond. There's nothing she can say that would justify what she did. Creating fake symptoms through drugging me, diagnosing a serious mental illness I didn't have, keeping me medicated for 12 years, using my fabricated incompetence to steal my inheritance, and gaslighting me into believing I was too mentally ill to question any of it. Kyle sent an email saying he's profoundly sorry and that he'd been manipulated by our mother into supporting the diagnosis. He claims he genuinely believed at first that I might have mental health issues, and by the time he realized it was fabricated, he was too deep in the lie to back out. I wrote back once, "You're a neurologist. You knew those medications would cause symptoms. You knew I wasn't actually sick. You chose to help our mother abuse me medically and financially for 12 years because it was easier than standing up to her or facing consequences for your complicity. That's not being manipulated. That's being a willing participant in abuse." The revenge I'm taking isn't just the legal consequences they're facing, though those are severe. The real revenge is that I'm living the life they told me I was too mentally ill to have. I'm working full-time in a job I love. I'm driving. I'm traveling. I'm in a healthy relationship with Marcus, who's asked me to move in with him. I'm managing what's left of my inheritance independently and making my own financial decisions. Every single thing I do, every decision I make, every achievement I accomplish is proof that their 12-year campaign to convince me I was incompetent was a lie. My mother told me I had schizophrenia so she could control me and my money. The truth is, I'm completely mentally healthy and always have been. She manufactured an illness to justify her control, and now she's facing criminal charges and professional ruin because I discovered the truth. That's the revenge. I'm not sick. I never was. And now everyone knows that she fabricated a daughter's mental illness for financial gain. My psychiatrist says I have PTSD from 12 years of medical gaslighting. That's the only actual mental health diagnosis I have. I'm in therapy for that, processing the trauma of believing I was severely mentally ill when I was actually being medically abused. But I'm healing. I'm building a life free from the medications and limitations my family imposed on me. And they're facing the consequences of what they did. My mother may go to prison. She'll definitely lose her medical license. Her professional reputation is destroyed. Kyle's career is in jeopardy. Both of them will carry the stigma of being medical professionals who abused a vulnerable family member for money. And I'll carry the satisfaction of knowing that their scheme fell apart because I trusted someone outside the family enough to question what I'd been told my entire adult life. The inheritance my grandfather left me was meant to give me freedom and opportunity. My mother stole it and used it to fund her lifestyle while keeping me medicated and dependent. Now, I'm taking back both the money and the freedom. That's my revenge. Reclaiming the life they tried to convince me I was too mentally ill to live, and making sure everyone knows they're not the concerned family caregivers they pretended to be. They're abusers who used medicine and money to control someone they claimed to love. I don't have schizophrenia. I never did. And now the whole world knows what my family did to make me believe I was sick. My family has been intercepting my emails for 5 years, destroying my career. I have the server logs. I'm 30-year OM, and last week I discovered why my career has mysteriously stalled for 5 years despite my qualifications and efforts. My family has been accessing my email account, reading my professional correspondence, and responding as me, declining job offers, insulting potential employers, sabotaging networking opportunities, and systematically destroying my professional reputation. I only found out because a cybersecurity expert friend noticed suspicious login activity on my account. Now I have forensic evidence of exactly what they did, and I'm using it to destroy the family that sabotaged 5 years of my professional life. 5 years ago, I left my family's evangelical church and the family business to pursue a career in aerospace engineering. My parents, Robert, 58-year-old male, and Diane, 56-year-old female, were devastated. They'd expected me to take over the family's Christian bookstore and remain active in the church. My siblings, Carolyn, 33-year-old female, and Brett, 27-year-old male, sided with them, saying I was abandoning my faith and family for worldly ambitions. I moved across the country for a job with a major aerospace contractor. For the first few months, everything went well. Then strange things started happening. Projects I'd been promised got reassigned. A promotion I'd been verbally offered went to someone else. Colleagues who'd been friendly became distant. My supervisor started treating me with visible disdain. Within a year, I was let go. The official reason was cultural fit issues, but I never understood what I'd done wrong. I'd been professional, competent, and collegial, yet somehow I'd become persona non grata. I applied to other aerospace companies. I'd get initial interest, sometimes even preliminary offers, But then things would fall apart at the last moment. Hiring managers would suddenly go cold. HR would send vague rejection letters after seeming enthusiastic. Networking contacts would stop responding to my messages. For 5 years, this pattern continued. I was qualified. I had a master's degree from a top engineering program, good early career experience, strong technical skills. Yet, I couldn't get hired in my field. I worked contract jobs and positions below my qualification level just to survive. My family stayed in regular contact despite the religious rift. They'd call weekly, send emails, express concern about my struggles finding stable work. My mother would say things like, "Maybe this is God telling you to come home," or, "The family business is always here if you need it." I thought they were just being typically religious parents trying to lure me back. I also noticed my professional reputation seemed inexplicably damaged. At industry conferences, people would react strangely when I introduced myself, not hostile but wary, like they'd heard something negative. Former colleagues from my first job wouldn't return my calls. LinkedIn connection requests went unanswered by people who should have been interested in networking. I couldn't figure out what I'd done to earn such a poor professional reputation. I'd never been fired for cause, never had ethical complaints, never done anything scandalous. Yet, I was being treated like I had some kind of professional black mark. Last month, my friend Jake, who works in cybersecurity, was helping me set up better online security. He was checking my email account settings when he noticed something odd. There were active sessions logged in from IP addresses in my parents' hometown, locations I'd never been from my account. Jake said someone else had been accessing my email regularly for years. He helped me check the account's login history and found hundreds of logins from those IP addresses spanning 5 years, always when I wasn't actively using the account. Someone had my password and had been reading my emails. Jake helped me set up logging to see what was happening. Within a week, we documented someone logging into my account, reading my professional emails, and in several cases, sending responses that appeared to come from me. We captured one instance where a recruiter had emailed about a senior engineering position. Hours later, while I was at work and not accessing my email, someone logged in from my parents' IP address and sent a reply. "Thanks, but I'm not interested in working with a company that would consider hiring someone like me. You should look elsewhere for candidates who actually have integrity." The recruiter had responded with confusion, and the mysterious account user, sending as me, had doubled down. I have significant personal issues that make me unsuitable for professional positions of responsibility. I suggest you remove me from your candidate pool. I was watching in real time as someone impersonating me was sabotaging a job opportunity. Jake helped me preserve the digital forensic evidence, server logs, IP addresses, email headers, timestamps. Then we changed all my passwords and enabled two-factor authentication, so whoever had been accessing my account was locked out. Almost immediately, my mother called asking if I was having email problems because she couldn't check on me. That's when I knew. It was my family. I confronted my parents via video call with Jake present as a witness. I showed them the server logs proving someone from their IP address had been accessing my email account for 5 years. I showed them examples of emails they'd sent as me, declining job offers, insulting recruiters, making unprofessional statements that damaged my reputation. My father tried to deny it, saying their IP address appearing didn't prove they'd accessed my account. Jake explained that the combination of their specific IP, the timing of access, always when I was offline, and the content of the sent messages made it irrefutable. My mother broke down and admitted it. She'd been accessing my email since shortly after I moved away. She said I'd given her my email password years earlier for some forgotten reason, and she'd just wanted to keep tabs on me, to make sure I was okay. When she'd seen job offers and professional opportunities, she'd felt panicked about me getting more established in my worldly life and never coming back to the family. So she'd started responding as me to decline the opportunities. At first, it was just job offers. She'd politely decline them as me. But when recruiters kept reaching out, she'd escalated to sending unprofessional or concerning messages that would make companies not want to hire me. She'd wanted me to struggle enough to realize I needed to come home. My father admitted he'd known what she was doing and had approved. He'd even helped craft some of the messages, particularly ones that made me seem ethically questionable or professionally unreliable. He'd thought, if I couldn't establish a successful career away from the family, I'd eventually return to take over the bookstore. Carolyn and Brett had also known. Carolyn had sometimes used the email access to read my correspondence and report back to our parents about what I was doing professionally. Brett had sent at least one message as me to a former colleague, explaining why I'd been acting strangely. I hadn't been. He'd fabricated issues to explain why people should distance themselves from me. For 5 years, my entire family had been systematically sabotaging my professional life by impersonating me through email. They destroyed job opportunities, damaged my reputation, and kept me professionally struggling, all to pressure me into abandoning my career and returning to their religious community and family business. I asked how they justified ruining my career. My mother said they'd been fighting for my soul, and that my earthly career didn't matter compared to my eternal salvation. If sabotaging my secular work brought me back to the church, it was worth it. My father said they'd been protecting me from worldly success that would take me further from God. He actually said my professional struggles were God working through them to guide me home. I told them I had forensic evidence of everything they'd done, hundreds of instances of unauthorized account access, dozens of emails sent impersonating me, and clear documentation that they deliberately damaged my professional reputation and destroyed career opportunities. I said I was going to the police, filing for protective orders, and contacting every company and individual they'd impersonated me to. I was going to make sure everyone knew what they'd done. My mother begged me not to destroy the family over this, and said they'd only done it because they loved me and wanted me back. I told her that destroying someone's career and impersonating them for 5 years isn't love. It's sabotage and identity theft. I filed police reports for identity theft, wire fraud, and computer fraud. The evidence was overwhelming. Jake had documented everything with timestamps, IP addresses, and email headers that proved unauthorized access and fraudulent impersonation. I also hired a lawyer who specialized in cybercrimes. My lawyer sent letters to my family informing them they were under investigation and demanding they preserve any devices or records related to accessing my email account. The forensic investigation revealed even more than I'd initially known. My family had accessed my account over 800 times in 5 years. They'd read thousands of my emails. They'd sent or responded to approximately 60 emails while impersonating me, including declining 14 job offers or interview requests, sending unprofessional or offensive messages to 23 recruiters and hiring managers, responding to former colleagues' networking attempts with bizarre or concerning statements, sending emails to professional contacts that made me seem unstable, unreliable, or ethically compromised, declining speaking opportunities and conference invitations, removing me from professional mailing lists and groups. They'd also forwarded some of my personal emails to themselves to monitor my life, including private conversations with friends, therapy communications, and dating correspondence. The legal consequences have been severe. My parents and siblings are facing criminal charges for identity theft, wire fraud, computer fraud, and conspiracy. The prosecutor has taken the case seriously because the systematic nature of the fraud, 5 years, hundreds of access instances, dozens of impersonations, shows clear intent and organization. My parents' defense attorney tried to claim it was well-intentioned parental oversight gone too far. But the evidence of deliberate career sabotage, particularly emails they'd crafted specifically to make me seem unprofessional or unstable, undermined that argument. The investigation also revealed they'd discussed their actions in family group texts, with messages like, "Sent another rejection to that Seattle company," and "Made sure the recruiter knows he's not reliable." These messages showed premeditation and coordination. My parents have been convicted of multiple counts of identity theft and wire fraud. They're facing prison sentences, likely 18 to 24 months each. My father's conviction means he's lost his position as a deacon in their church, which has been devastating to him. Carolyn and Brett face lesser charges as accessories, but they're also dealing with professional consequences. Carolyn is a teacher whose school board is investigating whether someone who participated in a 5-year fraud scheme should work with children. And Brett's employer, a bank, has suspended him pending review since he participated in identity theft. The civil lawsuit is ongoing. I'm suing my parents for damages including lost income over 5 years, damage to professional reputation, and emotional distress. My lawyer estimates I lost between $400,000 and $600,000 in income due to the sabotaged opportunities. I should have been working in senior aerospace engineering positions instead of contract work. But beyond the legal and financial consequences, I've been working to repair my professional reputation. With my lawyer's help, I've contacted every company and individual my family impersonated me to. I've sent letters explaining what happened, providing legal documentation of the identity theft, and asking for reconsideration where appropriate. The responses have been overwhelmingly supportive. Companies that rejected me years ago based on the sabotaged emails have apologized and expressed interest in reconsidering me for positions. Recruiters who thought I'd sent unprofessional messages have been appalled to learn I'd been impersonated. Several former colleagues have reached out to apologize for distancing themselves. They'd received strange emails, supposedly from me, and had thought I'd changed or was having problems. Learning I'd been impersonated explained everything. The industry conferences where people had been wary of me have now heard the story. Instead of being treated with suspicion, I'm being recognized as someone who persevered through an incredibly difficult situation. Some people have said my 5-year struggle to maintain my career, despite systematic sabotage, demonstrates resilience and dedication. I've received 3 job offers in the past month, all from companies that had previously rejected me based on emails my family sent while impersonating me. All 3 have apologized and expressed admiration for how I've handled the situation. I've accepted a senior engineering position at a leading aerospace company with a significant salary increase from what I would have been making. The hiring manager said my technical skills, combined with my demonstrated ability to overcome extraordinary obstacles, made me an ideal candidate. My family has tried to apologize, sending letters saying they made terrible mistakes and never intended for things to go this far. My mother claims she didn't realize how much damage she was causing and thought she was just buying time for me to find my way back to the family. I don't respond. You don't accidentally impersonate someone 60 times over 5 years, crafting messages specifically designed to destroy their professional reputation. That's not a mistake. That's a campaign. The religious community they belong to has been divided. Some members have defended them, saying they were trying to save their son from a worldly path. But others, particularly younger members and those with children who've left the church, have been horrified by the sabotage and have said the actions go against everything Christianity teaches about honesty and respect. Several families have left the church over it, saying they can't be part of a community that would defend such behavior. The church leadership has struggled to respond. They're trying to support my parents as longtime members, while also addressing the ethical violation. The family bookstore has suffered. Once the story became public, through news coverage of the criminal trial, customers stopped shopping there. People don't want to support a business owned by people who sabotaged their son's career and impersonated him for 5 years. My parents have been forced to close the store they'd hoped I would take over. The business they used as justification for sabotaging me, they wanted me to come back and run it, no longer exists because of their actions. My revenge isn't just the criminal convictions or the civil lawsuit, though those are satisfying. My revenge is succeeding in the career they tried to destroy. Every day I go to work in aerospace engineering, the field they sabotaged me in for 5 years, is proof that their campaign failed. Every project I complete, every professional relationship I build, every achievement in my career is revenge against the family that tried to force me back by making me fail. They impersonated me to decline 14 job offers. I just accepted a senior position with a major aerospace company. They sent messages designed to make me seem unprofessional and unreliable. I'm being recognized in my industry for resilience and technical excellence. They wanted me to struggle so badly I'd give up and come home. Instead, I'm thriving in the career they tried to prevent me from having. My parents are going to prison for trying to sabotage my career. The bookstore they wanted me to run has closed. The religious community they tried to keep me in has fractured over their actions. And I'm living the successful professional life they spent 5 years trying to destroy. That's all the revenge I need. They had access to my email for 5 years and used it to impersonate me, decline opportunities, and damage my reputation. Now everyone knows what they did. They're facing the consequences, and I'm building the career they tried to prevent. Every email I send from my now secured account, every professional success I achieve, every day I spend working in aerospace engineering is proof that they failed. They tried to control my life through sabotage. Instead, they're facing prison while I'm finally free to build the career I should have had 5 years ago. The family that wanted me back has lost me forever, and the career they tried to destroy is just beginning.